Bring it back, bring it back.
Hola.
Bring it back, bring it back.
Hola. Hello and welcome to Champions. We have made it to Veto Music Hall for our semifinals and finals taking place tomorrow. I'm Dash, joined by Paper Thin and Potter to kick things off for the day. We're down to 4 teams and only 4, but it's the 4 best in the world, and that's what we're here to celebrate.
Oh, it's really exciting. Beyond thrilling to be here. I think all these teams have rightfully staked their claim to maybe be the best in the world, and coming up first, of course, we have 2 of maybe the favorites out of this entire thing right now.
Yeah, and they were absolutely tested each step of the way, right? No doubt in my mind that they absolutely deserve to be here. That Liquid Cloud9 quarterfinals was absolutely mind-blowing. I feel like we saw everything coming out from Liquid in that series, so I am very curious what kind of turnaround they can do in a couple of days. But either way, even if they replicate that performance, we're in for a treat in this semifinal.
Talking about their journeys here, talking about how they've been tested every step of the way. Let's get a refresh with the bracket to take a look at how those quarterfinals ultimately broke down. You mentioned Team Liquid having to go up against that Cloud9 roster. Definitely tested, but still taking it into map fashion. Ascend, their opponents today, on Team Secret. On the other side of it, of course, we had the closer when it came to the map scores. It was Gambit over X10, one of the surprises of the tournament. And then KRU, the ultimate surprise in 2-1 fashion over Fnatic, the only team outside of EMEA to push themselves to a semifinal.
They look phenomenal. I mean, they've hit more than 1 extra gear. It's like they've hit 10 extra gears. Like, every step of the way along this tournament, yeah, they fell to Team Liquid early, but ever since then, they've gotten better and better and better. Of course, a big part of that is Kesnet, who has been absolutely just ridiculous in these last couple matches. But, I mean, against Fnatic, a team that a lot of people thought maybe had what it took to get to the finals of this event, they upset them in a way, and now they're going to the semis, and they could really make a deep run.
Yeah, they could, and what a surprise for us to sit here and say that about Kesnet, right? The turnaround that man has made. Day 1, a little bit shaky, but it's so great for him to be able to say, I peaked right at the right time. I'm peaking as I'm going into the semifinals. Hey, if Kesnet can look half as good as he did, yeah, KRU, they're probably gonna upset. Who knows? Who knows?
I mean, that, and I love that conversation, because that's sports, is finding your form at the exact right moment. We've had a number of amazing individual player performances. We've also had one of the most insane soundtracks in esports history. We know that a lot of you have been asking for the playlist, so here it is. It's a big one, and so take it all in. As good as that's been, we also had our first ever Valorant World Championship happening tomorrow, and something as momentous as that deserves a first ever opening ceremony worthy of this incredible esports. So don't you worry, we've got you covered on that front as well. We've pulled out all the stops. We've got Paris, we've got Rez, Zed, and Grabbits all joining us right here for an epic performance that you do not want to miss. Time's right there on your screen. It's 9 a.m. Pacific, it's 1800 CET, and 2 a.m. JST. Yes, that's late there, I get it, but it's a party and caffeine exists, all right? So get your friends, don't be late, you don't want to miss this. Trust me, I'm so pumped to see what an opening ceremony in Valorant looks like, right? We've seen what Riot can do, but this is a different esport,
yeah.
And it has a different vibe, and I think we're going to kick it off right.
Yeah, we should. It's just a matter of after this event, what the comments are going to say. Is it how rude of Valorant to run a tournament at Zed's concert? concert, or is it going to be how rude of Zed to run a tournament or a concert at a Valorant tournament? So we'll see which comment is stronger. But yeah, it's exciting. I can't believe I'm up here saying we're about to have a mixture of both here.
Right? 24 hours. 24 hours from now, we'll be getting that out on your screens. Can't wait for the show, and we're going to give you a little sneak peek of what we have in store for you. Doug, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, I am outside of the Verdi Music Hall where the opening ceremony is set to take place right here tomorrow. Valorant Champions isn't just about the games and the competition, as fun as it might be, but it's also about celebrating the art of greatness and all of the cultures who have influenced us throughout the year with their music. Gravitz, Rez, Paris, and Zed, yes, 4 musicians are set to play here on the stage tomorrow, and we wanted to take a moment to shout out all of the artists who have been involved in the VCT throughout the year. Music's just in the DNA, baby. As you can see behind me, this stage is the exact same angle as the Valorant Spark. This multi-layered visceral experience is set to go live tomorrow at 1800 CET, 9 a.m. Pacific, and I, for one, cannot freaking wait. Back to you, Dash.
Hopefully we got Doug back in from the cold, but I'm sure when the lights light up and the music starts blaring tomorrow.
We're done.
Somebody leave Doug outside. Get Doug back in here.
Sorry.
No, it'll be great, though. I mean, because I think, too, when all of that lights up tomorrow, right? Oh, it's going to be so spectacular. It's going to be such a great way to kick things off and kind of give us the kind of energy that we've been hoping for. We talk about it being the art of greatness, so we're going to kick it off with art tomorrow. We're going to follow it with some greatness here on this stage, but we also have some greatness coming up today. We're heading to a break. When we come back, it's Ascend versus Team Liquid. We'll see you there.
Streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now. Isang mahabang win.
Welcome back to Champions, and welcome to Trovo, a new platform that just launched and will be joining in on the Valorant hype as a streaming partner. Always love to see more platforms joining the space, giving more accessibility to the esport that we know and love. Today, we kick things off with Ascend versus Team Liquid in our first semifinal bout. I want to dive straight in, get into the nitty-gritty, figure out what you guys are thinking about these teams. Let's start on the side of Ascend.
It's going to be a hell of a match, first of all. I mean, just top to bottom, these are two incredible teams. It's only the second time they're going to be facing each other this year. So, you know, the first time it was close. Multiple overtimes. Everything was like 13-11, 13-10. It was a 3-1 in favor of Liquid. I think Ascend, though, right now looks the best I've ever seen them because a lot of people are stepping up behind CNED.
Yeah, a lot of people, particularly Zeke, right? I mean, this guy has just been spectacular throughout this entire week. The agents that he's playing, KO, it just looks like it's like brushing his teeth in the morning. The guy doesn't even have to think about it. So fluid in that server, looking comfortable, maximizing that utility. No matter the map that he's on, he's just always there to back up his teammates, whether it's for the information with that KO knife. It's just he bolsters that defense. He's given over that sort of info for his team, and the movements across the map, you can see it as a result of that.
It's been stellar to watch him step up individually behind CNED, but as well, to your point about maybe looking in the best form that we've seen them yet. This is kind of finding that form that some of us hypothesized and were wanting to see the last time we were here in Berlin, Masters 3, and talking about this squad. And so again, the storyline coming into this tournament here was, you know, are they going to live up to hype them? Really, where is their true form? And it's good to see them push all the way to the semifinals and be challenging for a shot at the finals at that.
Yeah, it seems to me that I think it was just them getting comfortable with, you know, being in these big events and that kind of thing. I think there's a lot of young players on this team who don't have as much experience as, say, Team Liquid at LAN events, but they're starting to find their form. Zeke was talking about in their press conference yesterday that he feels the most comfortable he's ever felt. He's in the zone, is literally what he said right now. And this is backing up Potter's point, right? He looks like it. He is playing out of his mind. But Bone Cold exuding a ton of confidence right now in those interviews. He said they're going to 2-0 Liquid. They're going to run away with it. So for me right now, it's all about the mentality of Ascend, and they seem to be in a really great spot.
Yeah, and that mentality, they're absolutely going to need it, right? Because when we think about Ascend, and from what they've said in past interviews, their entire game plan, it's kind of like they don't really have one. Now, I know that sounds silly, but they're just going with the flow, right? They're reading what's happening in the server. So playing against teams like that can be the most challenging because for these guys, they're constantly moving. They're constantly being fluid in the server depending on what their opponents throw at them.
I love you talking about the fact that they don't have a game plan because it's a perfect way to talk about maps and how you might figure out how to target or play against this team. Some of their most successful maps so far here at Champions, 1-0 on Ascent, 2-0 on Breeze, and 2-0 on Bind. Bind, I think, has been the talk of the map pool when it comes to Ascend and how we expect them to perform. But coupled with the point you just made, Potter, I'm like, well, I mean, okay, outside of knowing they're good on Bind, now how do I approach that as a map veto, which I think isn't a tremendous strength for this team to have coming into a best of 3.
Yeah, it's hard because a lot of teams are wanting to ban Breeze or Fracture or something like that, maps that are relatively new to the map pool that they don't feel as comfortable on, and so that opens up Bind often for this team, and they are nuts. I mean, their executes are incredible on the attacking side. One of the best attacking side Bind teams, if not the best attacking side Bind team in the world, in my opinion.
All right, well, we talk about preparation, who knows how much of it they do at this point, but we did get a quick word from Killis on being prepared for this semifinal.
My name is Killis. I played for Ascent, and I'm a Sentinel. We are coming with confidence. There is a lot of talent from a lot of different countries, and the teams are actually working on their strategies. I believe that Jumpy is one of the best players on the world, and I think he has huge impact in Liquid, and he has a really good day. It will be so hard to play against Liquid. Hopefully it's gonna be a fun game.
I'm hoping for a fun game as well. Also in those highlights, I loved the Viper Pit drop. on that bind that we're talking about. It was such an intelligent way to let that ult dissipate and actually come up with a kill as a result. He talks, though, about how difficult an opponent Team Liquid can be if they're firing on all cylinders, and in particular, Yampy is making the kinds of calls that we expect him to make. Let's talk about Team Liquid now. I think in so many ways, very early on in this tournament, separated themselves in that conversation as a tournament favorite.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and each player on this squad has absolutely stepped up. When I look at this roster, I just think, man, Liquid literally have every piece that they need to be successful. The anchor himself in Link, Yampy, has been kind of blossoming into this in-game leader role. He's got the veteran leadership of Scream right there with him, the cool, calm, collected man with the experience to be able to have a helping hand in those audibles, in those mid-round calls, and you've seen the successes of Liquid because of that. This is just an exciting roster, and as Keela has kind of said, Yampy, he's scary in that server when he's starting to heat up.
They're just scary all around.
Yeah.
They follow up off each other so well. I think, like, you know, Soulcast is kind of the unsung hero at times, where he's doing a lot of the dirty work for Liquid, setting his team up with the flashes, with the KO utility, and he oftentimes pays the price. He might die first for that, but the rest of the team is able to bounce back, and they play. The thing that really impressed me about Liquid, they all work together. Their synergy is so good off the cuff.
Well, the same way we did with Ascend, let's take a look at the map pools for Liquid, where they've been finding success here at Champions. 2-0 on Ascent, 1-0 on Breeze, and 1-0 on Split. Which is interesting because there's been a number of maps that we've seen drop in strange fashion, right? And maybe those are the few areas where you would look to target Team Liquid. I'm thinking about that pretty tremendous loss to Sentinels on Bind. Granted, they followed it up with another series that's maybe answered some of the questions you would have had.
Yeah, and I think you've seen that sort of evolution from this Liquid squad, right? Because you mentioned that first Bind map. We saw Scream make that quick adjustment in a matter of, what, 24 hours, switching from the Jet to the Reyna. So certainly today, I'm looking out to see what other adjustments this Liquid squad is going to make. And as you see those three maps, they are absolutely confident on those. I still think it's going to come down to what Clinton was talking about, that Bind. What are Liquid going to do? Are they going to get rid of Fracture, or are they going to challenge Ascend on Bind? I don't know. Both these squads have three very strong maps, and the Bind is the huge question mark.
Scream is obviously a focal point, especially when it comes to preparation and how they're going to turn things around in a short period of time. Yampy is another person that you're going to look at, because this guy, similarly, willing to play a number of different positions for the squad when it comes to his agent pool. And it has been said, but it'll be said many more times, when this guy is on, he's on, and he becomes a different beast.
No, he's incredible. I mean, the aim all around on this team is incredible, and he's one of the best on the team. That's saying something, right? Like, on this roster, you're like, yeah, this guy's pretty good when he's got a gun in his hand, and that's just like, well, then there's like 4 other guys as well who are almost as good, if not better.
Don't give any of them guns.
I mean, it's going to be, yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to him today, but it's just great decision-making. He's slotted into this Sova role so nicely. I've seen a lot of really effective darts from him. You know, he can play the Jet, of course. I mean, he plays everything, right? Like, that's what we're kind of focusing on with this guy, is he has turned himself into a renaissance man in this game. He plays so many different roles so well.
Yeah, so many. He's just so versatile. And the standout part about it is that he just doesn't play every role. He's exceptional, and he's exceeding expectations on every role as the in-game leader of this squad. So such impressive stats coming out for him, and he's so deadly in the server. It's not just the utility or just the in-game leadership. The man can shoot. His headshot percentage is wild.
Those five agents there is almost a legitimate team composition
All
in
by
and of
himself.
itself. In and of itself. Like, you'd probably toss the Omen out.
That's what I'm running on Split.
And find something else
Yeah,
there. But it's like when one man can basically play an entire agent composition, a legitimate agent composition, that's a scary thing. We've talked about everyone but the newest addition to the roster, and I think that's someone that we want to hear from directly. Let's talk to Nivera about being that missing piece for Team Liquid.
My name is Nabil Benaritam, my nickname is Nivera, and I'm playing for Team Liquid. Honestly, it feels amazing because I just joined Team Liquid basically. Like, it's been almost like 2 months, and yeah, already playing the biggest tournament of Valorant means a lot for me. Team Liquid has always been really strong, like a really good team, and they needed like just small details. Like they lost, but the games were so close. They just needed like one addition, you know. And I have really good firepower, so I think I'm just the missing piece for them. I think my brother has the best aim in the game. Like, just not me, but from the whole like players. Since I joined the team, we haven't lost a single match, so it says a lot, to be honest. And yeah, we're not scared to lose, but we know we're gonna win this tournament, and yeah, we're really confident for the future.
They were already good, now they're that much better. As he said, they haven't dropped a match since he's joined the squad. Can you imagine taking the first ever World Championship in Valorant by having not dropped a match since you've joined the team? Like, that's setting a precedent and a bar that's going to be so difficult to meet in any future year.
I don't know what it says for any rookie coming in. I mean, that's how are you going to ever live up to that? You're going to have to win like 2 titles in a row, you know, back-to-back years, not dropping a series. Like, what? How is that possible?
Yeah, setting the bar so high and just impressive as well, right? Just the quick turnaround. It's barely been 2 months since he's joined the squad, and it looks like he's been on the squad for 2 years, certainly. He's always the man that's on his lonesome, on the extremities, making the lurks happen, and just closing out the rounds. Nivera has been spectacular, and the natural synergy, of course, between him and his brother just bleeds out onto the rest of the squad. All 5 of these guys are just gelling.
I mean, every dynasty's got to start somewhere, right?
True.
So who knows? This might be Team Liquid's time. Let's dive into our featured matchup. It's Soulcast versus Zeke. Zeke, somebody that you called out when we were talking about Ascend as being one of the people stepping up behind CNET, and in a brilliant way. I'm looking at that KDA 2.7 as an average.
Jeez. And it's so spectacular because when you watch Zeke, as I said, he's the best teammate that you could ever ask for. He's not in the server just always looking for highlights, going for the crazy, spectacular clips, right? He's utilizing his utility to hold off the choke points and very selfless in how he reacts within the round. So definitely Zeke has been the highlight for this squad for me.
The other piece of this conversation in this matchup for me, Paper Thin, is the Agent KO. That's been a talking point for us all throughout the tournament. When should he be used? How well has he been used? Who is the best, user of that agent? And we might get our answer today in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Soulcast, again, like I said earlier, does a lot of dirty work with the KO, right? He's going for the pop flashes. He's going to lead the way when the no command's online. So he's going to have to take a lot of damage. He's going to have to absorb a lot of the initial fire for Team Liquid to bust down doors for them, to open up space for the rest of the team. The good news is every time I've seen him get some good utility usage, especially with the flashes, somebody's right there to cover for him. It's a Yampy or whoever's playing right next to him is right around the corner to get a kill off of it.
Do you have an inkling in that individual matchup? Like, who would you lean towards?
Oh man, don't do that to me. Well,
too late. Can't roll it back. We're live.
I'm going with Zeke. He's just been so consistent. He's been so consistent, and as I said, he looks so comfortable in the server, right? There's just no hesitation. The go button that we always look for in these younger players that just obviously have raw mechanical skill, you want to have that go button. You want to be able to say, hey, you go kill. And they absolutely do it, right? And Zeke, he seems to have it.
That's my dream shot calling. Kind of thing.
Hey, you
go kill. Go kill. And have it work. Hey, if it gets you a championship, it gets you a championship. It don't matter. That's just one individual, though, of a massive team, and we know this is a team game. We're hopping to another break. When we come back, you may have noticed the stage is mostly dark behind us. That's because we're about to light it up and reveal to you the very first time here at Veto Music Hall what we're dealing with. Catch you soon.
I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace. I'm in a set pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish, I'm on a set pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish, I'm on a set pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish, I'm on a set pace live. Rip the set, the skets get live. I see I ride the beat. Speaking in Irish. in the set pace. I'm in the set pace. I'm in the set pace. I'm in the set pace. Nice. Rip the set, make the skits get nice. I see I ride the beat. Speaking that I'm running. I'm in the set pace, set pace, set pace, set pace, set pace, set pace, set pace. And I'm in the set pace. And I'm in the set pace. 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 I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. And I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. And I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. And I'm in the set pace live. Rip the set, make the skets get live. Nicely I ride the beat. Speaking in Ivy. Rhyme.
Welcome back to Champions, where over the last 24 hours we made our move back to Berlin and the Verti Music Hall to set ourselves up for a sweet semifinal and final over the next couple days. It's time for us to get our very first look at the stage here at the Verti Music Hall. Let's get it.
Since we fell through, I dream of you. Breathe deep in the feelings I hold on to. I can't let loose. I play my heart out in the cold and the dark, where nobody hear me cry. Eyes from the forest, your heart is trying to lose my mind.
Oh,
That,
Wow.
I've always wanted to do one of those cool turn chair rounds, or, you know.
Turn chair rounds.
Turn around chair, evil
how
villain
the
kind of situations, and I
chairs?
got it here
I
at
don't know.
Champions. Why not? That's a sick looking stage.
It is. It's incredible.
And the players were right out in the wings getting to watch all of that, right? So if you're not feeling the pressure, you're feeling it now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'll get your heart going for sure. For sure, these players are feeling those nerves, but the good kind of nerves, right? The good kind of nerves that remind you exactly what you're fighting for. So I think we're all getting ready for this series.
Oh, yeah. It was like Club Valorant up in here. That was actually incredible.
Ooh, don't give them too many ideas, man. We're doing a big opening ceremony tomorrow. We get all these amazing artists. Pretty soon, you're going to pop up Club Valorants all over the world.
I mean, I wouldn't complain.
I definitely wouldn't. I'd be first in line. Team Liquid on one side, Ascend on the other. This is about to be an incredible kickoff to the semifinals, and it's just the first of the 2 series that we've got. We've got KRU coming up later to see if they can get it done as well against our defending champions who won on this very stage in Gambit. Today promises to be an incredible semifinal day, so let's get into it, friends. Let's go.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible? When the first masters emerged, they were challenged to evolve, challenged to create masterpieces that would inspire millions. A mix of personal style and pure skill that redefined the game. This is where the best players from around the world will clash, and champions will be born, dreaming of greatness. Now we will all bear witness to split-second sparks that changed the course of esports history. And inspire future generations to find their own flash of brilliance. This is where we live. This is the art of greatness.
Every team that we thought should have been the underdog has just absolutely thrown a curveball.
Gambit forced to bring out the big guns. The whole they've done it! So Cinderella's story continues.
Through shocking the world here at Champions.
Como viviendo literalmente un sueño.
An insane dream. And we are here to prove that dreams come true.
Team Liquid enters this matchup a clear favorite.
My brother, you know, we have a good chemistry together.
In terms of aim, no one is stronger than my brother.
Ascend is one of the better teams here in this tournament. We won against them last time we played.
It was our first time facing them, and I think we showed very good, but we throw some rounds that costed us. We're coming for the revenge.
We have this mental advantage against them, so we gotta try to show that.
The journey of staying at the top, getting there, being number one when all eyes are on you.
Chronicle still standing. What is that? Chronicle might just do the unthinkable.
Yeah, we are losing some maps, we are losing some rounds, but we are confident and we're gonna show that in semifinals.
Claramente ha sido una línea creciente del equipo. Hemos tenido muchos cambios, hemos tenido momentos duros. Cuando un equipo se recompone de esos momentos es cuando crece y aumenta su nivel.
They're improved a lot. Firepower, tactical strategies is gonna be incredible semifinal.
Sí, creo que estamos listos para jugar contra Gambit.
The res onto Durka as well, but Kesnit just is able to mow him down. They're sitting ducks. As Kesnit says, you didn't get the ace, Durka, but baby, I did.
Por algo fueron los campeones de la Master pasada.
It's gonna be 3 maps against them and you will like it 100%.
You might doubt in us, but I think we play our 60 or 70 potential right now.
Team Liquid, we will beat you.
Yeah, of course, I feel bad to eliminate another EMEA team, you know, so sorry, Ascent.
The brother buff is real.
Ascent, we're coming for you.
I'm gonna say Redgar's words, he asked me, KRU, we're gonna remove you from the tournament.
Bueno, estamos acá y lo vamos a hacer por ustedes, chicos de Latinoamérica.
Primero Sentinels, después Fnatic. Ahora vamos por ti. Gambit.
There there is no better way to kick off the day than to hear straight from the players themselves. In every single case, promising incredible semifinals for KRU, continuing to prove that dreams do come true and they can keep pushing past people that are expected to beat them. On the side of TL and Ascend, you've got the brothers themselves saying the brother buff is real and promising a good series. For Ascend, we've only shown 60 to 70% of our potential. Oh my God, please give me 100% then. And as you've said already, Paper Thin, these teams have met before. It was a best of 5 that time around, and this just a best of 3. So that's where I have some extraordinary curiosity in how the Vetos break down, because it's a different game when you change up the number of maps that you can go to. So where are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot less available, so my initial thoughts are, you know, what is Team Liquid's plan around Bind? Like we've been talking about the whole time. It's just because Ascend is so darn good on this. It's not too surprised to see Ascend ban Haven. They don't really like this map. This is normally Ascend has told me that behind the scenes that they're okay just banning whatever their opponent doesn't like, or, you know what I mean, or whatever their opponent likes, excuse me. But here's the fracture ban, so I think we know.
Yeah, we do. This is interesting to me, you know, because as we were talking about Team Liquid, they had a choice. Do we want to have a clean slate and just kind of hash it out on a map that neither of us had, or we're so damn close, right? Team Liquid, they feel like their bind is getting better and better, and as we said, those game plan changes on Scream on the Reyna, I like the confidence coming out here for Liquid.
Look, I mean, if their bind is getting better and better, and they only lost to Ascend 17-15, that was one of those, you know, overtime matchups that you were talking about, Paper Thin. If they think they've gotten that much marginally better, then it makes sense that they'd allow them, you know, to take this in map 1 and say, all right, we'll go up, we'll square up.
I don't think there's any map in particular that either team is like super afraid of at this point against each other. I think they're pretty comfortable.
Yeah, but you know, a weird part of my brain is thinking, what if there was some sandbagging going on over there in that Red Bull tournament, you know, because the composition, I think it will be the same for Ascend on the bind. So the biggest question is, what did they hide? What did they keep in their back pocket exactly for this moment? Because I tell you, that Red Bull home ground, there's no way they busted everything out on the table.
It was a little bit sloppy, but okay, so Split, this is kind of interesting here for Team Liquid. I thought they might go Ascent at this point. Ascent's been a strong map for them, and but again, it's a pretty strong map all around. But okay, so this is the first map that these two teams played against. The very first time they came up against each other at the Red Bull home grounds. Team Liquid really struggled on the attacking side, which is likely to be where this is going.
It's actually, in essence, it's just the reverse of what we saw at that Red Bull event, where Split was played first, followed by Bind. This time around, we're going Bind first, followed by Split. We saw the next two bans come through. It's Breeze, it's Icebox, which leaves us with that Ascent that you're talking about Team Liquid maybe would have wanted. So by that token, it sounds to me like TL's very happy with this draft. What about on the side of Ascent?
I think Ascent they're fine with this either way. I mean, they're comfortable on most maps, they've told me. I think their Icebox is a little bit weak. The Breeze looked a little bit shaky, of course, against Vivo Key, but overall, they're just a really talented team top to bottom, and what makes them scary is they don't overreact to things. They're very measured, but CNET does know when to get aggressive. Sometimes he'll push ahead of some smokes and some things and catch you off guard with his even an operator or whatever he's got in his hands. Really interested about this.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that both of these squads absolutely kind of foresaw this map, these three maps coming out. I think they're both going to be extremely comfortable across all three of these maps. It's just a matter of those small little looks, right? I mean, we've seen Scream throwing out so many curveballs. Zeke and CNET, what are they going to bring to the table? So many questions going through my mind right now.
I hope we get that third and final map. I hope we go to Ascent. That's where TL pulled out some magic against the Cloud9. We've got the maps locked in. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we're going to get our first look at our two squads here out on the Verti stage, and then we'll dive into Agent Select. We'll catch you soon.
So I sit back thinking about what it could be. Shouldn't need a ventilator to breathe. I just need good vibes, music and weed. Filling my lungs, exhaling bad things. I just wanna chill and make a little pee. Wanna live free from the stress, need relief. You don't believe the move around me. Haven't you heard round here, round the queen? Yeah.
It's like I'm suffocating. I can't catch my breath, frustration. I'm put up to the test, I'm waiting. So patient, they're getting out my neck. I'm wrecked, so won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? I'm suffocating. Won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me breathe? Won't you let me?
Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Mi corazón balanceando. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame un beso. Bailar, dame.
Welcome back to Champions for our semifinal day of action. From 4 teams down to 2. Let's get out onto the stage and meet our first set of semifinalists looking to battle to book that ticket into tomorrow's final. Hearts and minds are set on hoisting that Champions Trophy tomorrow. But to get the opportunity, you've got to win the best of 3 that stands in front of you. It's Team Liquid, it's Ascend stepping out onto that semifinal stage. Spirits look high on both sides. That's what you want to see as they promise what will be an epic bout. And we're hoping it goes the distance.
Absolutely hoping, and man, Liquid, they look ready. I just saw Yumpy jumping on top of his coach right there, just super exciting, just beaming with all sorts of energy. And energy, they're gonna need it, man. Liquid, CNED, who knows? I know, look, I think Liquid, they had the warm-up, right? They had to deal with Thanos Leaf in the server in the series versus Cloud9 the other day, and you know, they had a nice little warm-up, so they should be ready for CNED's shenanigans, surely.
I think the confidence is going to be very high for Ascend. They've looked in really good form throughout this tournament. I mean, Team Liquid is battle-tested, but Ascend, you know, they seem very confident throughout that interview yesterday. I was just impressed with how ready they were for this. It seemed like they weren't scared at all.
I think in some ways, the lack of expectation or the drop in expectation coming into this tournament and removing that little bit of pressure has helped them find that comfort that you're talking about out there on the stage. And it's almost the opposite story for Team Liquid. We were wondering, hey, when moving from the hotel to on-stage games, would they still find that same kind of confidence? And I'd say they found it and more. They seem to be loving the spotlight that they are under.
Yeah, and as they should, right? I mean, we talked about Scream and his kind of veteran leadership. You know, he's not the sole in-game leader. Liquid, they've touted that they have a little bit of a mixture of both, but Scream certainly brings that experience on it. I mean, just look at the man, right? He loves the spotlight on him, and as he should be, because he absolutely delivers every single time. So I don't see anything different happening this time. I think Scream, he's absolutely ready.
Well, and he said in their interview yesterday that this is going to come down to aim duels.
Yes.
More than anything. And him saying that leads me to believe that he feels pretty darn confident
where I'm putting my money.
That he can win those aim duels, and we've seen it on the Reyna. That's an agent that if you can get it going on those aim duels, then forget it. You're going to shut people out of the server on your abilities and on your presence alone. So for me, I'm really keen to see if Scream can come out firing.
That's going to be one of the big questions to be answered in this best of 3. Map number 1 is Bind, known as Ascend's best. But for Team Liquid, we talked about that really quick adjustment made by them between the dominant map loss to the victory that they've shown us, and a lot of it came from Scream's Reyna. All that said, you know it won't take Ascend by surprise this time around, right? So now what have they done as well in their preparation to understand what might be coming through from Team Liquid, and how do they stymie it?
Exactly. And you know, we talked about it yesterday. Reyna doesn't really help in the teamwork department, right? When we think about Reyna's kit, it's very selfish, in fact, and it's perfect for a player like Scream. So certainly it doesn't change a lot for the dynamic of how Liquid want to approach this one, but it changes how they trust in Scream, right? Because they can't depend on him for that vital piece of utility that if he was on a jet, that dash, the crosshair displacement that he's able to provide for his team when he's entering in, they're going to be missing that piece. So a lot of trust in Scream's abilities to, again, get those headshots right.
And you saw this with Team Liquid in their matchup against C9. They struggled in first kills. Minus 13 in first kills against C9, and they still won both maps. Are you kidding me?
That's pretty nuts.
That is nuts. So that's telling me that their retakes and their post plants are top-notch.
I also like that they're starting on the attacking side, because that's what they chose to do against Cloud9, right? So they're going to follow that kind of rhythm to see if they can get it going from an early point. And as we get Prime Gaming Agent Select up onto our screens, we'll see whether or not Ascend has any answers to the composition that was brought out by Team Liquid just a couple days ago. Looking stock standard.
Yeah, stock standard indeed. And I mean, Ascend's composition is just so oppressive, man. No matter how prepared you think you are for it, I mean, every agent on Ascend's lineup has a little bit of something for that stopping power. Each piece coming through, whether it's the Sage, the Sky, the Brimmy even with his Molotov, at every point, Team Liquid, they have to draw out this utility earlier than later.
Yeah, draw it out or punch through it, right? Those are really the only two answers you have on the side of Team Liquid, so that's why I returned to that interview with Scream. It comes down to aim duels, who's winning those initial ones, and even if you don't win it, how do you come back from that scenario, kind of like they did for Cloud9 rather. The one thing I will say about Scream in terms of how he uses the Reyna for for his team dismisses. The information gathering on his dismisses, I think, is phenomenal.
He does so many interesting things with the dismisses. Normally, a lot of people just think of it as like a dodge, right? To get out of the way of danger. But he uses it in a lot of different ways. He'll use it to aggress forward, to get info, to scout ahead a little bit. He'll use it to cover his teammates. If they're in a bad position, he'll kind of get in front of them and get the exact location on their opponent and the exact situation. You saw it with Navera in that Viper's pit on Brian the other day. That was nuts. So, yeah, these dismisses, he uses them in really creative, unusual ways.
All right, we've got the comps locked in for map number 1, but you kind of know what's sitting in front of us. I want to know where the two of you stand. First semifinal of the day. It's Ascend on one side.
You go first.
Team Liquid on the other. I guess I'm going to point this one. I'm going over to you, Potter. I'm putting you in the hot seat first.
Oh, man, I got to go with Team Liquid. Look, I think Ascend have looked spectacular. Zeke, I'm a huge fan now, but Yampi, Scream, the brother buff, it's just the arc, the anime story in this is just too damn strong. I'm going with Team Liquid.
All right, we got one prediction in, and it's Team Liquid. Paper thin.
I'm going to Ascend, but it's going to be really close. It's going to be a 2-on. It's going to be hard-fought, tooth and nail the whole way. No map is going to be one-sided, I don't think. I don't even think Bind will be for Ascend, even though they're very, very good on it. I think that this is going to be a really, really close. I think Ascend has hit a new level. I think they're riding with a lot of confidence. What I've seen from the likes of Bone Cold and Keyless on the backside in particular has given me a lot more confidence in this Ascend squad.
Well, I would expect nothing less. Again, I always love a split desk, but given the way that these two teams matched up before, given the fact that we're touching 3 maps that they had touched within that best of 5, and we saw break almost evenly at that point, I would expect that these two teams go, tit for tat and trade punches every single step of the way. Maybe we get some overtimes. I don't know if that's asking for too much.
Maybe a little bit.
I think that's asking for reasonable things.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Come on, this is our final tournament of the year, right? I mean, I want to get everything I can out of it, and especially want to see these squads tested in a big way.
I think these guys are going to be neck and neck no matter what. There's just no way that they aren't going to be pacing each other. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. Both teams are really, really good at making adjustments on the fly. I mean, this should be a masterclass in Valorant.
It definitely should be. Again, we're looking at those audibles. In that Cloud9 series for Liquid, I gotta be honest, Liquid, even though I'm saying they look incredible, they were on the back foot a couple of those times, a few 3 versus 5s, and look, that is fantastic for a team like Liquid to be able to convert those, but it was those mid-round calls coming out from the leaders and Scream and Yampi and Link. So the communication has got to be top-notch. Make Navera's life a little bit easy, get him the right intel so that he can make those calculated moves on the extremities.
And championships right there, they're won on the margins. And that's the thing, every single player can be that margin. They can be the thing that pushes you just an inch further. And so with 10 players on the stage, the question is who has their best day? Who steps up and shows us a form that we haven't yet seen, right? And that's really what I'm curious about, but it's also what excites me, that it's not always going to be the duelists. Sure, it could come down to them and just who's winning those first bloods. It could also be the support classes, the utility users who provide that information and set people up for success. And so that's one man on your screen right there. Starkso is a leader, as a guy who infuses his entire team with energy, right? How's he feeling on the day? Is he able to provide that? How are the teams themselves interacting across the stage, right? Especially as things get, closer and closer to that final and the pressure builds. Are you still having that same kind of energy and fire across the stage that's throwing the other team off?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, hey, Ascend, they're coming out still doing the whole sheesh thing, and it's worked out for these guys. They've certainly won every match that I've been here that I've heard those sheeshes. So a lot of energy coming through, and I'm glad you pointing out the support. I mean, we saw the bald man himself come on the camera briefly, but Link on the side of Liquid, man, we can't talk about him enough. He is such an anchor. Whenever the time is coming down, whenever the team has to depend on him for those multi-kills to be able to have a look in the retake, that's when Liquid turn to this man Link, and he is good for it most of the time.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad we're not getting Haven just to see Link, just to see how good he is on that map in particular. But it doesn't matter the map. He's very, very strong.
Well, if it were our choice, we'd be forcing them to play a best of 7. But that's why we aren't in charge of the tournament formats, because then they'd all be exhausted. It's a best of 3 that stands in front of us to determine who will be the first of our finalists. And we've got DDK and Sean Garris on the call. Gents, take it away.
3, 2,
Thank you so much, Dad.
The best of EU versus top 3 of that region. Team Liquid versus Ascend will battle our first on who's going to be advancing to the grand finals tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the Valorant Champions. We are your casters. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Estrado. Bro, kamusta? At kung hindi na narinig si Ilustrado, syempre, feeling ko na iingayan kayo sa kanya kaya siya nag-adjust. Pero feeling ko nandiyan na siya. Bro, ulitin ko yung tanong ko. Kamusta?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to, watch Team Liquid. I've been a fan of them since before. Like, obviously, sorry, not Secret. I was talking. Scream has been really a player na talagang I've been watching him for years, and now to see him here with Nivera on the biggest stage, is so much fun. So excited na akong makita na how will they fare up against a team like Ascend na talagang palakas ng palakas here at the very end of the year.
Yeah. And dito naman sa mga players natin ngayon, which is, for me, tulad nga na pag-usapan natin, is actually the buff ng magkapatid nga dito. And to be honest, sila lang din talaga yung magkamag-anak din, no? And sa totoo lang, medyo rare din makita na magkapatid talaga yung magkakampi. Tapos andito pa ngayon sa ganitong stage ng game. Pero sorry about actually Borco will get that first ball onto Scream. 3v4, Soulcast has low on HP. There's somewhere there in Hookah. Pero nga link it with that swing. Kill Starso as well. And knowing na if ever matalo man ng Team Secret ang Ascend nung last time, Team Liquid sana yung mga kalaban nila. Pero wala I mean, Ascend being that better team. Pero ang tanong is, kaya ba nila talagang matuntungan hanggang grand finals? Medyo mahirap, but all they gotta do is do it.
All they gotta do now for Ascend is find, oh my god, one more player, but Nivera. In a 1v2 na ngayon, meron siyang Sheriff, and we know how good Nivera can be. Sobrang laki ng tulong niya sa team ng Team Liquid ever since he joined the squad less than 2 months ago. And ever since then, he's been such a great player for the team. Unfortunately, Kilis, nahanap ni si Nivera ngayon, kaya pupunta sa Ascend ang first round, ang pistol round. And we're starting this semifinal off pretty strong. Kiles with 2 kills, everybody else with 1 except Starkso, and the pistol round going Ascend's way.
Ito yung last time na nagkaroon dito ng parang magkapatid na nasa isang tournament is si Nasmi at saka yung isa. Kilala mo naman nun, di ba?
Oo.
Yan. Sino isa? Kalimutan ko na. Oh my God.
Wait, sorry, saan?
Si Nasmi Doron, tsaka sino yung isa? Sa CS to
Hindi ko na maalala
Oo, basta yun. Isipin mo, sa bahay magkatabi sila. Yung isa si Gets. Kino mo si Gets, di ba?
Si Gets mo.
Ayun, basta yun, si Nasmi tsaka si Gets, magkapatid yun. Tapos nagko-compete sa isang tournament, tapos magkalaban sila. Tapos sa bahay, magkatabi sila. Ganun man. Pero, naglalaban sila, pero tournament yun, di ba? Isipin mo, never silang nagsama kahit isang beses. Never sa isang team. Wala pa ako nababalita na nagsama sila, pero at least itong Team Liquid, feeling ko sobrang proud siguro ng mga parents nila, no?
Oh, syempre, matik. And I wonder kung nanonood yung mga parents nila sa dito. But,
anak ko yan!
Oy, pero may mga ganun Dati,
diba?
nakikita ko parang yung parents ni Hiko, yung dad ni Hiko.
Talaga?
Napakalaking fan daw ng Valorant ngayon.
Oo.
Tsaka nanonood daw yung parents ni Hiko dati kasi CS, nung CS pa siya, nanonood pa siya nun. Sa mga LAN events niya, nandun yung dad ni Hiko.
Kumbaga parang dito sa Philippines, kumbaga parang siya yung siya si AK. Kasi yung dad lagi ni AK magkakasama niya. Tapos si Dojin, pero Tekken yun Pero but still, sobrang solid din talaga if ever sinusuportahan din tayo ng mga parents natin sa mga bagay na gusto natin. I mean, tulad mo kami. Alam ka naman si Ilo, di ba? Sinusuportahan ka naman siguro ng magulang mo. Ako, sinusuportahan naman ako. Wala naman sila magagawa. Dito na tayo
Tagal ko na nandito. Ilang taon na tayo nandito Ano pa magagawin nila?
Mapipigilan pa ba tayo? Hindi na.
Dito na tayo Wala na tayo mapupuntahan. Tapos ito
Oo.
Hanggang dito na lang kami.
Oo. Sa tingin mo magko-compete pa kami? Hindi na. Sa edad namin. Hindi. Huwag natin pag-usapan na edad. Lugi ako.
Lugi tayo.
Mag-birthday na ako
Mas matanda ako sa'yo, di ba?
Anong year ka pinanganak?
92.
Sorry. Anong month?
December.
1 year. Dude,
1 year. 1 year
Oo.
ako mas matanda.
Hindi, December 91 ako.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Kala mo. Magsa 29 ka na pala, pero ito na. Oh my God, sinabi ko yung edad. But still, Team Liquid with that big win dito sa map na to, at least nakaroon naman sila ng...
I mean, it's just the bonus round, so I mean, it's the first gun round and bonus round for Ascent, so it's not too much of a deal. Wag muna kayong excite masyado. Kasi yung next round yun yung talagang makikita natin kung ano talaga yung mga plano ng team na to. The first gun round. But I do want to ask, December 91 ka.
Oo.
Tapos na ba ang birthday mo? Hindi pa? Or
Hindi pa.
parating pa lang?
Hindi pa, in 2 days.
Big birthday. Wow. The big 3-0.
Uy, hindi seryoso ba sinabi ko yung edad ko dito? Wala, nagsabi si Ilo eh. Andito na ako man, meron pa ba akong choice? Wala na. Kaysa naman, ano yung sarili ko, di ba? Loko yung sarili ko. Sarap sana yung 14. Labas kaya tayo.
Yeah.
dito nag-set eh.
Di ba may plan tayo? May plan tayo. Ano ba? Kasama
Dito
natin yung ibang
nag-set
VCT, di ba?
Tara, sige, sa 14. Kita-kits tayo.
Okay, pwede. Pero,
Sige. Dito
syempre
nag-set,
invite natin yung mga direct natin.
Tsaka yung mga nanonood dyan guys, open invite. Sa bahay ni Ilu.
No. Galit lang po kondo ko. Pero, ito na. Gun round tulad ng sinasabi natin. Si Starkso meron lang siyang Spectre. Kaya tingnan natin kung magagamit niya ba ng close range dito. And he's trying to play that B long angle. Playing up close dito sa may octagon. So he should maybe be able to get 1 kill even with it. Now operator in the hands of Acend, nandito lang siya sa A. So it's gonna be a little bit difficult lalo na kung makuha ng Team Liquid itong B side. Here comes the ultimate right now from Soulcast. They're gonna be coming in that B side. Starkso was not gonna get anyone. Pero hanap ni Bone Cold si Soulcast. Trade potential in here. That's gonna be tagging nobody up right now as they get around the corner. Trying to push into elbow. Starkso can't find anybody. Waiting for the right time. He gets 1. Jumpy and Link. Nakahanap sila ng tig-isa. Acend finds another 2v2 na ngayon as Bone Cold is able to find out Soulcast. One more trade. That's Nevera and Scream cleaning up, and the Brothers of Destruction. Nahanap na nila ang second round nila. Parang Kane and Undertaker lang yan.
Oh yeah, sa totoo lang, sobrang dami nangyari dito pero super solid yung hold ng Ascend. I mean, sobrang dami na dapat dito which is tatlo. Which is that can mess up the economy of Team Liquid. And kung napapansin mo, is really yung synergy rin talaga nung dalawang magkapatid. Yun yung sobrang hirap pantayan, yung ganyan klaseng synergy. Kasi literal na baby pa lang sila, magkasama na sila.
Oo. Yun ang talagang synergy.
Well, yun yung synergy man.
Minsan kasi pag magkapatid, either sobrang lupit ng synergy or wala talaga kayong synergy.
Oo, tama.
Dahil sa sobrang close nyo, no? Yung mga ganun eh.
Nag-aaway kayo lagi.
Oo, yung babatukan kayo sa internet cafe. Yung ganun, sabi ko mag-push ka eh. Babatukan mo yung kapatid mo.
Susumo mo kay mama kasi...
May pinaghuhugutan ka ba?
Wala. Wala akong kapatid, bro. Oo. Yun yung problem sa akin. Dito naglabas ng sama na loob eh. Si mama kasi hindi na gumawa eh.
Sabi ko, gusto ko ng kapatid eh. Pero...
Sabi ko, umorder sa Shopee ng kapatid pero ayaw.
Link right behind this corner. The timing could get awkward. Starkso and Keyless with a couple of kills. The Sheriff's getting a couple of pickoffs. 3v3. Keyless meron na siyang na-pick up na Phantom lineups coming out. Pero Yampy handang-handa para kay Keyless. Frenzy. Oh, Zeke with the judge. Brings out the pain shell pero na-spam siya through the box. Now 1v2 stock. So this should be a pretty decent eco round. Tatlo pa rin ang napatay ng Ascent sa eco round na to. Kaya sulit pa rin para sa Ascent.
Actually, yun yung laging napapatay nila. Minsan dalawa, minsan tatlo. Pero ang importante lang talaga is more than 2 dapat. Para lang talaga masira yung economy dito ng Team Liquid. And pero ang problema, if nananalo sila, syempre, mas nadami yung pera. Look at Jumpy with 5-8 and an operator as well.
Oh yeah.
Kung napapansin mo, most likely yung mga ibang mga teams is gumagamit ang jet dito. Pero napansin natin, hindi medyo talaga super used si jet dito eh. Because once again, this is the map of Phrase pero yung galing Zeke though. with that aggression actually kill one down. Pero yun nga lang, marami pa utilities dito and ultimate sa side ng Ascend. They can actually stop the possible push of Team Liquid right now. Nivera needs to do something with that Viper Spit if ever talaga makapasok siya dito sa B or A para lang at least ma-utilize yan. Well, wala siyang chance at all, wala siyang choice. It's gonna be B na lang din talaga. Pero the problem is kailangan nila magsama-sama dito kasi if ever hindi, mahihirapan sila makakuha ng isang site kasi iisa-isahin lang sila. Probably if mapatay ni Brimstone to si KO, like tinan mo, dalawa pa sila dito sa bilong, sama-sama na lang talaga. And yun nga, they're grouping already and this is the best time for them to go in. Meron pang flash si Soulcast dito. Uunahin yung flash pero nga lang, always check your corners, check everything what's happening dito sa Bilong and that is actually a big punish na ginawa dito ni Bone Cold. Taken down 2.
Bone Cold with a nice bait and switch. Had seen it jumping and baiting for him. Ended up getting a big 2 kills. Isa lang natitira si Link and they know where he is. Crossfire has been set. Na-isolate ni Stark but Link almost got that kill. Almost brought it to a 1v1 there. Still nahanap niya yung headshot and in the end 3-3, tie na naman tayo dito as Ascend find another round and that was an important round for them to win. You know, look at the setup. Baited and switch. Perfect.
Hindi natin napag-usapan. Hindi natin napag-usapan yung predictions natin dito. Anong prediction mo?
Ako sa tingin ko mananalo ang Ascend pero gusto ko manalo ang Liquid.
Ako 2-1 eh. 2-1 tapos Team Liquid mananalo. Sa panahon na to, ano na ako? Tawag dito. Handa na ako mag 3 games.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get 3 games. Like most, I'm pretty sure actually. I think Ascend will win 2-1. Pero gusto ko manalo Team Liquid kasi fan ako ni Scream.
Yeah, of course. CS days pa lang. Yeah. Pero if ever, yun nga diba, ang basa ng Ascend sa team name nila is Acend. So, yun nga, weird diba?
Pero basa ng everyone else is Ascend.
Is Ascend.
Right?
Wala na tayong
I don't think they care, honestly. I think. Because if they care, they would have corrected all the other casters as well.
Yeah, that's true. Pero, the timing dito ginagawa dito sa players sa Hookah. Yun nga lang, Zeke has a perfect angle right now. We're actually taking one down. But trying to go for the second one. Yes, taking down 2 people already. And yun nga yung mahirap din. If ever na alam nila isa doon, bakit nyo pa kailangan i-duel? Bakit kailangan pa i-contest? What is happening to Team Liquid right now?
I don't understand why they would double dry peek. Dalawa yung flash nila doon. May flash si Soulcast, may flash si Scream. Pero pinili nila mag-dry peek doon.
Yun nga, dino-duel pa nila, kino-contest pa nila.
Saka may Aldron pa sila. Why? Hindi, nagamit na yata yung Aldron. Medyo weird
but still, sana nga dinouble peak na lang nila. I mean, sobrang easy kill. Sobrang easy kill by Zeke yun. Aim lab siya.
Oo nga eh, libre lang eh. Tapos nakapag-reposition pa siya. Nakapatay pa siya ng pangatlo. So, I don't know, a little weird for me.
Super weird. Yeah, Ascend getting that advantage already. 1 point advantage, Zeke popping off. Sobrang agad-agad. Well, hindi naman super pop off kasi sobrang daming unquestionable plays na ginawa na Team Liquid like this. Tapos meron pang isa. Repossession, then pangatlo.
Diba?
Parang ang basic nung nangyari, dude.
I don't know, dude. That was definitely weird for me. They had flash. May dalawa silang taga-flash.
Yeah.
May recon sila. I don't know, dude.
Tapos dito yung kill kay Jumpy, like ano yun? I mean, ipredict si Jumpy. Wala lang. Sana hindi na lang siya pumasok.
Oo.
Pwede ka naman magbilong or wag mo na i-contest eh. Pero hindi, pinilit niya eh. Ewan ko ba? Dami-daming pwede puntahan. Hindi ko alam kung ba't tayo galit eh. Pero but still, Ascend with a lead. 1 point. Ano masasabi mo sa light show?
It was nice. Okay naman.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I can feel the sincerity.
Okay, look man, it's not like bakit gano'n? Ang ganda nang nasa world, dude. Yung sa Worlds ni Sir, ang ganda. Ewan ko. Tapos si mga ibang casters pa parang,
Woo! I can feel the sincerity, my God. At least nag-enjoy naman sila. Halatang halata naman. Si Vapor din. Enjoy na enjoy ka na.
enjoy na enjoy. Tanong ko nga siya kung ano talaga yung opinion niya.
Tweet mo siya.
Na-tweet ko mamaya.
Tapos bigel lumabas dun sa ano no? Dun sa waiting screen. Stark so pushing in. Meron siyang flash dito pero yung nga lang. Pre-fires all the way from Team Liquid daw. Tinuloy pa talaga ni Stark so. Feeling ko sana inantay na lang niya yung flash Ewan ko ba?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Anyway.
What is happening to them, man? I mean, si Zeke namatay, yes. Si Stark so, nire-ready nila yung flash niya. Para pa sila namatay. Ewan ko ba?
Classic strat, dude. Rush B.
Rush B.
Rush B, gumana.
Oh, may kasama pang words yun na Russian Ayoko lang ituloy.
Oh, pero bawal.
Hindi pwede. Oh. May suka pare, yung vinegar.
Tapos parang yung mata mo nakabukas, nakadilat.
Pare. Dilat. Mawawalan tayo ng trabaho dito. Ano napansin mo? Team Liquid wala pa rin bounce kahit piso.
And I'm just gonna save. So chill lang muna tayo. Magsa-save lang to kaya.
Chill lang kami guys I mean, super chill evening for us. At least nakikita natin yung mga players natin talagang lumalaban, hanang puso nila. I mean, I'm kinda better pa rin kasi hindi ko man lang nakast ang Sentinels kahit isang beses. Kasi hindi siya tumatapak sa... Yeah, dude. Whiskey Berlin, no.
Talaga?
I mean, Masters Berlin, never. Yeah, dude.
Wow, actually, di ko alam. Malas mo naman.
Oo nga. Kaya nga siguro na tayo.
Pero okay lang, lahat ng secret din napunta naman sa atin
yun yung importante. Kaya nga siguro natalo kasi hindi ko kanas.
Yan, tama.
Feeling ko yun lang ata nakas. Hindi ko nakas
Sentinels.
Kawawa naman sila.
Well.
Ever nandito sana sila ngayon. Pero hindi. Going back to Masters Berlin, parang hirap na rin talaga sila.
Oh yeah, they were really struggling. Feeling ko nakampante sila May nag-tweet nga Kalimutan ko nga pa sila nag-tweet. Oy, rip. So cast. But yeah, that's the first pick. Scream's gonna get that trade kill. That's open towards bathroom. It's gonna be a nade to force them back. Nice dismiss from Scream para maunahan niya yung paint shell. Here comes the... Oy, line up from Zeke. Nakadalawa na naman. Di na naman sila nag-flash. Muntikan pa nga makatatlo. Pero si Nivera nabawi niya yung isang kill. 2v3. Dito sa A-site, Viper Spit na deploy ngayon. Sined, syempre hindi siya makahanap ng pick kasi nasa loob siya. Joke lang. Nakuha niya yung isa. He found Link and brought him to a 1v3.
Wala siyang buhay dito though. Pero importante is talagang na-mess up naman niya yung mga utilities din ng mga players ng Ascent dito sa may bilong. Pero yun nga lang, Sined will get that head. Nivera is down, still 5-4, and napapansin na Team Liquid really struggling just to get that spike planted. Mahirap din I mean, si Sined sobrang kulit. Really unpredictable na ginagawa dito ni Sined. Plus the utilities na ginagamit nga ng Ascend. Mahirap i-contest to mga players ito. Kahit meron siyang Viper Spit, pero hindi pa rin talaga kinakaya
Yeah, di nga. Malabo. But now, I want to see what they go ahead and do here. They're gonna use this wall and just to get another orb here for Stark. So, they're gonna back off kasi nag-aggressive play sila kanina sa B-long. Hindi gumana. So, kung pansinin mo yung defense dito ng Ascend, they always do early 3 men sa B para makakontrol ng B-long ng maaga. Tapos i-rotate nila sa A mamaya-maya now that they're kung wala silang na-send sa B.
Yeah. Sobrang daming mistakes na ginagawa dito ng Team Liquid na lalo na sa pag-entry nila. And hopefully talaga mabawi ito ng Team Liquid next half. Pero yun nga lang, medyo kailangan ulit nilang sobrang kabahan because of that showstopper na dito sa importante ng buto nilang walang tinamaan dito. At yun ang inatin ni Zeke. It's all about the sound cues na gagawin dito ng Team Liquid. And it's a good thing as well kasi na-bait out nila yung showstopper ni Zeke. Plus wala pa namatay. So yeah, I mean, That's a really good thing to do. Pero yun nga lang, tatlo yung players ngayon dito sa B. You have that flash, you have that smoke, you have that double smoke actually. You decide to ascend, and the best way to do it, probably go, just mag-teleporters na lang kayo, pero nga lang, they're not gonna do that, and they're gonna go in. Flash coming in from the players of Team Liquid right now, Bone Cold, who actually deny that KO, no with the kill again. Starts just waiting on that area with a 2K, now 3K, about to start, so onto the fourth one, Jampy will be dead into the hands of Bone Cold. Tulad nga, sobrang solid ng defense ng Ascent dito. Sobrang solid ng hold. Ang dami ng ulting binato ng Team Liquid pero hindi man lang nila napipindot yung 4 dun sa site.
Medyo obvious kasi yung ginawa dito ng Team Liquid kung napansin mo, binato nila yung mga lahat ng utility. Binato nila mga utility nila sa A short. Tapos nung linabas yung showstopper, nag-rotate silang pa B. Rinig na rinig yun dahil nga ang lapit ni ano dun Ang lapit ni Zeke dun katabi niya Rinig na rinig nila yung footsteps. Tatlo na yung nandun sa B. So basang-basa ng Ascend yung gagawin ng Team Liquid. Halatang halata kung ano yung gagawin nila. And this should be 7-5 half. This should be a timeout right now. Team Liquid, they're playing a little bit obvious sa mga ginagawa.
Yeah. Sana nga nag-fake na lang sila. Fake back if ever. Dun sa short. Pwede naman yun
Pwede din. Kasi may Viper utility pa naman sila nandun.
Kasi yung ultimate pa ni KO if ever. Pero yun din kasi, ang thing kasi is iniisip baka mali mo, sabi ng Team Liquid na yes, pumunta tayo sa short, na-bait out natin yung showstopper. What if may nag-rotate din doon? Mahirap din.
Yeah.
It's all about the rotations. Pero yun nga lang, ang pinaka-importanting factor doon is syempre yung ultimate ni KO.
Yeah, and I think it was yung ultimate ni KO doon. Mas effective naman talaga siya sa B kasi mas malit yung B. Kaya siguro napaisip din sila na pumunta na lang ng B.
Yeah. Well, hindi natin problema yun kasi hindi naman tayo naglalaro. Bale.
Nanonood lang tayo.
Nanonood lang tayo. Bahala na tayo dyan. Pero yun nga lang, si Ned with that operator, pwede siya maging aggressive dito. Pwede siyang gumawa ng Grim Wall if ever lang gagawin niya yun. Pero yun nga lang, pwede siya makapag-pick off dito sa may showers. Buti na lang nakuha siya nung recon bolt. Pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever mapapatay ba niya si Link dito, just waiting for that gap if ever meron ba siyang makukuha dito. Pero yun nga lang, they know it already na walang pera ang Team Liquid and they need to utilize yung mga sheriff nila and the judge of Scream as well. He can actually, oh my god, namatay si Scream dito. Wala silang
kita siya.
Oo. Wala silang sustain, wala silang heal. Hindi alam na nandun si Scream. Pero ang problema is, Scream is super low. Pag napatay niyo yung isa, kailangan na niya mag-empress agad.
Oh yeah. I don't think Scream can get a kill. He's just gonna wait here.
Ang hirap nito, man.
Kung gumalaw si Scream, patay na patay siya dito.
Oo. Ang hirap nito, ang hirap
Oh my
nito.
god.
Paano
pero kita yung kita yung tip ng baril niya kanina nung tumingin siya sa kaliwa. Hindi lang napansin ni Zeke.
Oo, siguro. Pero yun nga, para makapawin si Scream, kailangan niya si Nevera. Si Nevera muna yung papasok dito para lang at least makabuelo si Scream. One-way smoke. Pero wala silang makita at all. Si Scream, my god, walang dadaan sa short man. Paano ka alis dyan? Paano ka pupunta dyan? One tap to the head ang kailangan na para at least may mapatay siya and if ever makapag-devour siya kung kahit paano. And that recon bot will help him para at least makapasok dito. Ang wall, really great timing for the side of Team Liquid right now. Pero that is the spray and pray na ginawa dito ni Zeke. Empress, nasan? Sined, denying. Scream again. Zeke, perfect angle. 4K, man. Spray and pray lang ginawa na.
Ganda ng spray control niya doon. 4 kills right there for Zeke. Grabe ang init ni Zeke ngayon. 14 kills na siya. He's just really playing on fire here today. Look at that. Perfect control on that one. Good adjustment.
Let's go! Easy against these guys.
Stress na stress ngayon Team Liquid Pero di naman nila map pick to kaya okay lang. May game 2 pa naman tayo. Kaso ang lakas talaga ng Ascend ngayon Uy, triple up triple up. What are they gonna do? Triple up, one peeking there, they've got ops like everywhere. Let's see if it pays off.
Hopefully. Wala eh. I mean, they have the money to burn anyway. Double up. Isa sa... No, dalawa. Tama. Dalawa sa B. This is actually scary for the side of Ascend right now. They have that great hold. Pero if ever lang talagang ma-miss nung isang player, yung isang op kill, that's gonna be really huge. And it will give them a lot of advantage for sure. Wala, kasi sira na yung momentum nila if ever. Pero nga lang, they're not gonna go there in A. But at least, Nevera, the only agent, the only player talagang kailangan yun ng Team Liquid for them to go in. Yung main smoker nila is wala na rin. Well, actually, nandiyan naman si Link anyway, pero yun nga lang, sobrang solid din talaga nababato dito ni Nevera, which is yung mga wall that can actually help them to go inside the site.
Blade comes out. 4v5. Yampy with the operator, nahanap niya na si Acend, so that's one of the operators gone. But Zeke again with the hold, and he get a read, doesn't do it. Link finds him, but 12 seconds left. Good flash, perfectly done. He gets 3! Starkso! Nakahanap ng tatlo dito, 8-4 up against Ascend. Grabe talaga. Ang ganda ng flash niya, saktong-sakto. Nabulag niya yung isa, pinatay yung hindi nabulag. And he was able to close out the last 2 kills. Tinan mo to, perfect target selection. Pinatay niya yung hindi na bulag, tapos pinangalawa niya yung bulag na bulag, and it was a beautiful round here for Starkso.
Well, this is the map that they picked. So, if ever lang talaga makakakuha tayo ng magandang plays dito, Ascend should really win this. Pero yun nga lang, next map is actually split. Napili naman yun ng Team Liquid. So, if ever talaga nagtuloy-tuloy yung momentum nila dito, baka ma-carry over pa yung momentum na yan towards dito sa second map. Pero yun nga lang, andito tayo ngayon sa semifinals. So in terms of momentum naman, madali na naman din talaga i-break yan kasi medyo mahaba-haba din ang break natin mamaya. And if ever talaga makagawa ka ng isang play lang, tulad nga nung actually ito in-interview ko si Trix back then, nung Archangel pa lang siya, parang ang sabi ni Trix is, ang sabi ng mga kakampi ni Trix back then, CS days, is nagkakaroon sila ng, hindi, CS ba to? Tama, CS. Parang, they're in a huge slump talaga. Hindi sila nakakascore anything like that. Then after maka-knife kill ni Trix back then, nagkaroon sila ng momentum, nagkaroon sila ng parang breather para maalis sa kanya yung pressure ngayon. So, ano kaya yung magiging breather? Uy, bilis niya na. Dito sa Team Liquid, para lang at least makabawi sila dito.
Yo bro, bawal yan. Sir, bawal po yan.
Siguro ito yung kailangan nilang gawin, pare. Alugin nila yung mga hand warmers nila.
Sir, bawal po yan dito. Sir, netcha po to.
Sabi na, not here, bro.
Sorry. Tayo dito.
Dami naming pinapansin eh. Sorry. Uy, di ba siya tapos, man?
Basta tapos.
Di ba siya tapos? Sobrang lamig ata dyan, man.
Kailangan mag-init muna.
Kaya mag-init muna, man. If ever gagawin ka,
talaga.
If ever meron akong hand warmer, tapos isi-shake it, titingin ako sa'yo, bro.
Eye contact eh.
Basta hindi pa siya tapos.
Titigan eh, no?
Titigan kita, bro.
Ay, nako.
Wala, hindi uso yun sa Pilipinas eh. Init dito eh.
Minor talaga.
Revealing area.
Napakahabang recon bolt para mawawala rin din pala, and now Acend will start everything off with a kill again. Pero yung alas si Sig nakapatay pa ng isa doon sa may backside, pero it's time for the side of Ascend to finish it right now. Dalawa kayo na patay sa Team Liquid right now para sila makakapasok. And this is the information meron sila. And sabay-sabay sila pumasok.
Oh no. There we go though. That was a really quick round from Ascent.
Yeah.
Ascent, that's pretty much it. Ang bilis. Parang they just all died in like 2 seconds.
Ang bilis oh. Nung pagkapasok sila, yes, nakatingin sila sa all sides, pero yun nga lang, sobrang ganda ng hold, sobrang ganda ng possessions dito ng side ng Ascend.
Galit.
Dami ng hand warmers, pare.
Oh, dami ng hand warmers.
Kinuha na tayo sa secret. Siya yung may pinakamaraming hand warmers dito ngayon sa tournament, mga kaibigan.
Niya.
Oo.
Malamig kaya sa loob? Hindi naman siguro, ano?
Ako. Sa tingin mo ba, malamig mainit sa loob?
Sa tingin ko sakto lang. Dapat may insulation niya. Pero kahit na, malamig pa rin eh.
Yeah, malamig pa rin.
Nakakapasok pa rin yung lamig eh.
Oo. Kailan kayo makakarali sa snow?
Punta ka sa Star City.
Bro, sinunog na. No.
Oo nga pala.
Kalimutan mo ata, bro.
Nakalimutan nga.
Bro, wala nang yelo doon ba? Hindi naman sinunog. Nasunog.
Nasunog.
Oh, nasunog. Sorry. Baka makasuhan pa ako eh. False information by evil pero nga ng Jumpy. Not gonna get anyone. Not gonna tag anyone as well. At least meron naman smoke. Meron naman wall dito ang Ascend pero yung talang. Oh! Nivera with that quick 2K! 2v2?
Wow.
Sobrang solid si Zeke ngayon. Alam niya na talagang kahit anong mangyari is kaya niya i-defend to. Pupunta ka sa B. B is clear. 1v2. Ano ang gagawin ni Link?
Ganda ng ginawa ni Zeke doon. He gets 1 kill. And then he decides back off. Dikit na lang tayo. Flash comes out, double peek. Staxo gets the kill. And that's gonna be another clean round. Ascend, ganda ng teamwork nila dito. Nag-separate sila. Alam ni Zeke na may position siya na makakuha ng pitas. Bumalik siya sa teammate niya. They regrouped and they played 2v1. Perfect 2v1 from Ascend. And look at this from Nivera. Wow, those shots. Some of the nicest we've seen.
Ito na, tuwan-tuwa na ngayon Ascend because there's a chance talaga sila manalo dito sa game number 1 natin. And Team Liquid, what is happening to you guys? Ito na pag-usapan natin, mas pipiliin pa daw talaga ng Team Secret na labanan ang Gambit kaysa Ascend. Pero what do you think is the biggest factor dito sa Ascend kaya kung bakit sila sobrang lakas?
Oh yeah. I just think that they practiced it, man. They're so ready time and time again to do. It's their setups, like their usage of utility, yung ano tawag dito, yung Brimstone tsaka yung Viper nila. Ang ganda ng pagka-use ng utility nila. Whether it's playing for lineups or clearing sites, and just as I say that, Scream, just wag mo ipipick yung headshot machine. Headshot machine yan eh. Iniisa-isa nyo.
Scream, man.
Si Scream yan eh. Wag yung headshot angle yan. Hindi nadadaan sa headshot angle si Scream.
Kahit sa CS, siya na talaga headshot machine. Mas lalo pa siyang lumakas yung pagdating niya ng Valorant.
Oh, yeah.
Kasi mas masarap mang headshot sa Valorant kaysa kahit saan. Sobrang satisfying maka-headshot sa Valorant. If ever gonna compare it sa ibang FPS game, I have no idea why. Tsaka mas madaling sigurong parang mas madaling mag-headshot din talaga dito sa Valorant eh. Siguro because of the tick rate, I guess. Pero ano din yun parang huge thing na rin yun 128 tick na yung gamit nila. Hindi ko nga alam kung ba't sa iba ino-on pa nila yung ino-on pa nila yung tick rate, hindi naman magbabago yun. These stats.
It's bonus round lang naman, so not too big of a deal. 10-5 pa rin. 5 rounds ang habulin ng Ascend dito. We could actually, if Ascend win this round, we could actually see a quick game.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Split next map, TL ang pumili. May chance pa rin siguro.
Malakas din ang Ascend sa split eh.
Yun nga eh.
Actually, malakas ang Ascend sa lahat ng map eh.
Yeah. Super solid sila man. I mean, para sa akin, pwede sila maging champions. Pero if ever, ano ba ang gagawin nila if ever nagtapat na sila ng Gambit?
Feeling ko mas malakas ang Ascent ngayon sa Gambit. Nakausap natin si Gibo recently, di ba? Sabi ni Gibo, si Coach Gibo, sabi niya mas mahirap pa yung Ascent sa Gambit.
Yeah. Yun nga, yung mas pipiliin pa nila
Gambit kaysa
labanan.
Ascent, no?
Oo. Yeah, yun nga. So, tingnan natin yun if ever, pero yun nga lang, Keyless.
Wow.
Kyles or Keyless?
Keyless.
We're 2K with another one right now, pero nga meron pa sila kung triple mga kaibigan, pero that is whole cash with that flash, pero I'm gonna catch these player for sure kasi nasa likod niya yung flash, but still Nivera with that Viper spec right now. Is he gonna commit a 3v2? Winnable. He can do it, pero yun nga lang, wala siyang idea kung nasan ba yung mga players na to. And ang gagawin lang nila is talaga magtago, pero yung nga lang nakita na isang ulo dito, Bone Cold, reveals kung nasan ba talaga siya nakatingin. He knows kung nasan din nakaplant yung spike. Pero nga, Link needs to be really aggressive because of the judge na hawak niya. But Starkso from the backside will take down Link. Nivera with another kill right now. But Acend with a save, with a kill. 11-5. One more round for that match point. At halos walang pera ngayon ang Team Liquid.
This is done, dude.
Yeah.
This is done. It's just too much. Too many rounds to chase. And Bind isn't the kind of map that you can make a big comeback on. Hindi siya katulad ng Icebox, hindi siya katulad ng Breeze na pwedeng mag-comeback eh. Bind to eh. It's very... Para bang ito yung Dust 2 ng ano? Ito yung Dust 2 ng Valorant.
That's true. Oh, ito.
Hindi basta-basta naka-comeback ang Bind eh.
Mahirap. Sobrang hirap i-comeback ng Bind. Para sa akin, pinaka-mabilis i-comeback, Split eh.
Pwede, Split. Ako split Icebox Breeze. Yun pwede.
Pero ang Bind ang hirap. Tapos, if ever magkakaroon kayo ng sweaty games, mas marami sa Bind.
Oo. Bind Ascent yung yung mga small maps, yung mga closed maps.
Super sweaty games. Dito talaga.
Sweaty na ng plat ngayon. Pati mas mahirap pa yung Diamond games ko sa yung plat games ko sa Diamond games ko eh. Just saying. Anyway, Scream with the one shot machine. Oh my god.
Nag-aim labs si
Scream buong buhay siya nag-aim labs eh.
Oo man.
Buong buhay niya nag-aim labs.
Gigising yan mag-aim labs. Matutulog yan bago matulog mag-aim labs muna yan. Hindi nakita nila kung nasan yung isa.
Spike down.
But at least, Zeke is now down. Killis. Buhay pa rin naman siya, pero yun nga, makakuha ba siya dito? And Killis, low on HP. It's all up to them kung makapag-Viper split pa siya dito, pero yun nga lang, Bone Cold, the only remaining, wala siyang idea na meron nakapasok dito. Pwede siyang mablikuran, and that is the thing that I'm telling you guys, jumpy! Diyos ko, lumalaban ng Yu-Gi-Oh! Si Bone Cold, habang nakikipagbarilan.
You have unleashed my trap card. Activated. You've activated my trap card.
Tapos pag Pinoy, hello, Yugi boy.
Yugi boy. Pero ganun din sa English eh, di ba?
Ewan ko, hindi naman tayo nanonood yun.
Nanonood ako sa English, pero ganun din siya si Pegasus. Hindi yung yung tao. Yung tao
hindi yung pinupuntahan.
Hindi yung pinupuntahan. Papagalitan tayo niya.
Balita ko, lagi ka nga doon.
Ay, hindi naman, sir.
Hindi naman.
Hindi.
Zeke pushing nga nakakita nga na isa din, pero nga at least si Nivera, we're gonna deny the possible win again, possible kills of Zeke. Sobrang aggressive mo, ha?
But ego round lang naman eh, so chill lang tayo. Since malapit na yung birthday mo, Vil, ang tanong ko, makikipag-celebrate ka ba sa mga classmates mo?
Bakit?
Wala lang. But celebrate with your...
Anong classmate?
Yung classmates mo.
Depende. Depende sa tibok ng heartbeat ko.
Okay. Kung natripan mo, okay.
Kala mo, ha? Gusto mo, ha? Tandaan mo, malapit lang din yung kondo. Timog lang yon, ha? Talong natin si Direk.
Match point.
Yung isang Direk, yun, lagi yan.
Lagi yan. Matic.
Ito na naman tayo. Late night talks.
Late night. 2 o'clock na ng umaga. So,
Sino panalo doon? Ascend ba? It is Ascend. That is an almost thrifty round.
sobrang stress na ni Scream ngayon, no? Chill ka lang. Hindi mo naman
Chill ka
map-pick
lang.
to eh.
Game 1 pa lang eh.
Hindi mo naman map-pick to eh. Chill ka lang, bro.
Kumalma ka. Ayun.
Panis.
Sobrang nila aggressive here pero ang orbital strike not gonna connect onto these players though. Nag-tilt ka ata si paring Scream dito. Wala eh.
Tilted na to. Tilted na yung mga Team Liquid sa tingin ko.
Gigil. Sobrang gigil na si Scream dito, man. Pero at least, hindi talaga siya super nagpo-push. Just waiting for that Scream with the kill again. Pero yun nga lang, Zeke, inaatay na matapos dito. Scream! Muntik na matamaan ng showstopper ni Zeke. But still, Acend just waiting for that angle. Just waiting for that head na makita dito sa mga players. Oh! That's a huge kill. Wala na silang initiator for Team Liquid, and yan sobrang importante. Look at that. Jumpy, meron siyang Hunter's Fury. Soulcast, meron siyang ultimate dito. Yung dalawang may ultimate, yun pa yung nawala.
Oh, nice defense. Back up from Zeke. He's able to spot it out, and this should be it. GG, well played. Unless Link can do a 1. I don't think so. May Cosmic Divide siya. Comeback. 13-6, man.
13-6?
We were expecting this to be so close, but I think this is I don't know, man. This is a really quick game. Wait. 1v3.
Wala nang oras. Mahirap. Walang oras.
Wala nang oras, tama.
Oh, si Acend meron pang ultimate dito. Pwede ba siyang bumuhay ng isa? Pero yun nga lang. Wala. Crossfire.
Game number 1 going to Ascend, and they're going to be taking this quite convincingly. Ascend were so ready for Team Liquid, and again, it's so hard to play them on Bind. Ang galing ng Ascend sa Bind.
Yeah.
Tingnan nga natin, saan ba galing yung mga players ng Ascend? Let's take a little bit of a look and see. So, Ascend... Bakit yung nakasulat dito? Ito. European. Okay, so... Bone Cold is from Finland, Sined is from Turkey, Kiles is from Ukraine, and the last 2 are from Poland. So, mga Eastern Europeans to.
Magugulat yung si Scream tsaka si Nevera, iba yung flag nilang dalawa. Ascend, looking strong. Lead sa game number 1. Pero nga lang, game number 2. That's gonna be the map pick of Team Liquid here in Split. So napapansin nyo, medyo small maps lang nakikita natin dito. So in terms of length ng games, medyo mabilis lang din talaga.
This is one of the quickest games. I don't think we're gonna see much faster than this, honestly. This might be the fastest game that we're gonna see all day long. I think Split is gonna be very close. But there's a, it might actually be 2-0 here for Ascend. Anyway, go back to our faces right now. Welcome back to the stream. Ito nga palang Filipino coverage ng Valorant Champions. Kasama ko nga si Vil and Mel Estrado. And we just saw a really good game number 1. Tinambakan ng Ascend ang Team Liquid.
Yeah, but really great game.
Yeah, I thought it was a great game indeed, but we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break. We do have to call one when we do come back, game number 2, so we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Champions, where Ascend lock up map 1 bind, and they do it in dominant fashion. They looked good, they looked clean, they looked comfortable the entire way through that map.
That was them fully in control of their best map. They just showed you why they're widely considered to be the best in the world on that. I mean, they know how to set up crossfires, they know how to hold their angles, they know the timings, they know how to get into enemy territory deep. You saw that Zeke lurk. I don't have anything else to say except they're really damn good.
Yeah. I think as time goes on and the more and more I see this Ascend squad on bind, the more and more I'm convinced that this composition is just hands down superior versus any other composition coming at them. And we touched on it in the beginning, but Ascend's game plan, they're just able to be so mobile across the map. The Sage can place her wall towards Shower. They don't have to worry about it. Soulcast on that raise can single-handedly hold Hookah. Then the next round, a Sage can swap and bring an operator into the mix in CNED's hands, right? So many different looks and options for Ascend because of this composition.
The different looks and the flexibility within it, particularly on that defensive side where they could just waste time. And that's the thing for Team Liquid. They either had to make a choice. We either try and punch straight through this utility and accelerate the pace of the game, or we have to sit back, we have to wait, and we have to put ourselves or allow ourselves to be put under time pressure. Starkso coming up with some big plays himself.
Yeah, look at this crossfire. Starkso right next to, just tucked next to that smoke, next to Hookah. I love the fact that these Ascend guys, no matter what, they trusted in each other, trusted in that crossfire, and it came through for them. I mean, the way that these guys are bouncing that aggro off of each other, beautiful, beautiful sight holds for Ascend.
Yeah, exactly. And it was really tough for Liquid, again, because there's so many angles they have to worry about. They're trying to come through utility, whether it be, the Viper utility or the Brimstone utility, trying to come through it, just basically blind, not having any idea what's on the other side. And you've got multiple angles to worry about for this Ascend squad. That makes it incredibly difficult for any team, even Team Liquid.
The other thing that makes it difficult to take down Ascend is Zeke. Zeke, when he's firing off over 300 ACS in a game, and he also captured our first Verizon high-speed moment of the match. He had a million that we could have chosen from. We already took a look at some highlights where he hit a 3K, he hit some 4Ks, he found them time after time. Here's just one.
Look at the moves coming out, getting that pain shells off right before he's silenced with that KO knife as well. And again, just look at how comfortable he is underneath all this pressure. Multiple targets for him to have to select from, but cool, calm, and collected. And Zeke, again, the consistency coming out from this man just every round. And that's got to bolster the confidence coming through for the rest of the squad as well. Not only are they on land, but hey, look over to your right side of your teammates, start sheeshing at each other. That's these Ascend guys, right? They're feeling good right now.
Who knew that was the recipe for success? I mean, with that, though, again, it is an expected victory for Ascend, and I do want to continue to couch, the dominance that we saw in that map 1 with the fact that it was expected. But I got to be honest, the way that I saw Team Liquid walking off the stage, the way that I saw Scream's head drop at the end of it, for a squad that talked about how they felt they'd shored up so many of their weaknesses on that map, to come in and drop it with a 6-round, 7-round differential, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you need that confidence, especially going into split on the attacker side, which is where they're going. That is a map where you really, really, really want to get as much damage done on the attacker side as possible. So you're going to have to find some kind of momentum. You're going to have to create some kind of space. When I watched this map between these two teams earlier during the Red Bull, again, during this Red Bull, this tournament, yeah, okay, we don't have to take a lot out of it necessarily. It wasn't the thing, but who was really hiding stuff more so? Was it Ascend or was it Team Liquid? Team Liquid was defaulting around split on their attacking side, really taking their time, and it kind of worked, but it went to overtime, so it worked well enough.
I want to dive into our AimLab pre-match shoot-around to talk about the next individual on the docket. It's CNED again, because on the stage, playing a more supportive role, you can see him warming up the jet fingers, because as we move to split, that is usually what he finds himself on. So a completely different look, and we'll see how he can switch up the pace of the game.
Yeah, and he certainly should, right? I mean, the stage, he was fantastic on it. I do always miss CNED on the jet, though, in split. It's the perfect kind of template for this man to do exactly what he's kind of doing now, just kind of no-scoping, chopping around. I don't think he's going to be
practices like this.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to do these kinds of ego peaks, but you never know, right? I mean, you never know with Cena.
He got away with it the last time they played. He came down out of B into the back side of B, came through a smoke, came through, I think it was actually a Viper toxic screen, and just started blamming people with the op. So I tell you what, he's getting ready for it. He knows it's coming.
Well, any success that Ascend finds, we know he'll be a big part of it. And with that agent switch up, I want to talk about what else we might find here on the map Split. Because interestingly enough as well, Ascend is one of the few teams that has brought Omen out on this map and in fact played it in their last meeting. I'm not convinced that we're going to see the Omen here because it's been so rarely seen at Champions.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. I don't think we're going to see the Omen either. Maybe they have some weird Omen and KO comp and they just want to full send it every round on Split. The map doesn't really allow you to do that, so maybe though. But I feel like for Ascend, they should be coming out with the standard Astra pick. I mean, Liquid, they've been so strong on this Split, and we talked about the mental for both of these squads coming to the second map. I think Liquid, they should be A-okay with giving up the one. Again, this is a marathon, right? We've got 2 more maps coming up for the squad. That experience coming out for Scream, we talked about it. Him and the coaching staff should be reminding the rest of the squad that, hey guys, listen, fine, we knew Ascend were going to be strong on it all along. It's okay. This series starts now. We got 2 best of ones in front of us, and Split, that's where it begins.
Yeah, I think no matter what, there's going to be confidence from this Liquid squad. I don't think they're going to be that rattled. I mean, yeah, Bind didn't go as well as you would have liked. I think you would have wanted to push Ascend a little bit more on that map. It didn't go your way, so be it. Reset. Now you've got the Reyna here on... I'm assuming the Reyna on screen. I'm going to assume maybe they're going to throw something different at us. Assuming that that's the case, this is one of my favorite maps for Reyna. I think you can really take advantage of the spaces so well here with the Dismiss. A little bit different than what we were talking about how he uses it on Vine, where he tries to get information, gets forward. This is where you can actually use it as a dodge, right? You're trying to get out of the way of stuff, reposition, cause chaos and confusion in your opponents.
Yeah, and I think that sort of synergy between him and Soulcast, you know, Sean brought Soulcast up. He's going to be switching over to the Raze, and we just saw Zeke having so much success on that Raze. On Bind, on Split, he's just as fun, right? So for Soulcast, I'm looking for him to be able to not back down from those choke points. I'm looking straight at that mailroom area. That ping pong between him and Scream is absolutely going to have to be there for Liquid.
Yeah, all those tight corners, right? Those little nooks and crannies that you can play into either with the Dismiss like you're talking about or with those paint shells coming out of a Raze to flush people out of their positions and start to take space. So definitely eyes on the duelists for both squads to see how they ultimately square up. And then it becomes a lot about the site holds, right? You know, how are you setting up defensively in particular on A or B here on this one? That's going to be a curiosity of mine. We're diving into the Prime Gaming Agent Select to get our answers.
Well, we'll see if we see the breach.
We're getting it. He's doing it.
Bone cold.
Oh my God.
Omen?
Wow.
This is it. Okay, so they've got, we're going old school. We're ending the year starting off with how we saw Split played in the very beginning of the year, coming out with the Jet Sage Omen.
It's new meta versus old meta.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they were watching Team Secret, the only ones to bust out Omen on this map against Crazy Raccoon. Are they like thinking we can kind of pull the rug out from underneath Team Liquid like Team Secret did, where they're able to really, I mean, so of course Omen has pretty good smokes. You can put him in pretty good spots on this map. You can use them enough to cover what you need to get done. Behind that, you know, the Paranoia, very good blind. There's a lot of tunnels that you can focus it down. But the real interesting thing about Omen on this map is using his ult, right? Going from one side of the map to the other to take the spike somewhere unexpected.
Well, these teams are running it back. Same compositions as the last time they met, and that one went to double overtime. I'm hoping for the same here as we get it back up to our casters for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash. Yes, this could be it. Sean, quick composition react from you.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, we have 2 Sentinels on Ascend.
Game number 2 here in Split, mga kaibigan. This is gonna be a 2-0 or makakabawi ngayon ang Team Liquid. It's on for these players, mga kaibigan. 1 game na lang ba or meron pa tayong 3rd game? Sino ang makakapunta sa Grand Finals tomorrow? Once again, you're watching the Valorant Champions, Vil and Ilu here. And sa tingin mo ba, Ilu, magi-game 3 tayo?
I don't think so. I think there's a very good chance we go to game number 3, but at the same time, I'm really believing in how strong Ascend is looking right now. Ang grabe, ang lakas ng Ascend talaga eh.
Ang lakas. I mean, sa totoo lang, hindi naman sila ganito nung Masters eh.
Hindi talaga. Sobrang laki ng in-improve nila. Tsaka, tinan mo yung linabas nila. Linabas nila yung Bone Cold Omen. Ang tagal na natin hindi nakikita yan. I think the last time we saw them do this was Masters 2 or something, or Masters 1. Ang tagal na. Tulad nga na sinabi nila, old meta versus new meta.
That's true. Which is, nilabas din ni Borkum yan dito back then.
And it worked?
Yeah, and it worked. Kasi, ito the reason ko ba't hindi na ginagamit si Omen, kasi syempre, bakit mo pagagamitin ng may Astra na? And sobrang mahal ng Paranoia. That is 400 pesos, mga kaibigan. For a blind.
Yeah, mahal na nga. Pero
sobrang mahal.
It really helps if you do that. Tapos aggressive yung style ng team nyo. Saktong-sakto sa playstyle ng Ascend. Especially with that Paranoia. You're able to do so much. And on this pistol round, Starkso is able to find one. Scream trades out for that. Pero close range, 1-for-1 na naman. 3v3 now as they try to break this crossfire. And the Ascend is looking like they can't.
Oh my God,
Acend!
1v1. Buti na lang si Nevera dito, meron siyang armor. So at least makakuha siya. Pero yun nga lang, that's gonna be a really tough one if ever, because si Kilas dito, he's low in HP. Wala pa na ba? Hindi, si Nevera pala low in HP. Wala pa siya nababawas dito kay Kilas daw. Hindi tumatama yung mga one-taps niya. Oh my God! Ghost is actually whiffing. I have no idea with Nevera. Ano yung nangyayari sa kanya? Hindi na nababawasin yung kalaban. Hindi na ma-plant yung spike. Hindi tumatama yung mga shots ni Nevera kahit isa.
Baka pressure. Baka pressure.
Oo, sabi siguro sinusumbong kita kay mama mamaya.
Hindi mo na clutch to, susumbong kita.
Chill lang sila, nag-enjoy na lang sila, man. Wala naman sa kanila yung pressure. Easy lang naman.
Wala na. And I really think Ascend here, this is the best we've ever seen from them. I would not be surprised to see a 2-0. I know all the panelists. But ng panelists, you know, right now they're all saying like, yeah, it's gonna be a close series. It's gonna be like 2-1. I don't think so.
Tapos 6 clean pa yung unang namatay dito. Pero oh my God, Sined! Oh my God, pag-away na 2K! 950 Marshall! Sobrang sulit na sulit sa kamay ni Sined with a 4K! ROI.
Wow, sulit na sulit.
Magagamit pa niya dito sa third round. One tap to the head pa rin. One tap to the head pa rin yan kahit anong mangyari. 950, 610 KDA. Sined with that jet popping off agad-agad. And this is the gun din talaga na gamit ni Sined nung tinalo niya ang Team Secret. Oh my God, Sined! Come on, man!
Grabe talaga si Sined. Kakaiba siya ngayon.
Here.
Wow, I'm just so in shock with how good he is.
Ito pa, meron siyang Bladestorm dito. Trying to be really aggressive right now. Yun nga lang, Paranoia, Bisa. Pero yun nga lang sa Soulcast at least sa patingin niya isa, okay na sana gagawin nilang combo dito. Paranoia with a dash. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang open din yun. And that's actually a suicide move if ever lang talaga na hindi ma-pull off ni Sined yun. Pero sana nag-antay nilang sila, no? Kaysa mag-push sila ng ganun.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But in this round here, Team Liquid, they have found a one-man advantage na ngayon. Na-wall off sila pero nasira nila yung at least one part of the wall, so that will allow them at least one entry onto it. They will be funneled in as the wall goes down. The rest of the members of Ascend, hinahanap nila kung saan ba pwede manggali ng mga Team Liquid. And they're all gonna be coming here from A main. There's two players, Zeke, Bone Cold, magkasama sila sa mid. But they should have a path to heaven and a way to help out Starkso. So it's all up to Starkso here. Mag-isa lang siya sa side.
Pero nga, meron tao dito sa may backside mga kaibigan. It's actually Starkso. Pero at least meron pa naman siyang heal dito. Zeke with a kill again onto one. Starkso trying to be aggressive. Dumedira siya sa smoke para lang at least to catch someone off guard. But Scream dito lang sa may Hell, Bone Cold knows it as well. 8 seconds on to the next smoke though. Still 2v3. And Kilas, if ever talaga makakuha siya ng isa dito, this is gonna be a winnable situation for the side of Ascend. Pero nga lang, wala silang idea kung nasa ba isang player dito. But Kilas with that too. There's someone out there just in heaven. Kilas versus Jumpy. 1v1 situation. He is defusing the spike already!
Stinik lang niya? Ang kapal ng mukha, pero
hindi siya kita, nasa labas siya ng smoke.
Wow!
Sobrang ninja, hindi nakita ni Kiles yun. Nasa labas ng smoke hindi nakita ni Jumpy yun. Kasi si Kiles tawag dito, nagde-defuse sa labas nga ng smoke. Sana may replay, come on man, replay.
Hindi natin nakita yung yung diffuse timer, no? Pero
hindi natin nakita yung diffuse timer, pero nasa labas siya ng smoke, hindi nakita ni Jumpy.
Grabe yun, stinik talaga. Pros don't fake kasi Ned. Wala.
Come on, man.
I doubt this. You know what? 2-0, dude. Ascent are too good.
Yeah. Paano? Paano sila naging ganito, man? Hindi sila ganito maglaro.
Dati, no?
Aim lab siguro, pare.
Oo. Or secret lab.
Oo, secret lab. Pwede, pero nga lang buon ko lang siyang pakialam kahit ma-fault line siya dyan. Wala silang idea na meron pang tao sa taas. Yung nga lang, ball ko with the kill 1-1.
Dalawa pa.
On to the second one though, si Ned. Trying to repossession. Yun nga lang, makakita pa siya ng isa. Link is now down. Scream, however, buhay pa dito. Nag-give pa nga isa 1v3. Scream with the kill onto with the second one. With a third one. With an ace! Scream!
Oh, Scream! That's the one-tap machine, headshot machine that we've been waiting for. They peek him one by one and it all goes to hell. Oh my god, Scream. Wow.
Quality heads, man. Headshot. Oh my god, all headshots.
Kalmadong kalmado.
Oh, ano ha? Oh. Nanalo ka lang, kala mo ikaw na yung champion. Kinuha mo yung hand warmers ng ibang team.
Grabe.
At least nakakita na tayo ngayon ng isa. One of the best plays so far. Ngayong gabing to. Yeah, at least.
Ano kayang timeout? Team Liquid timeout.
Team Liquid. Yeah.
Kasi
really
wala silang pera.
Oo.
Nalo sila pero wala silang pera.
Yeah, nag-drop si Scream. Pero yun nga, if ever matalo sila, wala silang pera next round ulit. Hindi, broken by sila.
Timeout has been called.
Alam mo ba? Ngayon ko lang kinastan Team Liquid. I mean, alam mo yun, parang...
rin. Kasi puro second half sila eh.
Yeah. Sobrang sarap din na yung mga pinapanood natin. Actually, ito ang pinakamagandang hindi intro video tawag doon. Parang roster reveal para sa akin yung ginawa ng Team Liquid last year. Sobrang ganda ng roster reveal nila. Promise, yung pinakaunang roster reveal nila nung pinakita si Scream, my god, ang ganda.
That was hype.
Ang ganda talaga. Promise. Pati yung mga suot pinalitan ng mga agents, ganda. Hindi ko makakalimutan yun. Yung best ko pinanood yun. Sined.
Nice try, but has to dash out.
Parang parang naka-macro
Oo, bilis no?
Ang bilis delikado mo yung si Zeke, pero yung nga lang si if ever papasok pa siya, he is actually really being aggressive right now with that judge. Maganda yung position na dito. Really perfect situation dito kay Zeke if ever man meron siya makitang isa. Roomba!
Cage 3. The timing on the smoke.
Oo. Ito na. May nag-aalay sa B. Bone Cold waiting patiently here in B. Soulcast peeking as well with the kill on to one. Bone Cold needs to go away! Ano lang?
Grabe si Bone Cold mag-sheriff. Siya na yung isa sa pinakamagagaling mag-sheriff. Naka-ilang rounds si Bone Cold naka-sheriff lang sa Team Secret eh.
Ikaw na yung pangalawa, no?
Oo.
Gotcha pa. Siyempre, pag friend, kailangan nating i-hype yan, di ba?
Oh yeah.
Oo. Ikaw na yung pangalawa, si Scream yung una. Ay, si Bone Cold yung una. One-way smoke, kitang-kita ka dyan. Pero yun nga lang, Nivera. At isa ako siyang isipin nga ng killers from behind. Viper spin onto onto that Viper 12 seconds in. Yun nga lang killers pushing in. Right click! Onto that classic! We're gonna deny that Viper spin and Zened. Harap-harap ang pinasabog yung muka. Yung ulo ni Link with a 149.
shots! Saan galing yun? Sined, kakaland niya lang nun, headshot pa niya? Excuse me? Sined? Hello?
You cannot spell Ascend without Sined.
Oo nga, no? Talino mo naman, sir.
Letter A na lang yun. Letter A na lang yung kulang. Sineda.
Sineda. Yun yung Pinoy counterpart niya, Sineda.
Sesya na guys, anong oras na eh.
Oo nga, 2:30 na.
2:30 na, sa tingin mo, magiging seryoso pa kami dito.
Pero yung ibang tao, pagising na eh, may mga hiking pa, yung mga ganyan.
Yan. Yung may mga outing,
Yung may
sana
mga
magkaroon
outing.
tayo, alam mo yun?
Sana mag-hiking tayong lahat, yun ang masaya.
Ay, Diyos ko.
Pero feeling ko, di tayo mabubuhay.
Hindi man, kita-kits na lang sa baba.
Yung mga tambucho sa baba tayo yun. Antay na lang sa baba.
Men, ang mag-hiking yan, sila Asray. Yan, sila Asray yung mag-hiking. Pero tayo...
Tayo ni Viminal.
Sigurado, men. Tayong tatlo, ay, nasa baba lang. Saktong hipak-hipak na lang. Tas coffee. Sigurado yun, man. I mean, na-foresee ko na ganun ang mangyayari. Ako?
Okay lang.
Ilustrado?
Masaya tayo sa baba.
Viminal? Mag-hiking?
30 seconds
Diyos
left.
ko. Di na. Rolling Thunder. Hindi man lang tinamaan si Stark, so dito pinangalan natin sa ako. Oh my God, Stark. So, pwede ka lang ang tutor kung second, pero yung alam niya na meron tao sa likod. Kiles with a big trade dito. We'll take down Nivera as well. Kiles, meron siyang neural theft.
10 seconds
Pero nga lang, Bone Cold with that patience, just waiting for that angle, waiting as well.
Long
Looking
time.
someone pero not gonna catch anyone longer. And nga lang, wala silang time at all. Gusto nilang makapatay pero wala na silang oras. At least napatay nun ni Scream pero wala pa rin silang oras talaga. Walang punto sa pagpupunta sa kanila. This is the map that Team Liquid picked.
Yeah. Wow, and no money. No money at all.
No money. No honey.
No honey. Look at that. Sined. Operator comes out. Oh, may pera pa naman yung Team Liquid kahit pa paano. Kala ko maiiko na naman sila eh. Pero, grabe ah. Kailangan, siguro, for me, at least kailangan ng Team Liquid ng 4 dito. Kung di sila naka-4 na rounds, feeling ko GG na to.
Yeah.
Sa attacking side, feeling at least 4. Kasi kung na 9 dito, mahirap eh. Ang galing ng Ascend mag-attack eh. Showstopper.
Oh my God. Hindi pa tumama. Pero nga, at least sobrang dami nangyayari dito. It's pandemonium here in Bay. Starks with that swing. Soulcast whiffing as well. Keyless with another one. This is the answer of Keyless with that showstopper. Pero siya mapapala dito. Neural Theft will be activated as well. Alam nila kung nasa yung mga players dito ng Team Liquid. Wala pang namamatay. Wala pang halos bawas dito sa side ng Ascent. Pero nga, si Jump pinakamatay para isa dito. Pero nga, that's gonna be the rotation from the side of Team Liquid. Tamang pot shots lang but not gonna connect onto these players though. Wala na silang utilities at all. Pero paano sila makakabawi? Zeke at least meron siyang... Zeke! Starkso!
Wala dude, hindi makagalaw ang Team Liquid oh. Nandun lang sila, nakastall lang sila sa may entrance ng B main. Hindi sila makadecide kung saan pupunta.
Tingnan mo, ilang beses na nilang tinry sa B, pero wala talaga. Sa A kanina, wala rin man!
What dude, there's the only time nanalo ang Team Liquid dito sa B, actually at all, is tong si Scream nakapag-ace. Yeah. Other than that, wala na. Si Scream kailangan mag-ace para manalo yung Team Liquid. Wala na. Parang, I don't know, dude. Team Liquid are just not showing up today. Ito, petiks na lang tong si Ascend. Oh. Sobrang chill nila. Humiga na lang.
Oo.
Grabe ng lakas ng Ascend. Kakaiba.
Hindi
ko nag-semifinals to. Yung secret, feeling ko nag-semifinals tayo kung if literally any other team. Except for Ascend.
Yeah. Kasi Team Liquid, feeling ko kaya naman nalang durugin yun.
Feeling ko din. Feeling ko kaya ng Secret yung Team Liquid tsaka yung Gambit.
Oh, hindi talunin guys ha, durugin.
Durugin.
Alam mo paalis sila sa Berlin pero sila pa rin eh. Ba't ba?
Ngayon ba yung flight nila, Pauwi?
Hindi, mamaya pa. Bukas. Anong oras na ba ngayon sa Berlin? Minus 7 hours. 2:30
minus 6 yata?
7 daylight.
Nga pala, may daylight. Nakainis ako sa daylight na yan. Kalokohan.
Actually, totoo. Promise, totoo.
Yung daylight savings na yan.
Promise. Kasi nung nasa Italy pa to, si May, alam mo yun, parang iniisip ko, 6 ba o 7? Alam mo yun?
Wala, dati kasi ginawa yun nung panahon pa na yung mga farmer, sobrang daming farmers, yung halos karamihan ng tao sa mundo nagpa-farmers and they needed the time. Pero outdated na siya, hindi na kailangan ng daylight savings.
Hindi na kailangan. Tapos, lalo na if ever meron kang analog na clock, alam mo yun? I-adjust mo ng manual.
Mo pa manual. Buti na lang wala tayong daylight savings dito.
Asia meron eh, no? Labo. Naigit kami sa EU, sila meron.
Yeah.
EU lang meron doon, di ba?
Hindi, NA.
NA din, pero yung nga lang, wala. Paranoia ako to solve kasi wala siyang nakita kahit isa. Nag-flashback lang lahat ng mga kasalanan ginawa niya. Ba't nga si Scream will take one down, pero Starkso with a better angle. Link. Spray and pray. Sasaksakin na lang. Pero hindi. Sabi mo diba? The confidence of Ascend. Pag si Ilo tsaka si Vil nagsama, alam na.
Amatic yan.
Oo.
Reyna Jet natin. Tapos.
Oo, men. Ano na yun, men? Sasaksakin, no?
Grabe yung defense nila. Tama na yung pa-BP nyo. Di na gumagana yung B. Team Liquid. Lumipat na kayo. Try nyo naman mag-A.
Mag-mid control naman kayo kahit mid control man lang. Wala eh. Mid!
Then nagmi-mid sila pero umaatras sila.
Ito, pumupush nga sila eh. One-way smoke doon naman sa kabila.
Free fire. Isang malupitang free fire.
Nabawasan pa isa pero nga nasi Zeke. Maganda yung angle niya dito. Walang crossfire na mangyayari. But Zeke will take one down. Plus that, paranoia ni Vera. Yung magkapatid ba, kaibigan? Mamaya hindi na ito magkapatid. Iyan, brother na kita.
What the?
Ito man, solga. Muntik na. Let's go, Ascend. Wala, if ever mag-champion to, okay lang. At least nakatalo lang sa Secret is yung nag-champion.
Oo, tama.
Okay na. Man, sobrang solid ng Ascend, okay.
Mas close pa yung Secret Games dito eh.
Oo, diba?
Mas close pa yung Secret Games dito.
I don't know, man. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron dito sa Ascend na to. Bone cold?
Ano kaya yung mga kinain ng mga to, no? Grabe ang lakas.
Ewan ko ba, siguro mga pasta. Pero yung Soul Gas dito, Peaker's advantage, kumbaga.
Dalawa
Zeke.
pa. Bin na naman sila, oh.
Oo, dalawa. 4 pa yung kalaban nila. Pero nga, more flashes na coming in.
Boom.
So up to 1, Zened, whiffing. 10 seconds, walang tao dito sabihin. Meron, hindi na alam. Hindi nagpakita si Zeke. Kahit anong mangyari. Kasi alam naman nila sabi na yun. Walang time para pumunta pang A8-1. My guy, Scream. After itong game na to, magti-tweet siya. I will officially retire being a professional player.
Tamang lason lang.
Man.
Tamang lason lang dun si Zico. Tago lang siya buong round.
Hindi siya nagpakita, man.
Hindi siya nagpakita at all. Tago lang.
Si Pretty Boy. Sino ba to? Sino ba yun? Si Sina din, di ba?
Hindi.
Hindi ba?
Hindi. Sinad yung malaki. Yung malaking long hair.
Malaking long hair.
Yung kamukha ni YB. Ayan.
YB, labas ako dyan, ha? Di ako yan, ha?
Mamaya gawa tayong collage. Pakita natin.
Nagawa mo dyan, Jumpy, ha? December na, nagkakaskas ka ng yelo. Bakit? Nagagawa ka ng halo-halo. Ito,
And
okay
this is most likely assured 9-3 already.
Man, tapos na yung B. Sige, sa A naman. I-try naman natin yung A. Pero bakit mo nilalabas yung bandal mo, Scream? Kitang-kita yung tip ng vandal mo, bes. Ito si Zeke. The ultimate lasso, pero Link with a guardian. Okay. Pero nga lang. 3v2. Link if ever sa kanya. Ay, hindi binigay sa kanya yung ano.
Hindi ko gusto tong Viper Spit na to. Ang pangit ng Viper Spit. Wala silang nakuha, oh. Tignan mo, ang lit lang ng Viper Spit.
Oo, wala lang. Parang...
I mean, look, what does this Viper Spit cover? Elbow, yun lang.
Oo.
Saan ka tatago? Sa elbow.
Tignan mo, parang 20% lang ng A yung na, yung nawala eh.
Ang dali nilang mahahanap to.
Compromise naman. If ever manalo siya dito, ewan ko na lang.
Imposible.
Wala eh. Hindi... Kaya ka nga nag-Viper Spit para most of the site, syempre, makover mo. Pero kung may malaking tower dyan, sa gitna, wala rin.
Mali. Panic ultimate yun.
Sana nga binigay na lang kay kay Breach eh. Para at least meron siyang
Rolling Thunder, no?
Rolling Thunder eh. Pero hindi eh, pinilit eh.
Di ko talaga.
Oh. Babato na yung hand warmers sa kapatid niya.
Babato ka niya. Mambabatok na yun mamaya. Ay, kuya, lagot ka kay kuya.
Tapos sasabihin niya, what are you doing? Real brother?
Oh no. I got stuck in the washing machine, but it looks like it's Team Liquid who gets stuck in the blender. As it's, oh wait, we get a double kill right here.
You want to fight it?
Oh no. Pero ito na ulit. Nivera. He's gonna try it again one more time. See if they kill.
Sobrang asim na.
But you're gonna be alive again. 4v2. Champion Nivera, the only man remaining. Nivera. The location is now compromised. They know ito na likod na saan sila nagkatago dito. Isa sa hill, isa sa elbow. Nivera with a kill, but Killers will finish it off 10-1.
Yikes. Yikes. All I can say is yikes. Ascend. Oh my god. I told you, dude. I told you. Ascend is something else today, dude.
Nag-enjoy ako dito sa mga plays ng Ascend, man. Wala.
Yes, this should do.
Sorry. Ang galing ng Ascend.
Oo. Shoutout nga pala yung mga nanonood dyan sa YouTube. Hello sa inyo, guys. Tsaka sa Twitch. Hello sa inyo.
Hello.
Oh, sa totoo lang, kala ko nga 2-1 Team Liquid eh. Pero, man, walang nag-expect dito sa ganito. Wala. Except yung mga fans sa Ascend.
Actually, nung nakita kong parang yung 3-0, nakita ko na.
Oh!
Sabi ko, tapos na to eh.
No. Ito ka. Si Scream mo. Naka 2x yan. Hop! Oh!
Okay. Yun ang greedy. Yun ang maasim.
Yun ang maasim. Hindi ko alam kung anong ginawa ni Sined dun, men. Ba't niya gagawin yun? Oh. Pero importante, low yung mga players ngayon ng TL. Nivera, super low. Solcas as well. Scream. He needs to use his Empress ngayon agad. Ayun na. Empress is now on. Pero nga na meron tao nga sa likod. Killers! Tamang discipline lang. Pero yun nga lang. Meron pang tao din sa may backside mga kaibigan. Tamang
okay.
pot shots lang. 2v4.
Winnable.
Yeah, winnable. Sobrang winnable to.
Buhay pa si Zeke, winnable pa to eh.
Oo, eto na. Op! The timing! Zeke with a kill. Stark, so din sa tayo pwede ka pumasok ngayon mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Link. Nasa kanya ang sagot if... Oh, the timing! Oh my gosh! Stark, so... That is a 2v4!
Grabe!
Oh no! This is over, man. This is over.
This is so done. Ascend is just something else, dude. Ascend is just something else. Mukhang maaga tayo matatapos today, Villa.
Let's go! Basta magkasama nga kaming dalawa, men. Lahat ng fast game sa amin yun. Tried and tested yan. Kaya, kunyari, yung direct natin kung gusto umuwi ng maaga, ibigay sa atin lahat.
Tama.
Oh my God! Ito na si Tito Scream, tilted na.
Pero si Rere yung next series, kaya babawi
Ano bang match mamaya?
KRU, Gambit.
Gambit yun, 2-0, men.
Ay, hindi. Malakas yung KRU. Malakas yung
talaga?
KRU. Ako, ang lakas ng KRU. Maniwala ka, Vil. May chance.
Hindi ko pa sila nakakast ngayon sa Champions, pero nakast ko siya nung Berlin. Yung 4 year nakas ko rin dati.
Ang laki ng improvement ng KRU.
Sentinels na lang talaga hindi ko nakakast ever.
Okay lang yan, Vil. Medyo kulilat naman sila this event Yung totoo lang.
Hindi ko man lang nasigaw yung Shaz, yung Tens, si Zons, si Dapper.
Feeling ko mag-roster change yan.
Sinatra-in.
Sentinels. I doubt. Ang laki ng binayad nila kay Ted sa susunod.
Binili namin yan sa Cloud9 eh.
1 million yan.
Tas hindi na bo. Tabo nga, no? Paano paglaban ng ang 100 Thieves at saka ang Sentinels? Saan si Kaide? 100 Thieves or Sentinel, di ba? Hirap, man.
Well, trabaho muna siguro.
Trabaho muna. Tapos pag uwi ni Tens, doon na lang yung bebe time.
Bawi na lang sa bebe time.
Oo, tama. So pag 100 Thieves at saka ang Sentinels naglaban, so supportahan ni, siyempre binabaya, ginagawa mo, pre. Nagawa mo, pre. Makati ba? Ano yung kinakamot mo, ha? Yung mga ganyang galawan, pag naka-jogging pants.
Kunwari lang.
Pag naka-jogging pants, syempre, hindi naman kita, hindi naman pansin, abot naman kasi.
You know what they say, if you shake it more than thrice.
Ay. It is GG.
Si Scream lang, tingnan mo, si Scream lang yung may ambag, Ito mo yung stats nila, si Scream lang yung may ambag,
Mamaya pagkatapos ng match na to, masakit yung likod ni Scream. Bibigat nyo!
Ayan yan si Y.
Sa Turkey pala siya, men.
Nasa Turkey.
Yan yung YB iniwan mo sa buffet.
Patay tayo mamaya.
Man.
Pag nakita ni YB to, patay tayo mamaya.
Patay lang tayo if nalaman.
Tama. Hindi naman tayo lalaglag ni Direct Dale
Syempre hindi. Deal, tinamahan kami doon kasi lumalaki na rin yung chan namin. Di ilo. Sabay. Alam mo yung mga ganitong mga edad chan na yung lumalaki sa atin.
Yun yung unang lumalaki at yung huling lumili.
Oo. Titos of Valorant nga Ako, si Ilo, tsaka si Viminal. Yun yung ultimate Titos. Makakabawi ata dito pero nga ng Jumpy with a 2. Ito na ata yung pagbangon ng Team Liquid
We'll see.
Okay. Nakakapatay sila.
It's just a pistol for me, so you know, it's 10 rounds, Vil. 10 rounds.
Chill nga lang. Okay na mamatay si Kiles dito. It's fine. 9 rounds na lang. Tagal nun.
Ang daming rounds na hahabulin ito. Literal comeback of the century to kung na-comeback nila to.
Madaming hahabulin si Scream if ever. Isipin mo, mapang pinili mo. Ito yung score. 11-2. Man, ano yun?
Ano yun? Wala, Ascent talaga
Grabe. Nice. Kaya natin to, pare. Puso lang.
Tiwala, 11-2.
Tiwala lang, pare. Atin to. 11-2, pre. Atin to, pre. Ay, naku.
Oh my God. Okay, Scream. If anyone can use the Guardian, it's Scream.
Spike down B.
Si Jessie Vash.
Tsaka si Jessie Vash. Dalawa.
Siya lang naman yung nag-guardian sa Secret.
Actually, si Bone Cold din magaling mag-Guardian.
Mas magaling si Jessie Vash.
Magaling si Jessie Vash.
Dead.
Okay. Nice skill, nice skill. To be honest, nothing too hype sa Team Liquid, man, to be honest.
Yep.
Nothing too hype sa Team Liquid. Sa ginagawa. Because, wala eh, I mean, hindi naman pantay yung laban eh.
Hindi talaga.
If ever manalo ang Ascend, yun ang something to hype talaga.
You're done.
Replay yan? Wala naman nangyari.
One enemy remaining.
Muntik na nga siya. 11-3. They have all the guns already and kailangan nilang makabawi ngayon. This is gonna be the match point for the side of Ascend. Let's see if ever magiging mukhang gagayahin ata ng Team Liquid yung ginagawa ng Ascend kanina. Trying to be really aggressive and just utilize that Astra smokes. If ever lang talagang pumasok sa dito, they're done.
Yeah. We'll see if they can get into the site. Here comes the utility. Ang dami nilang ginamit na utility para sa B main.
Oh, hindi. Never mind. Yeah, it's true.
Pero di ko maintindihan tong attack na to.
Actually,
kinuha nila yung B main tapos
hindi
nag-rotate
sila
sila into default.
Diba, alam mo yun, sobrang dami nilang kinumit dyan sa garage, pare. Ang dami nilang binato, paranoia, dash, slow
orb.
Lahat. Camera nandun din. Pero biglang nagbago yung isip nila. Tapos tayo dito. Tapos di na lang pala.
Tapos nag-smoke din sila sa mid, di naman nagamit.
Oh.
Okay, B-split to. Pero iniwan nila si Bone Cold para mag-lurk.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, and they're going for B. Scream is able to get one. Zeke trades him out. Link all alone, can't do it. They were able to find the kills that they need. Acend, really well done as well. Nagawa na nilang 2v4, should be match point. With a Marshall and a gun in the hands of Scream, unless Scream can just kill everyone, I really doubt it. Ang dalawang magkakapatid, ni Vera at Scream, magkasama ngayon, 2v4 retake.
Yan na. Medyo mahirap to na gagawin nila. Pero wala silang choice. They need to win this round. Yun yung mahirap dito sa side ng Team Liquid. Wala na silang chance ang mag-save pa. Every round mag-all in sila. Scream, the one-tap machine. The man himself falling into the hands of Acend. Ascend, ladies and gentlemen, to the match point already. Can they keep up?
12-3, it's match point. That's 9 rounds that you gotta catch up on, man.
Ano kayo? Gambit? Well, ginawa ng Gambit.
Not on split though. I just don't see it happening.
Alam mo, naalala ko na naman yung split, yung sobrang liit na mga pinto, na mga entry point.
Oo.
Nagki-cringe ako, wala lang. Kasi na-realize ko na sobrang defender-sided niya. Lalaman sa garage, dito sa B, dito sa mid, tsaka sa A, sa heaven. Sobrang defender-sided.
Feeling ko madami silang kailangan i-rework. Sa tingin ko kailangan nilang i-rework yung silong ng Haven. Masyadong close din siya.
Oo, tama.
Tsaka siya masyadong mahaba.
She said.
B-site na naman ang piniling target dito. Ganda ng gravity well. But
ganda, sobrang ganda ng timing. Pero nga na-scream with a kill on to kill us right now. Pero nga really great dismiss.
Oh
This is over.
This is done. May off pa si Nevera. Magre-retake pa siya nagamit ang off. I doubt it. Pero di pa nagpa-plant. Madami pang time ang Team Liquid actually. So may chance pa naman.
Off retake. Pero if ever makakakuha si Nevera dito ng rifle, why not?
Why not?
Meron pang flash ha. Meron pang dalawang flash. Meron pang ang aftershock dito. Merong chance. Isang magandang flash lang. Tsaka isang magandang aftershock lang at least. Pero 4v3 to. At the end of the day, Oh, huge kill by Soulcast and Link. 2v3, now the clock is ticking already. Pero, oh my god, muntik
Kaya
na.
nagawa pa.
Oo, nakaya pa. Muntik na.
Thanks.
Because of that one flash and aftershock, nabawi nila dito. Binigay kay Soulcast. Tama lang na binigay kay Soulcast din. Para lang at least dun sa dun sa showstopper. Pinipilit nilang gusto nung prod din na pumasok sila dyan sa dyan sa finisher because of that. Ilang araw na lang ba? Niisip ko kung bibili ako eh. Wala kasing masyadong effects eh.
Sulit ba?
Oo, nag-open ako ng Valorant ngayon sa totoo. Guys, sa birthday ko, okay na sa akin isang bundle. VIL, #VIL. Yun yung ilagay niyo.
Okay. Si Vil.
Oo, VIL, #VIL. Yeah, it's VIL. It's easy to remember.
Yep.
Isang Champions bundle lang, man. Or kahit hindi Champions bundle, kahit mga murang Valorant points lang. VIL, #VIL. Salamat.
Pwede na ba mag-send ng ganun?
If you're gonna buy from probably like a Coda shop.
Ganun. Pwede pala.
Yeah. Ilang araw na lang ba? 2 days pa ang Champions 2021 bundle. Ano sa store ko ngayon? Broken Blade of the Ruined King. RGX 11Z Pro Blade. Ion Energy Sword. Wow. Kala mo naman talaga may pambili ako eh. Ano nasa night market? Puro vandal yung
Wala pangit eh.
Pangit din sa akin. Nebula Guardian, Winter Wonderland Vandal, Origin Vandal, Prism Spectre, Prime Guardian, Tethered Realms Operator.
Di ko trip.
Kahit isa wala akong trip. Wala man nung knife. Feeling ko hindi 2.6 kasi yung isang Vandal eh. Nung Champions eh. Mahal.
Ako hindi ako bumibili ng bundle. Piyesa-piyesa ako bumili.
Ako, never ako bumili ng bundle din.
Kasi may theme akong sinusunod eh. Gusto ko puro white and gold.
Di Ion.
Parang Ion, parang Prime, parang Sentinels of Light, yung ganun.
Okay. Ano? Ako chamba ko siling na isa. Saan nabibili yung hand warmer?
Maganda.
Ba't kailangan mo mag-hand warmer sa Pilipinas, Paps?
Baka mag-travel siya.
Siguro.
Baka mag-travel.
Check mo. Sakto, 12-12 ngayon.
Oo nga. Nalason ka na ba?
Wala, hindi ako tumingin.
Hindi ka tumingin? Ako, napapatingin ako mamaya pagkatapos nito titingin ako.
No, ewan ko. Hindi ko alam kung...
Parang gusto kong bumili ng coffee stuff ngayon eh. Mga espresso stuff eh.
Pinag-uusapan lang natin kanina yan. Nga pala guys, binigyan pala ako ni Ilu ng Nespresso Pods. Maraming salamat. Sarap talaga.
Okay ba?
Okay.
Nice.
Alam mo yung nakakilis nga kasi sabi ko kay May na gawan niya ako ng pagkagising ko bago ako mag-cast. Tapos after ko mag-cast, meron ulit. Kasi sobrang sarap.
Nice.
Pero marami pa naman, huwag ka mag-alala.
Dami pa naman.
Soulcast.
Nice
Bone
shot.
Cold. Ito na. The King of Sheriff, mga kaibigan. Getting that Vandal. 12 seconds in. Meron bang sariling time? Meron ba siyang time? Pero yun nga lang you need to mess up with the echo. Plus 300!
So, sulit yun?
Ang kapal
Sobrang ganda ng ginawa ni Bone Cold doon. Ang kapal na mukha, nag-plant lang sa gitna ng map. Ayos pa yun?
Ang kapal ng mukha ni Bone Cold, man.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, ang kapal nun. Isipin mo, pagka-drop niya, 4.
Plant agad eh, no?
Ang kapal ng mukha.
Pero gumana.
Pero gumana, di ba?
Tokens tsaka plant, sobrang sulit yun.
Alam mo, first time lang namin talaga nakakita ng parang sobrang kapal ng mukha ng ginawa ni Bone Cold.
Sa gitna ng site.
Men, sobrang sagwa ng ginawa niya, pero nag-work.
Nag-work talaga. Ayos yun. I love it.
Yeah. Alam mo, yung sinasabi, ni Mami makapal na mukha, don't worry, because it's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Kaya if ever mapanood to ni Bone Cold, dude, don't worry. You're doing a really great job.
Oh, that should have been a kill any day.
Whoop. Paranoia will connect, pero meron tayo sa Mahal mga kaibigan. That's gonna be the showstopper from Soulcast. Pero, oh my god.
They need a smoke on CT. That's the smoke they're waiting for. Teleport to A.
You baited!
You baited! Joke lang!
Joke lang!
Ay, ang ganda ng fake! Ang ganda ng fake! May dalawa na sila doon!
Ay, pero, oh my god, malayo. Hindi, nakikilos to. Nakikilos ang sagot. Oh no, mahirap to.
Ay,
Link,
hirap.
Link, mahirap to i-retake ka. Oh, wala silang retake. Oh my god, na-delay pa!
Meron pa!
2v1, Jumpy. Siya na lang mag-isa dito. The clock is ticking already. Nasa iyo ang buhay ng Team Liquid. Hindi ka pwedeng magkamali, Jumpy.
Oh no! Not like this! Not like this!
Double pick!
Not like this!
Oh god, generated by Bone Cold! Sobrang basic na galaw. Mag-ingay kayo sa B, mag-ulti ako sa A. Sobrang Bone Cold, ang kapal ng mukha mo, men. Sobrang solid ng ginagawa mo.
Grabing fake yun. Teleport to A. Hype naman stars. Diba? Ay, nanalo. May finals pa.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Ascend is going to the Grand Finals.
Whew. What a game. What a game we just saw. Congratulations to Acend as sila na ang magiging finalist dito ngayon sa VCT Berlin. Kakalabanin nila either KRU or Gambit. There. Team Liquid. There.
Ano yan? He tried.
Mas magaling lang talaga ang Acend. Laki ng skill gap eh. The first time na natalo ang Team Liquid, by the way, today.
Go YB.
Go YB.
Kasi OB pare, old blood.
Oh.
Pwedeng younger blood.
Wow, what a series.
Oh, tayo-tayo ka ba? Sobrang solid ang ginagawa ng Ascend. Ganda ng mga spot. Mga artisan.
Yung Vaxi yata yan eh.
Yung Vaxi. Oh, yun nga. Yun nga eh. Actually, baka ngayon yun yung kunin ko.
Ganda. Yung Vaxi custom, yung pwede mo lagyan ng pangalan mo.
Sa totoo lang, yung mousepad ni Scream, yun yung pinakauna kong mousepad ever.
Ano ba?
Way back 2030. Steel series na makapal.
Yun, meron pa rin ako. Yung heavy?
Oo. Yun yung pinakauna kong mousepad. 2013? Ata? 12? Basta, yun.
Hanggang ngayon, gamit ko pa rin QCK.
Sa akin,
gusto ko na ng artisan mousepad eh.
Ako rin eh.
Makahanap. Hanap kaya tayo. Pag may nakita ka, link mo ako.
Meron mga galing Japan.
Yan.
You guys earned it. I mean, solid.
Really good stuff here.
Sobrang worthy sila na mapunta sa Grand Finals.
Ganda lang ang hoodie nila actually.
Ganda nga nung ano nila eh.
Yung pants.
Joggers nila.
Yung
Rise
joggers, ang ganda. Gusto ko niyan.
Yung ano nila eh.
Pares pa sila ng shoes ni YB.
YB, wala, labas na ako dyan ha.
Pares pa sila ng shoes yung Vans na ganyan.
Oo nga no.
Diba?
Check mo nga kung nagigitara din siya. Para sa long hair. YB, yung kapatid mo, nasa Turkey lang pala.
Oh.
I love that shot.
That's a great shot, dude. Honestly, that's a great shot.
Sobrang emotional ng shot na yun, man. Solid.
Nag-celebrate yung isa, tapos si Scream. Nag-empake. Great shot.
Yeah. I mean,
we're back. So, ayun na nga, congratulations Ascent. They're gonna go to the grand finals and they're going to go up against either yung mananalo sa next match, which is either KRU or could be Gambit. Tignan natin because KRU has honestly been really good thus far. I will be not surprised kung nanalo sila lately in the next one. But before we do that, meron pala tayong papasalamatan, by the way. Wait, let me just find it. There we go. Malayo ang mararating ng gaming needs mo with Globe at Home prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load HomeSurf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na. Valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. And winning starts at home with a Globe at Home Unli Fiber plan of up to 2699 with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with its powerhouse bundle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not already. Pero meron pa naman tayong match mamaya, which is gonna be KRU versus Gambit. At least meron na tayong isang team ngayon na nasa grand finals. Who's gonna be? The grand finals tomorrow is gonna be the biggest question. Pero yun nga, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, we are Casters Villain Shadow here. Congratulations to Ascend for bagging that win. See you later.
One enemy remaining. Enemy down. One enemy.
Nice!
He doesn't need to zoom in. Got it!
Would have to be an ace. Refusal. Thanks for the opposite picture in picture.
He's gonna use hell. Simple does it. My goodness.
This is his world, and we're just living it. I'm surprised. Durka, an operator, and connect. 자, 이번에 화살 없어요. 조사령 화살만 있어요.
1대1이에요. 자, 나도 수학.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Unli Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back to Berlin, where Ascend have booked themselves a ticket to the first ever Champions Grand Final. They do it in 2 maps, and I called the first map dominant. I don't even know what to call the second one then. That split performance was just nutty.
Insane stuff. And, you know, we keep talking about how great Ascend's defenses are, but yeah, I don't even know what to call it when the only round that you give your opponents is one off a thrifty. It's just kind of a throwaway round. Man, what a performance coming out from the individuals on Ascend. That B hold, you just can't do anything about it. And the craziest part is for instance, Starso, top of the scoreboard on the stats department in the kills, but it's not like he was just running it down looking for kills, being greedy, right? He was doing his job, and his job is tucking and staying and holding an off angle. He did that, but he kept getting multi-kills. Just so impressive.
He was just, I mean, you can see why. He's top to ACS, he's top of everything, basically, here for Ascend, and it was just nuts. They were just feeling it. I mean, Kiles, you know, has become a rock for this team. Starzo shows up when it matters most for them here on Split. What can you say? Look at how they just click on heads. I mean, they were just faster, stronger, better.
And I know we put a lot of focus, rightfully so, on players like CNED and especially Zeke coming into the day. But I think the dominance that we've seen, I think the smackdown that we just witnessed was delivered by this man on your screen and Kiles, as you mentioned, particularly on this second map, the way that they were able to hold it down defensively, just completely putting a stop to any kind of aggression, any kind of fight that Team Liquid showed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's those reactions, right, Dash? I mean, Kiles, again, it's not brute force in your face like when we think about Zeke and his little dance maneuvers with those satchels. This was big brain maneuvers, just dancing around the pillar, not giving Liquid, not giving Scream in particular the exact duel that he's looking for, right? Just being so slippery around on those B defenses. And again, ping-ponging so well. When Starso has that aggro top pillar, then Kiles swings, right? So it's these clever little ratty moves that I freaking love coming out from these Sentinels.
Well, it was a wickedly fast series, to say the least, and a dominant 2-0 at that. But given that fact, I think Bala, who we've got standing by at the telestrator, has plenty of sick rounds to choose from.
That I do, and I picked 2 actually, and talking about what Potter's talked about, slippery is what I would call the bind play from Ascend that entire time. So I've got bind to start off with Starkso, who in my mind is actually one of the best bind players in the world, and one of the reasons why they are undefeated since Zeke has joined in non-seeding matches. So let's start off the round with Starkso here outside of bathroom. One thing immediately that Ascend is realizing is that there is no dart coming in that's usually landing somewhere on the backside of the shower wall. That would tell them that there's going to be a fight onto bathroom. Instead, there's nothing. So Starkso goes and dry peek it, and they take a lot of space. Once again, that knife not coming in tells them a lot about what's going on. Meanwhile, Zeke went through the hookah and just satcheled onto Link, takes out one of their controllers, and instantly that means that there's not really going to be much to delay outside of potentially a Viper here. So no Molly's going to be thrown down, nothing like that. So let's look at the mini-map real quick and show what the reaction is. So they know already, no dart thrown here. There must be something happening on the outside of bathrooms, otherwise they would be fighting for this a little bit more proactively. Then again, onto the lamps position, we're gonna have this Viper wall go down and the orb that he's been throwing every single time right there. He's just gonna lurk up and through that into lamps and try to get an advantage. So Starkso and CNED are pushing up, no problem here. There is the res on CNED, so they can be a little aggressive here. And since they know something is close, look how easy Starkso catches Scream up here. Look at this man. He's just completely full blind, stuck, no chance at all in this round. Starkso cleans him up, and he calls actually for the smoke to go very, very deep here. This smoke from Bone Cold is very deep because he knows, once again, going back to the mini-map, that we have this push all the way out lamp. Starkso wants to time it very well and fight with Kiles as he comes out. There is one kill that goes down, but they don't see Starkso. But who traded? It's actually Yampy onto Bone Cold. He knows where the position is. He's going to creep up behind him, and this is the type of sneaky tactics that Starkso is so good at on this map. Not a chance for Scream, not a chance for Yampy because of the way that Starkso plays. And then finally, one thing to know here, going back to the mini-map one more time, this Viper's Pit covers all of spawn, okay? So it's going to be a long time before the player from B can make it through that Viper's Pit, but they can also not come through the pipe's position. So Starkso is instantly going to figure out, is he coming up short? Yes, confirmed. That Viper takes down the Trailblazer. Kiles is coming in on the flank as well. he activates his orb to stop him from pushing through, but Starkso finds him through the smoke. So let's move on to Split now. And the reason why this was so dominant, in my opinion, was a couple of different things, but Bone Cold is one in specific. The way that he uses his smokes so proactively to actually force Team Liquid to make a decision on where to go. Let's look at this one way that he threw from Screen's perspective all the way up in heaven. So number one, you're worried about whether there's a one-way angle coming in that way, but it's also funneling them. They don't want to go up into heaven just in case that one way is going to find some value. And this is around where, if we look at the mini-map again, this is around where CNED pushed down mid that entire time. So they're already coming in the direction that they want them to. That's Ascend saying, hey, Team Liquid, come in this direction. We're going to go out the ramp. Now, I want to show a secondary smoke here that Bone Cold throws when the hit actually starts to come, and that lands perfectly for Starkso to assist him in a way that is beautiful, right? He is able to just throw down a slow on this corner, and now he tucks himself into the smoke. It doesn't work out, but the only angles that Team Liquid is going to be able to force through is this smoke. So Starkso's primed to get a couple of kills if they don't spam him down. Scream does a great job at doing that, but once again, the way that they funneled them in through main instead of going up heaven gives Bone Cold the perfect timing to trade Starkso beautifully, okay? And then I want to show how he throws the smoke, and he's pushing right as Kiles comes through, so they're perfectly going to pinch those two players who are inside, but he throws the smoke, trying to help out the defuse, and yeah, it catches him off because Yampy's coming up, but he was trying to get to safety in the first place. But look at how just that smoke, while he dies for Kiles, actually gets him the full defuse. He sticks it, and look at that. Look at the angle right here. If Yampy enters the smoke, he can't see him. He doesn't know where he's defusing. He doesn't know whether he's defusing, whether he sticks it entirely, whether he's going to push through the smoke or not. So Yampy has no choice but to kind of wait this out, and that gives Kiles the perfect opportunity to get the full defuse. And there's so much more if you go back and watch Bone Cold in that game that he throws that pushes Team Liquid into really, really awkward positions. And I just wanted to highlight that because that was dominant from Ascent.
Thank you so much, Bala. It's all of that play from the three members behind the two duelist stars that we typically look at. We already talked Starkso and Kiles, but I love that he's calling out Bone Cold as well on those smokes. I want to take a look at the bracket just as it has now flushed out. We've only got one more semifinal ahead of us to choose who will be going up against Ascent here in our grand final. It's, of course, going to be KRU looking to take down our defending champs in Gambit. But now you just got to look at a taste of what you're going to run into tomorrow into a best-of-5 at.
Sheesh. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Sheesh.
no, that's Ascend's path to victory.
That is Ascend.
You can't steal their juju.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to steal anything. I'm trying to reinforce it, all right? I don't know. If anybody that isn't Ascend is looking at this has to be just scared out of their boots.
I got to imagine so. And if you're looking at them and you're scared, that means if you are Ascend, you're feeling confident. Let's head down to stage with Doug, who's standing by with Bone Cold for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Tesh. Yes, I am down here with Bone Cold, who just did horribly unspeakable things in that previous series up against Liquid. Bone Cold, first off, congratulations. I want to ask you about the series in general, right? 13-6, 13-5. Were you expecting that effortless of a series?
No, not really. I feel like Liquid is right now, at their peak performance. I was expecting, to go really tight, 13-11 overtimes. But I just feel like today, just everything clicked for us. We got a lot of clutches, we got a lot of entries. Everybody was showing up at the important rounds, and it just snowballed the whole series into our favor.
Now, I want to ask you about the Omen pick, specifically on Split. You don't see that very often. I think a lot of teams prefer the Astra, and on paper, you would think that's for good reason. But tell me, for you specifically, why do you like Omen on Split so much?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Omen is just one of those picks that really go well with with fast tempo like agent lineups. I feel like with Jet Race, you have your ulti to go and follow them. You can TP over Astra pulls and Sage slows. I feel like on Split right now the meta is to play all these Astras, Breaches, Vipers, and I feel like our lineup just works really well against this this setup based agent picks.
Last question I have for you. I want to draw some parallels to the last time you were in this arena. to this tournament, right? Like your Masters 3 performance, it was an early exit in the quarterfinals. This time around, given the storylines of KRU, the storylines of Liquid and everyone else, you guys have kind of flown under the radar, right? But you find yourself at the grand finals now.
Yeah.
What is it that's been so different this time?
I don't know. Like, it's actually a really good feeling to be the underdog. I mean, we don't set any pressure onto us. We have realistic expectations for our play. Like the preparation has pretty much been the same since last Masters. We got a new analyst who comes up with like this really like how the enemy teams play. That is like really nice and tight, like informed peanut shell on almost, you could say, where I can like get really good reads on the enemy, and I can just feel really confident on going into the series, knowing like if I see this, they're probably doing this. Generally they like to play like this. Our analyst did a great job against Liquid. I need to say my thanks to him.
Well, and it showed in the series. Bone Cold, thank you so much. Friends, we're not done quite yet. There is still one more spot up for grabs in the grand finals. It's Gambit versus KRU. You are not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Bubble bass. Bubble bass.
Bubblegum. Bubblegum. Bands like it's 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 bubblegum. We pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. Bands like it's we pop bands like it's bubblegum. 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 Bands like it's bubblegum.
Bubble bass. Bubble bass.
Bubblegum.
Burn them
to champions. We have just one more spot left in the first ever Champions Grand Final. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined by two lovely gentlemen besides me, Achilles and Ryan Central. Welcome back, guys. What an exciting day to be on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, one of the games that everybody's looking forward to. It's Ice versus Fire, not only from the regions that KRU and Gambit are from, but this is the best stylistic matchup, I think, in the tournament. So hopefully it makes for a banger semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a hard-hitting pace, neck-breaking pace here from the side of KRU going up against Gambit, who really loves to slow things down. And it's just really about who can come out on top, who can actually control their opponent. So this is bound to be an absolute banger of a series.
Yeah, as I said, the winner is going to be going through to the first ever Champions Grand Final. And we've got even more things going on tomorrow. Here's a reminder that today's finalists will be playing after the first ever Valorant opening ceremony with the likes of Paris, Rez, we got Zed guys coming in, and Grabbers as well, who made that incredible Champions song. Make sure you meet us here at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. CET and 2 a.m. JST for all of the action. We'll see you then. Now, ahead of the tournament, we got to talk about Gambit and KRU. How could I forget KRU? But these two teams, let's start with Gambit for this semi-final, because no one is really surprised they made it this far. But Ryan, they've dropped a few maps along the way. It's not as clean as the way they did it back at Masters.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, the fact that they win Masters Berlin back in August, September time. Bucky's favourite, I think, for this tournament, because it's that kind of squad. It's such a young team that's building up to it. But like you said, every single series that they've had this tournament has been a full best of 3. They've been great maps, but when you're looking against like Team Secret and stuff like that, it's those problematic games that this Gambit team looks a little bit not as clinical as we saw from Berlin last time.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, they've been shaky on a lot of different maps, not even just the ones that they've necessarily lost on, but one of the most damning things about it is coming into this where they stand right now. They've lost as many maps in this event as they did in all of that last Masters event with half the games played. So it has not been nearly as clean as we might have anticipated from this squad who are looking to defend the title.
I mean, they've tried to adapt here and there with some of the agent changes as well. Have they adapted a little too much? Are they kind of playing too much out of their comfort zone?
I mean, potentially. A lot of teams we've been seeing throughout this event have been trying to adapt and change things up. Vision Strikers is certainly one of them. Had never run KO in their lives. They tried to run it, didn't really work out too well for them. So sometimes you can kind of overcorrect things that don't necessarily need to be fixed. Gambit, it's the question of, have they actually mastered it by now coming into this series, or will they just say, okay, this isn't working, and take a step back and go to what was working in the past?
Yeah, they've not adapted as much as other teams when it comes to using out their agents, but I think I like things like Chronicles Killjoy that we've been seeing a lot more of, and I think him in particular is like a star player to highlight. Moments like this, I think, where X10 in their series were in a 4 versus 2 situation, and the fact that Chronicle was sort of playing in different agents, playing in different roles, I think it was a bit of duelists, initiators, controllers. This is the kind of moments where this Gambit team are sort of done and out from the looks. And if you look at the scoreline being 7-all, it's these kind of turning point moments where 2 players can make all the difference. And the great thing about Gambit is it could be any 2 players on that team. It's not just the Nats show anymore. If anything, he's had a bit of a lesser tournament in comparison to Berlin, but the rest of the team is still in unison with how they're playing Valorant.
Yeah, which is really great to see. And I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit when it comes down to KRU. You don't particularly want to have that one person that you absolutely have to rely on at every single twist and turn. That's when, if they're not having a good day, things start to fall apart. So the fact that Gambit can collectively rise up as a unit, and fully function that way. If somebody's having a little bit of an off time, the slack gets picked up by the other 4 players. It's a really great thing to see, and that's really big for their perseverance to be able to stick in this tournament.
Yeah, the concern overall, I think, for me as a Gambit fan this tournament is they haven't really been tested at all, to be honest. Like, Team Secret scared them. Vikings look good. They almost got knocked to the lower bracket in their groups by Vikings if it wasn't for this another revitalization on Icebox. I don't know why Gambit's known for that of all teams to bring it back into overtime, but it is when you look at teams like KRU, like their side of it, they're beating Sentinels, Fnatic. We haven't seen Gambit go up against one of those potential top 10 teams in the world realistically. Sure, Secret and X10 surprised and they looked great, but it's not like Gambit ran into an Envy or a Sentinels or any other team along the way. They had a pretty
straightforward route. Not an easy one, but straightforward in comparison to other teams.
Well, you mentioned Chronicle already earlier. You know, this team, maybe back at Masters Berlin, people were mainly looking at Nats, Defo at times, and Shadows. But talk me through why this guy has been making one of the highest impact on this team, Brian.
I think it's just he's the most unfazed when situations go a bit wrong. Like that clip that we saw in the 4 versus 2 in favor of X10. Like, Chronicle is one of those players that is very good at trading out kills, winning those duels. When things kind of go a bit out and crazy, again, this is a full buy on the side of X10 that Sheriff kills were able to come in for. And also the fact that the Killjoy's been working. We've seen him a little bit on Brimstone. The Sky, the Sova, on their own as initiate. So it's a lot of work on his shoulders utility-wise, but then he can also have moments where he can clutch out. And frankly, if it wasn't for him, I think Gambit would have maybe been out of the tournament earlier. He saved Gambit's asses a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, he's done pretty well here. But we got to talk about Nats a little bit. Here is him, the man himself, telling us what he loves the most. Of course, it's the fans.
Hello, today with you Ayaz Natsahmechan from Gambit Esports, Valorant team. If we're gonna talk about the all team is really good right now. I'm the man only because of my fans. They are supporting me a lot, and I'm so confident only because of you, my fans. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it feels silly that we don't talk about Nats on a team like this. And Achilles, even so, like you said, Chronicle has been really stepping up, and Defo as well. Nats is still someone that they do rely on for this, for those lurks and for those sneaky plays as well.
Yeah, I think that especially going into the series versus KRU, a lot of the weight is going to fall on Nats' shoulders, particularly when he is going to be piloting the Viper. We have to see what maps come through, obviously, but that's where they can really try to slow down KRU. When he gets into that ratty play style, when he's just going to be holding hard angles and just trying to shut down a site take, that is really going to fall on Nats, and it's a question of whether or not he is going to be able to do so. I mean, given what he showed from us in the past, I think he's absolutely capable of it, but he needs to be performing on the day.
Yeah, especially against a team like KRU. Now, let's talk about KRU, because I feel like we talk about Nats being like a bit of a fan favorite. KRU in this tournament, the biggest surprise, they've taken down every single big dog along the way. And now, Kilios, do you feel like Gambit is going to be even tougher opponent to the ones they've faced before?
It's difficult to say just because things haven't been as clean for Gambit, but overall I would say yes. I mean, they suffer the loss early to the side of Team Liquid, who themselves make it into a semifinal. They have a little bit of a rough series versus Furia. They take down Sentinels. They get a 2-1 versus Fnatic. But you kind of zoom out and you see that Fnatic was really only able to get wins on 2 different maps. Suddenly you start saying maybe this will be a little bit rougher for KRU against Gambit. Maybe Gambit is going to give them a harder time, but I think that they have so much drive, so much passion, and so much fandom behind them that is just pushing energy at these players that they absolutely can get it done.
It's just a nice thing for the region as well, like Latam only having one team from their region going into Masters 2, Masters 3, and this tournament, all of which have been KRU. They've been a consistent factor, but the difference between Masters 3, Berlin, and now, just a change around in the agents, Mazzino being more of an impact player on stuff like the Sky and the Sub when needed, Klaus almost sitting back playing a lot more Viper, and I think, honestly, statistically in this tournament, doing a little bit better of a job than Nats is currently, and that's just, again, one of those cases where Nats, I think, had to rethink his playstyle. He said in an interview with a press conference that people tried to kill his play style, I suppose is the better way of going about it, but it's that adaptation, and KRU having various different looks. One of them is go very, very freaking quickly onto a site, but they also have that adaptation to slow things down. It's just Gambit want to play super, super slow. How do you deal with that?
I mean, so much of KRU's game plan centers around Kesnet, and we have to speak about Kesnet. This guy, I think, coming to the tournament, we had murmurs and rumors of how great he was during scrims, but Ryan, on that stage, he's been absolutely insane.
Yeah, comparing him to Defo as well, who has been an absolute animal for Gambit in this tournament as well, similar to Chronicle in the sense that he has had to perform his heart out in order to keep Gambit in the clean for the most part. I think what makes Kesnet so good is that adaptability across agents, of course. The majority of stuff that we're going to see him rolling on is that Reyna, but even stuff like a Breach on Fracture. It's those kind of things that you go, there's a lot more depth to this player than shooty gun. That this is such a young talent, and that's the thing. These are the 2 youngest teams in this tournament. Full stop, out of the 16. Yeah. So it's the fact that both Gambit and KRU could go the distance, and Kesnet is certainly one for the future.
I mean, he's incredible. This guy's like a 6'8", 250-pound, just lean muscle gaming warlord of a player.
He's a chance.
So many people weren't really looking towards KRU when people are putting together their top 20 player list and whatnot. I'm calling you out, Flat Chat. Only one person from Flat Chat put him in the top 20 players at this tournament. He has made such a statement. He is still the only player that has the super ace, getting 6 kills in a round, and then he gets another ace in that map. And it was in a loss. The man put up incredible numbers coming up, plus 15 in a loss on Icebox. It's just astounding to see what he is able to achieve. And if Gambit are going to find success today, they have to figure out a way to shut him down.
Yeah, they have to indeed. Well, let's hear from the fragging machine himself. This is Kesnet.
Hola, soy Kenny Deus y juego para la escuadra de KRU Esports. Obviamente me siento fantástico por lo que estamos logrando y personalmente con mi rendimiento fue una de las cosas que me tiene más orgulloso. Obviamente representar a Latinoamérica es algo honorable y estar en parte de esta historia es algo que me tiene orgulloso. Es un honor enfrentarse a jugadores tan buenos y tener esta oportunidad y obviamente dejarlo todo en la cancha y veremos quién se lo lleva.
I mean, they still got that Cinderella story going on. And if they are able to beat Gambit today and advance to the grand finals tomorrow or take the trophy home, Ryan, no one is going to forget who this guy is.
No, not at all. He's just going to be a player that people are keeping an eye on, representing, it feels like the whole of South America as well when it comes to that kind of performance as well. And it also has an impact on LATAM as a region, right? So a lot on his shoulders, but so far KRU haven't really been fazed by the pressure. In fact, they've been stacking it on the enemy teams.
I think you'll also find North America try to piggyback on the success of this squad as well. At this point, they're desperate for something.
Yeah. They're counting LATAM now. We see you, NA. We see you. Right. And let's head into the map vetoes now. When it comes to the picks and bans, we know what Gambit are going to do. Achilles, they ban Haven. There we go. They ban Haven every single time. But what are KRU going to do?
I was deliberating over this for the longest time, and I think that it's got to be either Icebox or Fracture. They had 2 first picks on Fracture going up against Furia and Sentinels. They lost on both of those, so I think they're going to look to steer away from that map, but it's actually going to be Icebox, which is a lot of respect given to Gambit, who have looked a bit shaky on that map throughout this tournament.
It is very much a picky poison situation for KRU overall. Gambit picking the Breeze as well is rough. There's a couple of maps that we haven't seen from KRU this tournament, and realistically, KRU would want the Haven and the Split because they're the maps that they beat Sentinels and Fnatic on. So the fact that one of them is just unavailable at this time, I thought they might even sort of lean towards Split for their pick, but it's a real hard gauge. Breeze is going to be a tough one considering how Gambit have looked on it. 13-0 earlier in the tournament against Team Secret, and a bit of an awkward series against X10, but still dominant on the attacking side.
I will say that Redgar said, backstage that he thought Fnatic should have left Breeze open because he thought they could have exploited KRU's Breeze. So Achilles, I'm interested to see what game plan they have, knowing maybe something that we don't know behind the scenes, but KRU, they locked in Ascent.
Yeah, and I like this pick for them, but going back to Breeze, as you say, I have to hope that they have workshopped something for that map. They haven't played it since August 19th, so they've had a lot of times to try to get prepared for that one, but it's still going to be a tough one. But I really like Ascent because this is one of those maps where you can just go in, hard hit a site, multiple ways to play around it, whether you're going through main, playing through mid, and that is KRU's playstyle. So when they can just get in onto a site within the first 15 seconds of a round, that's where they have been excelling.
Yeah, what you just described as well is exactly what X10 did to Gambit in order to win that series as well, right? So it's a case of how Gambit are going to feel comfortable on that map because it's looked awkward. Now it's a case of Gambit bringing out the Split. So this has suddenly got into a really difficult series, I think, for KRU. The 2 top maps when it comes to win rate and how they've performed, not in this pool at all. Considering they have to play Breeze, which they haven't played since the qualifiers to Masters Berlin, and Ascent, which they beat Furia on and lost pretty handedly to Liquid. It's going to be a tough old go, and KRU taking out the Fracture is again one of those cases where they haven't played it this tournament. Gambit look all right on it, to say the very least, from previous ones. Bind is another map that KRU haven't played this tournament, so it's not quite the same playing field for KRU this matchup. So could be scary, to say the very least, for them.
There's a lot of unknowns because we haven't seen them play it so far at Champions, but historically, they are quite strong at it. They have an 80% win rate on Bind, so you would think that maybe they can handle Gambit on that map if it comes down to the decider. Gambit, obviously, we think back to, versus Vision Strikers and shutting him out of the tournament with Bind. but they did lose it to Vikings in this event. So
yeah,
it's a bit more up in the air.
I think as well, like I remember just the Sadak plays on that map for Vikings, right? So I'm looking at, if we get that far, like if Klaus, I don't even think he's played Viper on that map because again, it's been a while. There's been a bit of a change up on what roles Klaus and Zeno are playing, but I have to imagine that they're going to have to bring up something new, which is also meaning something that's untested, right? So it has to be a bright start, and hopefully Cruise Breeze is good enough because Gambit's looks pretty exceptional. They're attacking first, and I think they've only lost 2 rounds out of 20 and won 12 in a row against Secret, right? So that's a big start.
Well, this is going to be an interesting series for sure. We are stepping away now, but don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to welcome the players on stage shortly.
Win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Bit out of the 3 series that they've played, they've lost 2 of their map picks. The only one that they won was a Breeze, and that was 13-0. So that's a good thing for them, but it's not comfortable, and it hasn't been for Gambit. They should be the favourites here. They should be considered favourites still in this tournament at this point. It's just the fact that they've looked a little bit iffy, and the upset team of KRU is coming a knock-in.
Yeah, I think that if KRU can get the ball going here, and they can just consistently apply pressure to Gambit, they might be able to break them. They've been pushed to the limits in their past series. You think about that Vikings versus Gambit on Icebox, where they were barely able to scrape by that victory after running 7, 8 consecutive rounds back to force it into OT. I think that KRU are a very momentum-based team. I think if they can get that going, it might be insurmountable for Gambit to try to reset.
Also, they don't care about being a map down. Like, this is a team that seems to thrive when they're map down for some reason. And also, Kilios, in the past, we have criticized for Gambit where when the pressure is on, sometimes they look a little bit shaky, whereas for KRU is the opposite.
Yeah, and I think that is like the exact kind of team that you need to have, the exact kind of mentality you need to have when you're at this stage of a tournament. Because if you can deal with pressure and then push it right back onto your opponents, that is such a strong suit for you when you're in a semifinal, when you're looking to get to your first grand finals, the first grand finals in the history of VCT champions. So I think that KRU have themselves positioned, at least mentally, in a very good spot. It's about how Gambit starts this series, because if they come out swinging, if they're able to establish control and KRU can't wrest that away from them, that's when things look very scary for LATAM.
Yeah, it's the big idea of who is dictating the pace, because Gambit not only like to play slow, but their whole game plan is just divining and conquering. That's why I think Nats is so good, because he plays on a Cypher, anchoring a site against 4 players that are attacking him. He isolates them into 1v1s, takes it down to 3, takes it down to 2, takes it down to 1. Gambit are like that. If there's a mid lurk, the rest of the team will come in to try and pick off that one player, put themselves in an easy 5 versus 4, and then just pick away. Their retakes are patient. For KRU, it's almost the opposite. It's stacking up. It's how they space and execute a site, playing off of each other. Who's going to be the one that's playing fast or slow? And that's going to be difficult on Breeze because it's so big anyway. What kind of speed is the map going to be played at?
Well, I can't wait to find out. This is it, guys. A fight for a spot in the grand finals. It's time to welcome Gambit and KRU onto the stage. Well, Gambit has been the team that have ended so many underdog stories, X10 Vikings, but will they do that to KRU today? I'm interested to find out, but seeing Kesnet and Nats walk out together, Ryan, especially after that jokey little dab from Redgar and Klaus, it gives me chills a little bit. These two are big players on this stage.
And they respect each other as well. Like Redgar will say, "Oh, I went to see him yesterday. They're all really nice." It's like, where's the anger? Where's the trash talk and stuff? But I think it's just a case of both these teams so young. We're going to see plenty more of them in the years to come. But two very different approaches, two very different cultures as well. The slow, stoic CIS team versus the fiery, very loud in some cases, LATAM team of KRU. You couldn't ask for a better matchup when it comes to where they are in the world and also their styles. For a team of, on average, 20-year-olds as well is pretty baffling.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest people, probably the two people who are feeling the most pressure right now in this moment on stage are actually the coaches. Just trying to talk them up, make sure that they are mentally focused and prepared for everything that is about to be thrown at them on either side. So that pre-match speech holds so much importance that, people who have never competed, they can't really comprehend it. So curious to wonder what they're even saying to them in this moment to get them prepared for the semifinal.
They're also such different coaches too. I feel like in the style of N sort of just kills you with his stares and the silent assassin type, and obviously on the side of KRU it's just noise, just noise.
Ona is just he could be a football manager as well, just from the way
he looks like a football manager
as well. Yeah, right. It's the tracksuit as well. He's sort of like a Argentinian Tony Pulis. So
that's such an insult, Ryan.
It's not. It's good. He looks great. It's one of those kids. Also, bald buff as well.
Out of all, Pep Guardiola? Hello?
I just mean it's the tracksuit that gets it for me.
I don't know much about football players or coaches, but I think he just looks like Jason Statham, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch has been cranking it up with some of his puns he's been
How
making.
many films could we get in this cast, I wonder?
Yeah, I challenge him. But we got to talk about Breeze looking ahead to it. Brian, you mentioned Chronicle on the Killjoy since they swapped him there. Of course, the last time they played this, he wasn't on the Killjoy, and he did say that he actually prefers to play Killjoy here, which is weird given his Sky was pretty good.
Yeah, it was just a case of like that was the big change that we saw in that initial 13-0, and then they moved back to the Sky. So I would imagine that they'd place it here just because it's a bit of a curveball. Maybe they were hiding strats, didn't want to show too much on a map like this. And Crew, well, we haven't seen it in months at this point. It's got to look different than what it does on screen, and it does. Mazzino on the KO.
Ooh, okay, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. What do you make of this, Achilles? We got another KO.
I mean, not shocking that we're going to be seeing Gambit really just stick with what has been working for them on this map, where they do come in favored. But the KO, we've been seeing a lot more people try to pick this one up, and it's been piloted to I'd say a good degree of success, especially when it comes down to Breeze. Ascent is another map where we may see that come through here for the side of Crew. But overall, I like this. It's got a lot of control. You can try to shut down Redguard, make sure that he's not going to be scouting, as well as Chronicle, make sure that he can't be using that Trailblazer, getting those blinding lights out.
It's his debut on KO as well, Ryan, here. We've not seen Mazzino's KO at all.
No, and considering how well he's been playing the Sova and the Sky, I don't think it's going to be pivotal that he's going to get all of the kills. But if it can set up the rest of the team, especially Kesnet and also Naxet on the Jet, who has been probably the underlying lower performance, but he still performs that role. But if there's enough of that initiating coming in from the KO, both of those two players, both of those two duelists could come to life.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I'm going to be keeping my eyes trained on is Naxet. Like, how does he perform? Because he has been trending near the bottom, but if he can start things off, have a really strong day, and Kesnet is playing like he has been throughout this tournament, Crew might just be damn undefeatable by anybody. They might just be able to take this whole thing in a sweep.
Ooh, okay. Well, speaking of a sweep, I want to know your predictions, guys, for this one. I feel like this is one of the hardest predictions we have to make, just because with a map choice as well. But are you backing Crew here?
I'm going all in on the LATAM. I've got the Croupium pumping through my veins. Vamos, boys. I think they're taking it.
Well, you have to throw up one of these if you back Crew. This is the official sign of backing Crew. What about you, Ryan?
I'm going Gambit. I think I have to for the EMEA guy, but it's just this team that they won. Masters Berlin. They are looking shaky, sure, but they have the right responses, and this, I think, should be a day in the park for Gambit. Now that I've said it, I'm willing to eat those words if it happens, but this is such a test for Gambit, and if they can get through it, they can get through Ascent, I mean,
it hasn't been that clean for Gambit so far, though, so do you reckon a 2-0
I think almost that helps. You look at like how Fnatic performed. It was so clean up until that match, but as things start to go wrong, Fnatic started to crumble. For Gambit, they've been crumbling throughout, so they're almost used to this. This is that kind of performance, like, yeah, we're used to it. Like Team Secret X10, they scared us, but we still beat them. Crew is going to be more of the same.
And you're going for a 2-0?
I don't know if it's going to be a 2-0. Ascent is so many question marks for Gambit. I want it to be a free map series, but I want to see Gambit not crumble under the pressure, because this is looking like a team for the ages.
What about you, Achilles? How much crew PM are you on? Are you on the 2-0 here?
I'm on a light dose, so I'm going to go with the 2-1. Just because Breeze is such an unknown quantity, I can't confidently say that this would be a 2-0. I think that if they manage to pull it off, I'm going to be blown away. I think everybody will be even more blown away. But I think Gambit probably take the first map. But from there, I'm all about it.
Oh, I mean, what would Crew have to do, in your opinion, for them to be the ones to take the first map?
I think, like I said, if Nax can come out and start having a really strong performance on the Jet, and you've got Kesnet really just clicking heads on the other side, and they have those two superstar duelists going simultaneously, then I think they'll be able to take this away. But if it's really going to be the Kesnet show with Nax kind of being a supporting role on the duelist, then I believe that it'll probably just end up being Gambit.
Well, yeah, on the other side of the coin, though, Ryan, we spoke about the necessity of neutralizing Kesnet. How do you neutralize him on a map like Breeze?
It's very difficult because the whole of the team seems to play around him in orbit. The fact that Breeze has such a big map opens up nicely with Gambit attacking first. I guess there's almost that need for them to want to play super fast, super aggressive like they did against against Team Secret. I think it's the opposite here. Slow the pace right down, get that plant in with like 5 seconds left because they're lunatics at doing that. You do not want to try and outpace KRU. You're not going to be able to. And for KRU to win this, it's the right tempered defensive aggression. Getting Kesnet and Acend to push in the right areas through A cave, through B main, and almost pushing Gambit into these sites where there's a lot of Viper utility, those kind of areas. It's how that controller, sentinel, anchoring sites works for KRU, but it's damage mitigation, I think, because Gambit's attacking side looks insane. And we've not even scratched the surface of how deep it goes as well.
I mean, at what point do you, how slow do you play? Because KRU's entire game plan is like, we don't let you plant, we just kill you.
Yeah.
Or, and same as their attack side, we don't plant, we just kill you, and then we win the game. So, you know, does Gambit's game plan of liking to play slow be a little bit detrimental to them at times?
It's bit them in the backside before. I remember to that like Masters final against Envy. It's on a different map with Bind, but Gambit want to play slow, so you just wait them out. You don't try and push them because there's probably a stack there waiting for you, or just at least Chronicle or Shados that will just dome you anyway. Instead, you let them play slow, and then as we get to the 30 seconds left mark, then use that utility to stall. If there's like 5 to 10 seconds left, that's where Gambit start to panic and like, oh, we need to get this spike down quick. That's where KRU find their opening. They don't want that spike to get planted. Like you said, they hadn't won a single retake on Split. I'm just saying that because it's not a map that we're at least seeing, but it's one of these cases where they want to shut that down. If they get baited in to fight Gambit off of the sites, that's where they lose.
Well, thank you very much. Guys, we are experiencing a small delay, but we're going to throw to a break right now. Don't go anywhere, guys. We've got Breeze for you right after this.
Man, better be careful of me. Watch your whole team get smashed to pieces.
y el Delsic va y se sienta encima y al segundo se suena como... Hola, mi nombre es Nax, soy de KRU y esta es mi historia del VST. Bueno, este era nuestra segunda Masters, el Master Berlín. Te llevan a un lugar lejano de la ciudad, donde es como un galpón con una producción súper bonita, gigante, y había un estilo como de griego antiguo, entonces como que ya veníamos psicológicamente preparados para esa sesión de 3-4 horas de fotos y videos y cosas. Aunque ahora en Berlín fue mucho más entretenido, hicieron más didácticas como del equipo junto, que en Islandia eran más como tomas de a dos o individuales, por el lugar donde se grababan las cosas, en donde estaban unas cabezas como griegas de estas súper antiguas, y ahí estábamos todo el equipo y empezamos a tomarnos unas fotos individuales, risas, todo. Y en eso el camarógrafo empieza como a emocionarse y nos dice como una foto grupal ahí con las cabezas griegas.
Okay, let's get set up.
Y ahí el camarógrafo mira al Delsic y le dice como siéntate ahí arriba de la cabeza. Klaus le dice no, se va a romper, eso no te sentí. Y el camarógrafo no, sí.
This is no problem.
Va a estar buena. Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima y al segundo se suena como... Y se va para abajo y rompe toda la cabeza y queda todo ahí, y todos riéndose en el medio. Y luego de eso, cuando seguimos con las sesiones de fotos, limpiaron todo, sacaron los restos, quedó como una máscara rota de la estatua, como la mitad de la cara, like this. Y ahí el camarógrafo se le ocurrió como usarla para otras sesiones de fotos en donde nos poníamos la máscara tapándonos un lado y mientras nos sacan la foto, y estuvo súper bueno, salieron buenas fotos. Bueno, esta fue mi historia del VST, agradezco todo el apoyo de Latinoamérica y nos vemos en la Champions.
I love those VCT stories so much. Also, they animated Aguero like super accurately. I love those details. But, you know, we spoke about KRU already, how menacing they can be and what they've done throughout this tournament. Ryan, talk me through, you know, some of the play style and what they've been able to do against their opponents on their attack side.
Yeah, we kind of know at this point the KRU is going to be that kind of attacking team. But there's a couple of rounds against like Sentinels, Fnatic, and the like that I wanted to highlight in particular, just because it goes from being super aggressive play, but also the adjustments when they face up against an op, for example, or against players that want to stall it out. So we should have a couple of rounds good to go in such a second. And this is one of the fastest sort of hits I've taken. This is also like just after the pistol, and you see this kind of play a couple of times. I've even seen Gambit try it, but the fact that it all comes together like that, the fact that it runs over the full buy of Sentinels, I think at this point KRU had won the pistol and then absolutely roll them with the bonus round, goes to show the kind of pace that you expect to see from KRU. It is hard to play against the team in these situations, but like I said, you have up scenarios like this. Tens holding at angle, gets pushed off of it, and one thing that I really wanted to highlight with Mazzino, not that he's playing the Sky this time, but the way that he uses those guiding lights super fast. It's like pop, pop. Usually you see teams slowly try and use it to cycle utility on executes. Not Mazzino. He will just throw out both of those bad boys to get the information in to scare people off. It is very difficult to uproot Tens when he sat down with an operator, but these are kind of situations that look good. Also the fact that Klaus has been able to anchor and hold these positions like A ramp. It's often a place that teams get isolated on and run into issues. But Klaus getting the 2 kills there, doesn't overstep it, knows that Dome is going to come through with his utility. So the fact that he's holding on to sort of even where he started in spawn is so useful. Again, on a lower buy in comparison to what Fnatic were running, which is another stat as well that I've forgotten the name of him. I'll shout him out in a second, but pointed out the KRU is the best when it comes to those eco round wins. Like 25% when they have less than 10k currency against the team that has most. It's KRU that comes out on top against all of the other teams.
I mean, also looking at this graphic, Achilleos, their improvement has been astounding. Yeah. If you think about the team they were at Reykjavik.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been stocks going up on KRU this whole way through. I mean, Again, they're the only team that's been able to represent this region at any of the international events that we've had this year, and the fact that they have been trending upward throughout and now find themselves in a position to potentially make it into the grand final. It's just so great to see for this team who's been trying so very hard, fighting tooth and nail, you know, series over series, event over event to make it this far. To see that actually come to fruition is just, it's inspiring.
And when you look at the conversation around the NA teams as well, just to bring them up, it's a lot of, oh, Sentinels need to change a player, Envy need to change whatever. It's just like, this is a team that barely changed much. Sure, they brought out BNJ and then brought in Kesnet, which is a big difference, but this is a team that has stayed together. They haven't sort of panicked too much, disassembling the team when it didn't look good, and also just finding the right roles for the right players. This is the perfect time for KRU to find that form. You could sort of see the underlines of this team hitting it, but the way that KRU adjusted is perfect for this kind of tournament.
Give them another spot, am I right? It's time for us to get into game now with your casters, Mitch, Man, and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Sue. Wow, I'm excited to get...
Hi guys! What's up? Hello guys! And welcome sa Valorant Champions sa Semifinals. Ako si Rainy at syempre kasama ko si Dax at kami muli ang mag-added sa inyo ng 4 AM casting Gambit versus KRU. So Dax, tatanungin kita, sa tingin mo sino mananalo dito? Kasi heartbroken talaga ako sa Liquid eh. Shoutout nga pala kay Stu. Okay lang yan. Next time. So, ikaw, ano namang sa tingin mo ngayon? KRU versus, of course, Gambit. Sa tingin mo, ito ba manalo kaya yung mga previous nanalo ng Masters Berlin? Or KRU talaga ang magkakaroon ng malaking revelation dito?
Bago ko sagutin yan, Ray, sasabihin ko lang muna. Mukha ka nag-exercise yan ah. Mukhang galing takbo. What, did you do something to your... Grabe oh. Ready mo. Ready makapaglaban. At alam mo, ito na sabihin ko sa'yo. Ako maniniwala ako sa KRU. Kahit manalo, kahit panalo na sa akin ang Latam squad na to. At kung Kupyo habol nyo dito guys, Kupyo ang dala-dala natin dito. Pero problema nga para sa KRU, kakaiba yung map pool na nilalaro nila dito. Hindi sila ganun kasanay in terms of the maps that we see here. Itong example pa lang, Breeze nga, diba? Ang tagal na hindi nilalaro. It's something to take note, Kesnet, hindi nga siya kadulis, naka-cypher siya dito. But Deltic 1 and 2 already! Nag-dash ka pa, Defo, mamamatay ka lang dyan! Ang ginagawa mo, bata ka! Shados na in the meantime will get the takedown. But here comes Classroom para sa side ng KRU. 3v2 na to. Redgar in the meantime, naghanap ng iba pa. Doon sa may nakatambay na. But Ray, bigla na lang yung fast entry na gusto gawin ng Gambit. Sinapdown na ngayon ng KRU Esports.
Nakagad, no? Talagang kakaiba tong KRU. Pero, Nats at saka rin si Redgar. Yung si Redgar, hindi na parang tamad yung ulo ah. Kinabahan na si Redgar. Sabi na, kailangan ko na talaga 100% lakas dito, Nats. O sige, matatamaan mo yan. Sige pa, isa pa. Oh, nagdad ka with the top 5 HP and KRU wins the pistol run. Grabe naman to. Naiinit kagad start ng KRU. Tatandaan nyo guys, map-pick to ng Gambit. Eto, kapag Gambit natalo nila to, alam niyo na guys, say hello to KRU versus Ascent sa Grand Finals.
Grabe, galing ko bigay ng choice yun, Ray ah. Parang naman semifinals na to, tapos meron na tayong team sa finals. Galing ba talaga stating the obvious eh. Okay ka. Pero ito talaga yun eh. Yung gusto ko actually bring up dito, Ray, is sa Gambit, alam mo yung map pick nila? Hindi yan swerte eh. Hindi sila actually nanalo sa mga map pick nila. They lost the last one, yung pinili nila, kung tamang pagkalala ko, Ascent. At natalo sila dun against Acend. So it just goes to show para sa Gambit, they are looking at the series as a full 3-map set. At kita rin natin, diba, overall this tournament, it hasn't been the best run for Gambit. Pero KRU ngayon, tagabantay na naman ng double doors pistols sa bound para sa side ng Gambit. At bukos Defo si Shados, nag-dare lang sila. It's like, uy, sino gusto mauna? Pero Kesnet, nakahanda na dyan. Apat na lang grenade na mabilisan. At Redgar na lang natitira. KRU though, momentum habol na dito, Ray.
Pag nag-start talaga to, there's no stopping them. And uy,
bigay pa kayo, Ace! Alam mo yan, ganyan ang tunay na tropa. Binigay yung Ace talaga. At kikisnit pa. Alam mo, hindi nila kailangan bigay yung Ace na yun, honestly. Cypher naman yan eh. Ang bilis ng ultimate yan. Tingnan, 1, 2, 3, 4, Seno! Tapos sige, bigay mo na yan para sa kanya na yung Neurotiff sa umpisa. Pero pwede naman magkuha ng control dito naman yung KRU if they wanna get in the first place. And besides, para lang gamitin naman yung Neurotiff, kailangan mo pumatay ng isa. Pero syempre, Ganyan maganda kasama. Yan yung gusto natin na tropa. Yan yung maganda ka-bonding at ka-duo eh. Yung nagbibigay ng ace sa'yo para pwede post mo talaga sa social media. Pero kita talaga dito. Now it's time for Gambit to play out the rifles. At ang tanong, anong klaseng Gambit makikita natin today? Will we see the slower playstyle? Will we see some fast aggression? Kasi kahit nag-try mag-play ng entry kanina, si Def at si Shadows definitely nasagot lang sila ni Delsik dun sa papunta ng B-site eh.
Maano lang sila, syempre, ikaw ba naman si Nick Bakino? Nangyayari. Nag-sense. Ano na, Gambit? Alam mo, to na lang. Pag nag-4-0 to, mamamaalam talaga tong Gambit. Ito na lang sinasabi ko, guys. Kailangan nyo na ihanda. Brace yourselves. Crew versus Ascent. Pero syempre, hindi pa naman papatalo si Redgar. Hindi mo naman alam yung clutch potential niyan. Pero so far, on the attacking, napapanish yung Gambit. Hindi
Kulang
dapat
pa.
ganito nangyayari. Kailangan pa na lang mag-init. Pero, aside ng crew, ito na ba yung oras kung kailan talaga gusto na magkaroon ng stop, sabihin nila, hello, this is KRU. Hindi na sila crew. Crew na talaga sila this time around, and Kesnet, naghahantay lang kaagad ng push coming in from Gambit.
Alam mo, ito problema ni Redgar ngayon. Hindi pa siya full, hindi pa niya ginagawa yung full posture check niya. Kulang pa ng stretching, kulang pa ng spine breaking. Pero Kes, dito naman, huli pang isa. Definitely gonna go on down. Delsik here on the side. At KRU Esports, tinatago pa talaga nito mapa na to from Prying Eyes because they're just getting the takedowns time after time. Redgar daw tatamaan ng Div of Jan. Nat's gonna be able to get that kill as well. Saktong lurk dito sa gitna. Pero 2v2 situation at si Klaus nga. Kita natin dito. Gusto niya play a little bit on the backline, but the Sova will fall there. It's now 1v2, but Naxet comes in from the window. At laban na to. Redgar versus Naxet. Who can play the clutch? It seems like Naxet can't confirm the kill. Redgar now, 39 HP. At back off muna siya dyan. Meron siyang isang shock dart dito para makatulong. Prepare siya ng ka-vandal. One tap sa ulo. Patay ka na talaga dyan. And Redgar right up. Peeking out just to die. Crew pa rin. Nakuha na yung bonus na to. 3-0 para sa Latam. Vamos, Crew. Vamos talaga.
Vamos! El Campeon! Oo, alam ko yan. Yan yung cheer namin sa UST. Vamos, Tigres!
Galing!
Looking at the clutch 2v1. Si Nats naka-pick off together with the parokya ni Redgar. Pero so far, alam na nga nila kung nasaan pa. Tapos yung spray down ni Nagzet, oh. Grabe naman. And alam mo na, kapag si Nagzet talaga nanalo dito, magpapa-pierce na ako sa tenga. Yan pala, pag may piercing ka pala, may buff ka. O mapapa-technical pa si hindi ko alam kung sino nagpa-technical pa sabi, pre, yung keyboard ko tumatama kasi sa mouse ko.
Si Riot yan. Sabi ni Riot, take pause. Wait lang muna tayo dyan, boss. Wait lang muna tayo dyan. Ano?
May comment, ang lakas daw ni Magnet.
Oo. Ito pa yan, si Bagnet. Lakas yan. Ano ba? Nag-Zet, Bagnet, same thing, same rhyme out gear. May na-disconnect na mouse. Yung speaker, yung headset, sabihin niya, the Bluetooth device is unsuccessfully connected. Ganun. Kopya ko, di ba, Ray?
The Bluetooth device. Pero alam mo, gusto ko lang po na mag-shoutout sa mami ko. Happy birthday nga pala sa kanya. Birthday ng mami ko ngayon, Dax.
Alam natin. Ano ba?
Happy birthday. Ano yan?
Never mind.
Happy birthday sa mami ko yan. Salamat sa'yo, mami. Sana, paano ba? Hindi ko alam eh. Basta happy birthday sa mami. Seryoso to. Batiin yung mami ko. Pangalan niya ay Baby. Baby ang nickname niya. Happy birthday, baby!
Bakit ganun? Baka pagkita talaga ng messenger na nanay mo bukas. Nako, delikado
Hindi
lang.
ka nagtatawa sa buhay mo.
Mauna pa nakita ng tatay mo yan. Nako, delikado yan. Ano yan? Ano to, baby?
Alam mo, totoo eh. Hindi ka ba nagtataka na one point in your life, pero ka talagang kilalang tita na tita baby. Tita Tess.
Bakit ganun pangalan ng mga tita mo?
Happy birthday kay Mami, long live. Grabe naman. Ayos, Mami na baby pa. Okay, Mami baby. Pero di niya yan. Yan yung palayaw niya. Pero yung actual name niya, Celia. O, di ba? Wag na.
Ba't mo kwento yung buhay ng nanay mo dito?
Okay lang naman. Celia, first name pa lang naman. Gusto niyo ba malaman yung pangalan?
Shoutouts po kay Tita Celia. Ganun na lang. Kung wala si Baby, wala si Ray Ray.
Wala si Bibi, wala si Bibi Cakes.
Kaya pala Baby Cakes, dinagdagan mo lang ng pangalan. Okay ka talaga eh. Okay ka talaga eh. Kakaiba. Pero isipin na lang natin to. Para sa side ng crew, taas ang momentum nila. Kakaiba nga yung composition doon na nakikita natin sa kanila. Double initiator with that KO. At tingnan natin kung paano sila pupwesto against again the early aggression na gusto dalhin ng Gambit dito sa attacking side. Huwag natin kalimutan. Pero ako actually joke lang. Kakalimutan ka na lang. Parang may kwenta sa akin na yung Gambit nag 13-0 sa map na to eh. Hindi ko alam sino kalaban do. Hindi ko maalala. Parang in-erase ko sa memory ko. Ano nangyari doon?
Wala matandaan na 13-0 eh.
Wala rin. Ano yun? Fake news. Pero ito na, Delzik. Tangbay muna dyan. Again though, we have the Viper and the Cypher together here. Lakas talaga ng staying power muna ng crew on that B side. Gambit in the meantime, mag-bombers lang with the half-bites. At mabilisan to para kay Defo. But Defo, he actually finds the takedown there on the Kessie. Delzik in the meantime, gonna be on the left-hand side. Isa dyan para kay Delzik. Well, naghahanap pa na iba. But Gambit with the overrun here, Ray. At mabilisan para sa Gambit. Here they come on B side.
Spike planted. Walang takedown, syempre, pero oh no, Nagzet will be hitting a shot to one. VT is lucky, he still takes one. Oh no, he might be able to clutch this, pero sabi ni Shados, no sir, by Paramore. And kita nyo naman guys na yung Gambit, medyo napapunish talaga sila ni crew. Pero so far, kita nyo naman si Mazino, wala talaga siya frag so far, pero yung mga knives niya, lahat ng flashes, lahat talaga on point na on point. Buti na lang nakapagkuha na si Defo ng entries and actually nakapagkuha pa nga siya, could have been a second kill, pero all of it, just a big push papunta sa B-side and of course, makuha nga ng Gambit ang team is. Tatandaan nyo guys, this map is very important sa side ng Gambit. They lose this, then I'll be 2-0 clean like what happened earlier na nag-smurf lang ang mga taga-Ascend against Liquid. Pero ito na nga, Ano yan? Aha.
Tuloy-tuloy lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang yung nakita natin kay Ascent kanina, Riri. Palagi na lang. Sobrang crack shot, bilis ng flick eh. Parang gawang aim labs yung labanan, pero ito na crew. Tama ka naman, Nagzet here. Gonna be on the right-hand side. Operator nga hawak niya dito eh. At tambay lang muna sa labas ng key, but the Daldron right now gonna get broken at para sa crew. Ang tanong, paano nila sasagutin tong setup dito ng Gambit? Because there you have the aggression already dito sa gitna at Shados right now watching out for the door so far.
Mag-ingat, baka ma-shock guard. Pero ito po siya, pero oh no! Kestit, may kita si Shados at yun, the timing is very perfect. Ito na naman Nagzet makaka-pick off. Wala, hindi nag-work. Ang lurking powers, hindi nagko-connect din. Yung mga gustong gawin ng Gambit, biruin mo, pupunta ka ng control sana sa hole, pero alam kagad ng crew kung paano nga ba nila iipitin tong Gambit at tatlo na lang kagad natitira. Na-punish din kagad ngayon kung anong gusto ma-execution ng Gambit so far. At yun, nag-line up din na Zero at si Chronicle na lang kagad na natitira. Chronicles of Narnia or Chronicles of KRU Esports dahil si Kesdit, magpapunish na naman si Chronicle. And now, crew 4-1 in favor of them.
Yeah, crew na naman. Aggression from Mazino. They just go for the push all the way to the shop. Kita na lang natin para sa crew. Hindi ni-expect at all ng Gambit yung over-aggress dito ng crew in the first place. At kahit sa cave, doon sa entrance mismo, may mapipitas ng operator. Mazino here, holding on to the angle. And Gambit, again, struck by a smooth criminal right now. And it's just, has to be them going for the timeout. Kasi wala mahanap sagot dito yung Gambit whatsoever. Nakakuha sila ng isang round. Na-push nila yung B-site na todo-todo. But what happens here when they go for that A side instead? What happens here kung magal yung pace nila? Doon sila nahuhuli palagi ng crew And not only that, sa side ng crew rin, they do have an answer for that B side. You put that Viper there together alongside the Cypher, tuloy-tuloy na lang talaga yung pag-hold gamit ng mga utilities. And we've seen Delzik himself actually pop off and go for the takedowns, especially ng pistol round, para tulungan talaga yung pag-hold dun sa site na yun. Pero ito na, uy! Si Johnny parang may tinanggal naka-shirt na lang talaga. Wala nang jacket, nag-iinit mismo.
Johnny huwag ka magalit.
Ready yan si Johnny, ano ka ba?
Nag-iinit si Johnny, may pagsuntukan ata to kay Nats. Ay, shoutout nga pa kay Nats. Hello, ako nga pala si Riri. Big fan mo lang naman ako. Alam mo, maririnig niya yung shoutout ko. Pero dehado daw
Padala
kay
mo.
Mr. Clean.
Padala mo kay Mr. Clean, di ba? Simple lang yun.
Oo.
I-take pause ulit. Second time.
Ano ba? Ang kulit naman ng mga to. Matulog na kami. Joke lang. Pero, alam mo, nakakatakot talaga yung Uy, shoutout nga pala kay, kay Waldo. Hello. Ang cute, diba? Kawaii ne. Pero ba't tayo? Alam niyo ba kung sino cosplay ko?
Sino nga yun?
Nasa Boku no Hero Academia to.
Pag may sinasabi kang Boku no, doon ako naalanganin eh. All the time. Anong Boku no ano? Ano to, Ray?
Ayan. Alam mo, tara na nga. Alam mo, tekpos ng tekpos. Uy, maglaro na kayo. Excited na kami sinong mananalo. Siyempre, pag nanalo yung Gambit, masaya. Pag nanalo yung crew, masaya din naman yung mga tao. Pero shoutout nga pala sa nagsabi na panonoorin daw ako sa Twitch. Hindi naman ako pinapanood.
Sino ba yun? Sino ba dapat? Name drop.
Secret. Eto. May message ko sa'yo. Ayan.
Sinikret pa sa broadcast eh. Ayaw kwento. Yung tipong biglang may sinabi siya from across the table, nagiinom kayo na, nag-party. Tapos bigla na lang, may sasabihin ako sa'yo, tapos lalapit siya, yung whisper na, tapos lahat nakatingin sa inyo kasi binubulong pa yung sinasabi. Ano ang sagot?
Message ko sa'yo. Tingnan mo. Bawal natin i-name drop. Bawal ba? Bawal.
Ay, naku. Alam mo, Ray, ikaw talaga tunay na radiant sa buhay. Yun na lang sasabihin ko. Ikaw isang professional player of life. Smile. Agad lang.
Ano tayo, guys? Tatandaan nyo kahit ano may faithful tayo. Faithful tayo, guys. Faithful tayo.
Oo. Ganda nga eh. Nung isang araw, diba may picture ka kasama ng idol natin.
Kasama kay idol ko. Pero iba, gusto nyo kasama pag-heart sa akin. Na-like zone ko lang.
Ganun. Thumbs up lang real quick eh. Para okay na. Okay na ang lahat.
Shoutout nga pala kay Super MJ na natanggalan ng mic kanina habang nagla-live. Nakulog yung pod. Yung total ba na dito? Yung podcast niya. Habang naglalaro, biglang nakahulog. Kawawa naman si Super MJ. Pero sana maayos na yung mic niya. Ayan.
Uy, may audience. Shoutout sa audience ng crew, boss. Uy, okay, ito yun. So, ang rinig ko yung kwento ng crew. Okay, mayaman tong org na to. Yun yung malaking bagay. So, thing is, meron sila parang concert na setup para panurin to. Yung KRU Esports. Malupit, di ba? Umabot sila sa semifinals, ganun talaga. Kung nanalo dito, crew, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo magkakastila na tayo sa cast natin dito, Ray. Magiging vamos na lang, crew eh. Kesa tara, ganun lang yun. Ano ba? Naghanap pa ako ng mga ibang kailangan ko i-translate. Patulong ako sa chat. Ano ba kailangan ko i-translate? Uy, may nakita ako. Ito. Wait lang. Kasi, wait lang. Kailangan ko i-flip muna. So, ang gusto ko i-translate ay, why can't I change it? Ang hirap na Google Translate gamitin, Ray. Habang naghihintay tayo dito sa laban na to.
Nakakaiba yung mga translation na minsan. Ano country daw ang crew?
Anong crew? Iba't iba actually. So, ang kakaiba sa LATAM region, marami silang countries together. Parang
Pinoy
SCA.
dyan, 2%.
Oh. Nasakop pa naman tayo na matagal ng kasila. For sure, may 2% Pinoy dyan somewhere. Pero iba siya compared to Brazil. Kasi Spanish yung salita ng LATAM. Tapos yung Brazil, Portuguese sila. So, a little bit of the fun facts right there, guys. Yun lang naman matutunan dito.
Portuguese pala? Hindi ko alam yun.
Portuguese ang Brazil.
Akala ko Brazilian eh.
Ang Brazilian. Pero, invento ka na naman ng salita, Ray. Parang pag ako lang eh, nagkakasaw Tagalog eh. Pero ito nga, crew apat galing Chile, isa galing Argentina. And yes, the corned beef, not the place. Pero yun na nga, diba? Gambit, we are back into the game. Gambit kami looking to go for the push. Crew in the meantime, nandun na lang, nakapwesto sa may defaults na Veto sa may A side. Pantay sarado rin yung switch dito actually by the KO of Mazino. And he still have the operator on nagset. At tingnan nga natin if he can cook this bagnet and cook up a storm against Gambit Esports right now na naka-sheriff lang talaga ang dalawa. Naka-classic nga kasi naka-blade storm na dito si Defo. For something to take note dito, Ray, 5 ang ultimates ngayon ng Gambit na pwede gamitin.
Siya kailangan nila i-confirm. Pag ito natalo pa yung Gambit kung kailan may lahat-lahat ka na, kalahatan sa buhay, baka mahirapan talaga or rather Siyempre, kailangan talaga nito dahil kita mo naman yung mga barrel nila. But here it is. They make a move. Kesnit is 5 HP. Maybe a good side na pwede nila makuha. Pero 5 HP, he still gets 2. Ano ba yan? Sobrang the timing. The Cyber Cage says it all. And Delzik, mag-audition na lang siyempre sa kanya pa isa-isa. And we only have Redguard being finished off by Mazino. And true. Really? All of those execution Gambit, naiipit talaga sila. Ano na ang nangyayari sa kanila? Hihila na ba sila? Nalilito na nga ba sila? Asan nga ba para sa kanila? Kasi si Kesdit nakatuki ka agad kahit 5 HP na lang siya. Kahit na shock to dart siya. Kita mo naman si Delzik holding off his angle lang talaga with that, of course, Viper. Then tapos na kagad yung round na yun. Kahit ba sabihin mo, Dax, na eco lang yun. Still, ang dami sanang opportunity para sa Gambit na pumunta na naman ng B-site.
At hindi naman iniba ng crew yung pwestuhan nila dito. Andun pa rin sa sulok lang yung ating Viper. Nandun lang na malapitan si Kesnit. And it just goes to show na handang-handa sila gumamit ng utilities para manalo. And it required there getting the intel. And just for crew, another simple win on both fronts of that B-side. Pero ito na, handaan na ba sila sa Hunter's Fury na ilalabas dito ni Redguard? Gambit already with a free pick-off onto Mazino. Malayuan na make it 5v4. At Kesnit naman maghahanap ng iba pa. But Shada's actually the one who gets that takeout. But Kesnit, dinadahin niya yung push niya ng Reyna. At goodbye na lang kay Shados sa umpisa ng labanan na to. So on that A side, it still can be the siege Ray pero mukhang paputungo na sila ng B side instead. That spike has been carried off and the thing is, dahil ang laking distraction dito ni Nats, he's just making sure that Gambit has the space to go for that B side. Dala nga dito yung spike ngayon ng Redguard. Nandun rin si Defo kasama niya, nag-bodyguard. Thing is though, para sa Gambit, ayan na, B pa nga ang lagayan ngayon at pwede si Nats mag-lurk dahil lang sa Viper's Pit na sinetap niya kanina.
Gumagana naman kahit papano. You have that lurking power, you have those capabilities. Pero, sabi ni Kos, we're gonna be expecting kapag out of the blue na lang kaagad si Nats. Pero looking at this, 2v2, Redguard, nakita na kanya kung nasaan. Tignan natin kung mag-work nga ba itong Redguard X-Chronicle connection after this pick-up. And speaking of, naghahanap na nga sila kagad. And Chronicle gets claws. And finally, Gambit, just because of that Viper's ultimate na nakuha nga siya ng pae, nakapag-isda, fish here. 5-2 na nga ang ating scoreline.
It's another one there. Gambit though, ginamit na. Marami sila ginamit para sa round na yun. Hunter's Fury, ginamit nila. It's just a Viper's Pit, very effective as well to go for the bait play. Pero para sa setup nila, kung gagawin nila ulit yun, they need to bank on those ultimates, they need to charge it up. At hindi natin nakikita at all here from Gambit yung absolute lethality na hinahanap nila in this kind of setup. You have Nats not really able to play the ultimate lurks in the first place kasi palagi na lang patay kagad yung frontline dito ng Gambit. And in that round though, naka-adjust sila dahil nakuha nila yung attention papunta ng A side, but it's still not done and now they have no ultimates to work with compared to the 5 that they had a while ago. At ito naman, Delzik! Ito yung sulok niya talaga. Yung sabi niya maglalagay na ng upon dito. Siya talaga yung bodyguard na lang nakasapwesto lang dito sa may B-side. At meron pa siyang pang-scanner. Meron siya yung thermometer na tinututok sa'yo. At sinasabi nilang pa-scan po ng QC pass real quick. But na-accept right now. The operator shot to a little too early. Di tama kina. Pero nakulat pa nga niya dalawa! Redguard, Shadows, like dominoes, they fall! Numila lang para mamatay Ray. At isang shot lang kailangan niya. 5v3 na kagad to para sa crew.
Grabe naman, Nagzet. Hindi talaga pumapalya. Shutdown siya ng isang round. Sabi niya, babawi naman ako, guys. Makaka-pick off naman ako. And suddenly, he was able to do that. Chronicle still makes a boom. Mababawasan na si Kesdit. 3v4. Pwede pa rin naman maging big win sa Gambit. Pero nga lang, may ipit na naman sila dahil si Nagzet. May kita na naman kung nasa na si Defo. At si Nats na lang together with Chronicle. Paano nga ba sila pupunta dito? Gusto na naman mag-penetrate sa A. Pero denied lang sila just because of that operator na ginagamit ng Nagzet as he was able to take down 3 guys.
30
At ngayon,
seconds
ipit
left.
na naman sila. Saan pupunta si Nats? Mag-work ba ang kanyang, of course, lurking powers? Kasi seems like he won't be able to do that so far kapag ganun nga ang mangyayari. At talagang magkalayo pa sila ng kanyang kaibigan. Mazino tries to pick. Alam na niya kagad kung nasaan. May information na nga na nakuha. Throws out, of course, that flash. Di naman siya assuming ni Chronicle. Pero looking at the time, sa tingin ko, save na lang ang mangyayari sa side ng Gambit.
Wala na nga sila mau-push dito. Isang shot lang kinailangan ng crew para manalo dun and just add insult to injury, get one more to make it a 4v2 situation. And crew again with the absolute victory of a round. Walang angle dito yung Gambit at all. Makapunta sa mga sites in the first place. You see them there trying to play the elbow pero wala eh. Ito na nga yung warning shot ni Nagzet, tas pinilit nyo pa. Kala nyo, wide swing enough yun. And Gambit a little too slow on the move. At kitang-kita natin, iniisip nila yung Ness magiging masamang angulo. But there you have it for Nagzet also rotating all the way way to that A side. At yung crew ngayon, hype na. Kasi kitang-kita nila na pwede sila na umabot ng finals. Maraming nag-iisip, Ray, top 4, puro EME yan. Pero natalo na yung Fnatic. And Gambit right now, down by 4. Crew right now in a really good spot to keep at it. But we have here the rotations. We have here the lineups yet again ng side ng Gambit. At si Klaus naman makupas to west ng Aldon at itag yung kalaban niya dyan. Defo though, hiding on the side para hindi makakita sana ng intel. Mazino though on the other side. And Klaus sakto bunny hop lang para hindi matamaan. Hippity goes to Sofa, stays on alive. At iniisip dito ng Gambit, pipilitin ba natin tong A-site na to? Kasi meron lang, malapit lang dyan si Mazino. Nandito pa rin, taga-sara lang ng pintuan mismo eh.
Mga sinagzet, pagpapaka-aggressive lang. Mapipick off na naman si Nats. Mawawala ng controller tong Gambit. Pero si Shadows, merong leapfrog. On the other side naman si Klaus, sabi niya, naghihintay lang ako sa London Beach is falling down. And Devo is gonna fall down into my hands. Tatlo na lang kagad. Ipit ulit ang Gambit. Alam mo, putong crew, inaasim lang sila eh. Tapos tignan mo naman si Nagzet, hindi talaga pumapala sa operator niya. Dapat ito, ninerf na to si Nagzet, talagang palong-palo. Pero Chronicle, sabi niya, masyado kayong nag-aabang sa amin sa may mid. At least nakita nga ng isa. Pero nga lang si Klaus, sobrang aware, biruin mo. Nag-bunny hop lang siya. Bunny, jump on a wall. Naka-pick off ng dalawang taga-Gambit. Chronicle and Redgar makes a move. Okay, close na lang kagad against 2. Buti na lang nakapag-extend kagad si Redgar sa may galing sa cave. Na-erase na kagad yung mga nag-a-anchor pa na naghihintay sa kanila. Pero here it is si Klaus, nag-aabang pa rin kagad siya. Taking up so much time. Meron naman siyang Counter's Fury, but I think that won't be workable at all dahil nga siya na lang mag-isa. Pero to, if it takes Chronicle, then a big possibility of a win. Pero nga lang, nagpapadali lang sila and Redgar finally establishes that shot. 60 pa nga ang scoreline. Kahit masyadong dehado ang Gambit, tapos ipit sila sa oras, nakakabawi naman sila ngayon kahit paparo.
At di talaga tumigil yung Gambit kumuha ng pressure dito sa map na to eh. Sabi nila, we can't get control. Sabi nila, sige pwede nga tayo pumwesto dun sa kabila. And even though that is gonna be their victory, they feel like that wasn't as decisive as they would like. Kasi yung pwesto nila doon na pang backstab, na backstab pa rin sila. Kita natin doon yung Sova nga eh, okay pa sana for the side of crew. And that was just Klaus trying to play that rope. Sabi mo nga diba, it was the side of Gambit instead trying to play the bridge that they fell on down flat dahil sa Sova. But on the flip side naman, nanalo doon yung Gambit ng mga 1v1 na hinahabol nila. And that's the thing for crew. Pag ganun na yung advantage nila, dapat nag-ingat sila sa pwestuhan eh. Hindi na, walang mga double peak, walang tagabantay doon sa nagbabantay ng mga sites. And at the very end, kaya pa sila natalo in that situation. So Gambit at least, hindi sila nag-give up at all sa map pressure, Ray. We see it time after time from the side of Gambit na pinaka-hinahanap dito nila ang control sa mapa. And that's whether through the lurks that we get from Nats, whether that's the full push that we get from Defo and Co. Gambit will find a way, whether in the front line or the back, para hanapin talaga yon. And crew, they need to respect that. Crew, they need to remember that kasi they've been winning out rounds very hastily. Yung mabilis na lang, tapos na kagad ang labanan. Pero pag matagal yung laban, pag matagal yung round at hindi nag-save yung Gambit, doon pa napapalad ng masama dito ang crew eh.
Yun nga eh, talagang ang Gambit, even if nahihirapan sila, at least they come up with those strategies naman, mga pocket hand pa, na pwede lang gamitin against crew. Pero kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat eh. Pero ito na nga oh, sabi ni Nagzet, kahit di siya naka-operator, alam niya that he'll be able to punish them. Kahit Marshall lang yan. Ako po, Marshall ba yan? Or operator? Hindi ko makita ng Marshall lang. Tama. Marshall. Sorry. Mukha kasing scout. Ay, mali pala. Sorry.
Ano yun? Parang yung op?
Op? Uy, wag baka magagalit sila kasi dapat operator ang tawag.
Tapos,
yun
ito,
ang yun.
Yan, you put the ow in operator dahil kay Nagzet, Chronicle, patay na kagad. And Gara sa Gambit, malaking big loss yan. Kasi we see time and time again from Chronicle na ang ganda na step up niya para sa side ng Gambit in the past few weeks. Pero ito na Shadows, nandito na naman sa tulay at naku, mag-ingat kayo dahil sa flash drive na natapon na ng KO. Malayuan daw ang laro dito ng Viper at ng KO natin. Delzik Mazino trying to play onto the castle walls as much as possible. At jumping for joy, trying to see what's going on. Shadows though on the flip side right now, still here in the middle. Pero narinig ba nila, tumatalon-talon talaga itong mga crew na to. Parang talaga silang hopping bunnies all the time, trying to make sure that they have the intel. But Redgar, meron siyang ambisyoso pagkuha ng orb. At si Defo at si Delzik mga kaisa apiece. But here we have it. Naxit the front line, but Naxit will be able to get that takedown. Ito na push. At Naxit na naman ang nagalit dito para sa side ng crew. Mazino, uy Mazino, masisave ka pa ba dyan? Okay ka pa dyan, good sir. Pero crew pa rin ang nakikita natin in the lead. And you have Naxit here with the 14 kills. May kita rin natin, Ray, minsan mabagal ang start ni Naxit, pero hindi. He's firing on all cylinders today. Mainit-init ang ating KRU Esports overall, and especially this Jet right now, getting the takedowns for his team.
Grabe, hindi nagdi-disappoint talaga to si Naxit kahit anong mangyari. Early pickoffs, check. Trades, check. Finishing kills, check. Yan na talaga yung merong checklist ngayon na ginagawa so far ni Naxit. And alam niyo naman, Jet deep so far against Defo. At Defo talaga napapunch, talaga shake. Kita mo naman, wala talaga siyang makuha early pickups on the attacking side. Pero ito na kasi nabayan nila kagad. Redgar, na-scan nga niya si Delzik. Buti na lang, that was very important. Bakit? Kita mo naman, mawawala na yung Viper's ultimate. Pero kailangan nila pa rin mag-ingat kay Mazino kasi he won't be affected that much. Pero buti na lang, Chronicle will be able to connect his shots and claws. Kailangan nila mag-ingat, pero yun na lang sa Shadows. Alam na, medyo may map awareness ng Gambit, may mga trade-offs na sila kagad. Nag-set na lang kagad si Keznit ang natitira.
Crew, ano na ang galawan nila? No! Gambit! Shutting the door on them! At iniisip natin, Crew, ito na naman ba? Si Mazino na sana yung magsasabi, tara, taga-audition kayo dito, but he failed his own directorial debut. At dahil lang doon, nakapasok na kagad mabilisan dito ang Gambit. But Naxit now in a 1v3 situation. We've seen him pop off in the last round alone. Can he do it yet again? Redgar though, iba ang plano. Mid-control lang na naman para sa Sova. At kailangan talaga sobrang decisive dito si Naxit sa paghanap niya ng mga 1v1. And there you have it. That's already eradicated. Nasa Paktodo, nag-iitay si Shadows ng nililibre niya. Chicken Nuggets ba ang magiging order dito? Kasi si Naxit na naman nag-ahanap. But here comes Redgar perhaps from the tunnel itself. Naxit still gonna be sticking out of the corner. At low HP ng dalawa. Isang tap kahit di sa ulo. Okay na sana yan. But he's gonna be tapping that spice once and twice. Try to fake things out. Takbo muna si Redgar though, making that noise. But Gambit right now will make a sandwich out of Naxit there. At pasarap talaga Chicken dito sa may B-side as Crew will lose it out. And Gambit gets a 4th point on the board.
Bumubuhay pa. Pumupuso ang Gambit at buti na lang si Redgar siya si Chronicle, dalawang initiators. Grabe naman coming from Gambit, pero alam mo kung talagang pinaka-importante yung ginawa talaga ni Redgar. Kung hindi niya na-pick off, hindi niya na-scan kagad si Delzik, I think that could have been an impossible win once again, and may possibility na maging 9-3 ang scoreline. Pero we're now here, 7-4. Isang win na lang coming in from Gambit. Then, not bad of a half sa kanilang attacking side, pero here it goes talaga. Uy! Line up floors, scan muna, and here it is, nagsabay-sabay lang na pagtatapon, pero nakakuha na rin kagad ng information ng Crew. Saan ba natambay ang Gambit? Kasi parati lang ginagawa, control elbow. Pasok tayo dito kung nasan parati ang isang member. That's going to be Kezdit himself. We lost their cipher, then that's already a good opportunity para sa atin. At hindi talaga sila nag-i-iya to kasi alam nila na hindi nagbiminti si Naxit pagdating sa kanyang mga shots, especially with that operator that he has.
Yeah, just don't bother with Naxit right now. He is on fire. Pero ito na Chronicle. Mid-control naman habol dito ng Gambit. And they do love to go for the tunnel push para lang may lagan yung unang setup ng Viper na yan. But Kezdit right now gonna be that first contact. They realized his mistake a while ago. And Kezdit, he's on the pops off and he gets two. As per usual, para sa Crew, ito na naman siya. Ang streamer naging pro player. But oh, this time, Delzik gonna get answered by Chronicle. At magiging 3v2 na to. As isa na naman para kay Klaus. Backline na naman ang galawan dito. Ang ating Sova. Jingle bells, Hunter's Fury all the way. Naxit to with a shot. Chronicle gonna get the third. Pero 50 HP na lang siya dito. Mapatay na lang kaya ng Phantom. At ayun na nga, sinawa siyang multo. 8-4 para sa Crew. At mukha nga talaga kung taga-latam ka at kung taga-tiwala ka ng mga underdog, ito na ang kwento para sa'yo. Naxit with 18, Kezdit with 13, and the usual suspects ng Crew, yung talaga nag-pop off sa team nila. Handang-handa mag-init ngayon.
Ito tama, good call. Sige, gawin niyo lang palati yung mga ginusto niyong gawin. Gambit, ito nga, partida pa nga, di na nag-change pa ng position. Isa lang umiikot sa either A or B. Nag-call lang na, uy, may narinig ang footstep. Buta na lang kagad yung isa, si Klaus, na nagsasabi na, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. At on the other side naman, ang Gambit talaga, nahihirapan sila. Kaya na sound to? Uy, maglagay sila na sound. Okay, nice. Okay. Meron. Oh, may music.
Kantahin mo nga.
Ikaw na ba si Mr. Right? Ikaw na ba love of my life?
Naku, biglang dadating dito si Kim Chu. Naku.
Ni hao ma, mga kapamilya. Ganyan sabihin.
So, ito yun eh. Parang yung parang sa chat lang ngayon, ikaw na ba ang icing sa ibabaw ng cupcake ko? Diyos ko.
Oo nga, dito, naglalambingan si Bia, si Myrwin. Ako sa inyo guys, pero seryoso talaga kami, kaya talagang mag-PM na lang kasi isa't isa.
PM is the key. Doon nagsisimula ang lahat.
Maingat ulo ng mga tao guys. Hindi sila, walang oras sana nila para.
Ito yun. First you chat sa PPGL. Tapos second, mag-aana kayo, mag-adan kayo sa Valorant, mag-duo kayo. Tapos doon, pangatlo na, yung PM is the key. Ganun yun.
Ay, ayan yung mga nag-aaya mag-duo eh.
Tara, duo, parang si Rayleigh lang sasabihin lang niya, duo me oo. Ganun lang siya.
Duo me oo?
Galing. Kaya ka kinokontak ng mga pro. Ay, sorry.
Ay, nako po. Kinokontak ko para maging pro player. Oo naman siya.
Tama.
You can play together if you want.
Alam mo guys, ito lang yun. Alam niyo si Yinsu at si Boaster. Lapit na to si Ray plus yung ano niya eh. Malapit na. Hindi ako mag-name drop pero malapit na. Mangyayari na yun. Kaya magkakaano na talaga. Bias desk. Confirm. Next year.
Hindi naman ako nasa desk eh. Nasa casting ako. Okay lang.
Diba? Hindi mas malala pa. The legendary words. Bias casters? No.
Bias caster ducks eh. Ano ba yan? Bias caster kasi tayo eh. Lalo nung laban yung Liquid tsaka ano ba kaya laban na?
Ascend? Nakamutan mo na?
Hindi. Yung ano sa tayo.
Yung ano Sentinels?
Hindi, yung isa pa. Yung kasi makalaban nila bago nila nakalaban tong ano.
Yung quarterfinals? Cloud9.
Ayun. Bias caster.
Ikaw lang naman tinawag bias yun ako ba?
Okay, Dax.
Ako, Leaf Supremacy, bro. Kitang-kita doon.
Bro.
Ang lakas ni Leaf Parrot Chong. Pero ito na, we're gonna be back into the game. And we kind of talk about what was going on a while ago. Crew nga, diba? Mainit talaga yung sino yung tagapantay na malapitan. But where we have it, Gambit! You know the defense is legendary. You know the defense is strong. And you know that Chronicle is popping off talaga sa tournament na to. At makaka-3K kagad siya on that sky. Kes ito lang natitira ngayon. But he's not on that train. But he'll get one at least. Get the second. Looking for a third. At Kesnit pa rin ang buhay dito, Ray. Hindi na nga siya nakarina. Ganyan pa rin impact niya dito. But the thing is now, it's 1v2 at low HP. Wala siyang sustain like usual.
Pero ginawa lang na naman niyang aim labs. Pump. At si Nats na lang at si Chronicle na natitira. Okay. Pwede siya pumunta ng A. Pero nga lang, wala na mangyayari kahit pumunta ka ng A. Kahit isave mo yung ghost. Kasi na kanina may spike. Pero wala nakatingin sa McDo. Ayan na. Isip ka sa top!
Apan pa!
Antok ka naman! Ace na ba to? Ito na nga. Kapag nakuha ni KLG Taklas, alam mo na sino pupunta ng finals. Pero yun it is. Sabi ni Chronicle, Yoko, takot ako. Yun na nga. Chronicles of Gambit 8-5 na nga. Buti na lang napanalo sila sa pistol. Pero 4K, pwede sila mag-force sa side ng crew kapag trip nila.
Tapos makuha pa ng isa pa dito si Kestit. Pwede siya makuha ng Intel gamit Neural Theft. So already, the Gambit playstyle, baka mabasa ka agad na maaga dito. And that early intel will be so helpful rin just to realize kung saan kaya nag-play yung mga angles ngayon ng Gambit by default. But crew, just Kestit, put this guy on a duelist already. Put this guy on that Reyna again. Because he is just doing incredible as per usual. At isa siya talaga sa mga stars nila making dito sa Valorant Champions dahil sa performance niya para sa KRU Esports. Pero deep naman na tayo. Tapos ngayon, Acend right now, Marshall ang magiging galawan. But there we have the Poison Cloud in the way. So great call by Nats to pop that already. Pero Gambit actually with the find onto Kestit. Therefore right now, finds the takedown and gives the Cypher the ultimate because he is gonna be dead there. It gets the point. Pero mukha pa rin para sa side ng crew. Mahihirapan sila dito kasi may bantay sarado na malapitan. Nats is gonna be right there. Forces the dash away from Acend. Here comes Clasto falling out down to the hand of Shados as well. At wala na talagang ibang angle matake dito. Yung side ng crew, kailangan nila mag-commit. At bukas nun nilang manakit. At sabi ni Delsik, sige nga, ako mag-push dito sa gitna. This hallway though can be covered wisely by the side of crew. Pero Redgar also having other plans here, Ray. At hindi pa tatapos. So, Marshall lang galawan ng dalawa, especially in proper sides of the map. Poison Cloud can be the call though. And Delsik right now try to go for the push. Redgar will try to answer on back, but eventually hits the nose scope alongside Defo.
Nagzet. Pero I think kada impossible. Pero kapag si Nagzet, parang kapag nababati ko, umaariba pa eh. Ariba! Nangyayari. Ito na nga. Redgar. Abangan na nga siya kagad. And gusto ko makita yung mukha ni Redgar. Sino ba tinitignan niya ngayon? Ano na ba yung position niya as of now? Pero looking at this, 8-6 na nga. Humahabol ng Gambit, but in this full buy, ano na kaya ang sasabihin ngayon ng mga taga, of course, crew? Pero Defo really starts off as good. Pero to medyo seryoso si Redgar. Talagang, ano yan, 1080p vision yan. Mapakalinaw. At least sila malinaw, kayo malabo.
1080 lang? Di ba ganun kalapit? 4K? Ultra HD na ba yan?
5K.
5K? Wow! Grabe, linaglagan pa. Wala, nag-iimbento ka talaga ng resolution, no, Ray? Ano ba next? Magiging 320 by 960. Gagawa ka ng resolution na ganun. Nakatayo yung monitor.
Pixelated, Lord.
Pixelated. yung crosshair mo, isang malaking pixel na hindi mo na maintindihan. Sige lang.
Guys, gusto mo makita yung crosshair dati ni Dax?
Ay, malapit yun. Malapit yun. Yung bumubuka-buka. Kakaiba.
Bumabaka yun. Sabi yung lil. Pero versus kami. Ay. Vandals and Phantoms is the key. Slow push lang para sa kanila. Pero maganda to yung view. Walang nakaghihintay. O sige. Ganyan na kayo Magandang paraan yan. Pero makakapag-lurk kaya kayo si Nat. Sa tingin ko, medyo malayo-layo So, here it is. Mapapaplashan lang sila ngayon ni Chronicle. Ayan na, that's the call. Ang ganda, bukas na bukas yung visa at mag-retake na lang kagad yung Gambit, but at least Chronicle was able to get the top against Delsic at napakalaki to dahil mawawala yung toxic screen at medyo open talaga sa vision ng mga taga-Gambit ang crew this time around. Pero apat pa rin naman ang nesa sa crew. Nakakatakot yan kasi walang nag-whiff, lalong-lalo na si KSD tsaka si Nagdet Uy, napupushik loss. Alam na nila kagad. May information kahit pa paano. But Mazino has that flash. Yan ang CS flash. Pero nga, speak of flash, wala naman dun kagad. Walang kinakatakutan talagang Gambit right at all. Pero si Kisnit, napaka-cancerous being. He takes one. Oh, nag-line up yung dalawa. Pero nga lang, na-remove lang ni Shadows together with Defo. At bumabawi. Ang taga-Gambit talaga. Walang 6-9 nice. 8-7 ang meron. Team
At yun yung dikit na hinahabol dito ng Gambit. Not only that, libre barel sa Sahelsig niya. Thank you for the rifles and thank you for the free upgrades. Sabi dito ng Gambit Esports, economic leader in a really good spot right now dito sa second half natin. At naghahabol talaga si Chronicle doon sa mga 19 kills na nakikita niya sa kabilang side ng scoreboard na ito. But that first shot, then that first takedown really helping out Gambit in the long run. Mas madali yung retake nila. Mas madali yung paglapit nila. And especially without that extra utility and extra firepower, doon talaga malugi yung KRU Esports on that B-side attack. You just needed the Viper's wall anyway to get in position. Just back on the way. YZ para lang hindi masaktan. And for now, KRU, what looked to be a very, very commanding start, bigla na lang it's all falling apart dahil sa resiliency dito ng Gambit. Alam mo yung Gambit? Paano Pinoy resiliency? Hindi yan nagpapatalo, hindi yan magpapaawit talaga. It just feels like for Gambit na this tournament has been a big, big struggle. Napaulit-ulit lang. Sila dapat hindi nahihirapan, pero nahihirapan pa rin sila sa mga matchup nila. Maalala natin, sino ba kalaban nila? Team Secret, mga idol natin yan. They were able to take a map away from them. Team Vikings, muntik na nga matalo completely yung Gambit dahil, pero nagkamali lang yung Vikings sa dulo ng Icebox. And once we got into the playoffs, extend ang kalaban ng Gambit, pero natalo pa rin sila ng isa pa map and they had to play the clutch out sa breeze para lang makuha yung momentum. So for Gambit, these are teams that many consider na more on the minor side, na hindi ganun kakilala, na kahit kilala natin. But on the flip side, di na naman nakilalaban yung mga Sentinels, yung mga Team Liquid. At sino ba yung kalaban ng ganun? Mukhang yung talaga yung KRU Esports, kinalaban, tinalo yung Sentinels, kinalaban. Hindi naman yung Team Liquid, pero yung Fnatic yung natalo nila sa playoffs. So in terms of sino talaga yung strength level ng mga nakalaban nila, mas kilala yung mga sa KRU Esports. But here we go, Gambit, this is what we want to see from them. This is the Gambit na nag-champion ng Masters Berlin. At ito talaga, especially on the defensive side, this is what they can call home here, Ray.
Kahit mahirap, no? Especially when it's Gambit, napakabilis lang talaga ng kanilang resiliency. Pero nga, speaking of nuts, nag-iinit na, pero swiningan lang siya ngayon ni Mazino. 4v4, makakuha naman na ngayon si Mazino ng kanyang baril. But here it is, the retake goes. Uy! walang may balak magsira ng CCTV ni Redgar. Alam na kagad kung saan yung information ng kung saan ang mga nasa crew. And speaking of, nasa backside lang sila. Tapos na-shakudan pa si Delzik. And we only have Mazino coming right through. He still gets those picks. 3 na lang kagad na natitira sa kanila. Saan ba kutawan? Timing dalag. Tapos kain ng flash. Meron pa kagad na pa-flashan. Pero Chronicle on that to apart. And still Gambit wins this kahit nag-force kahit pa paano. Half by rather ang crew. 8-8 pa nga. And wala pa talaga so far on the 4 consecutive rounds na nanalo talaga ang Gambit. They make a good comeback talaga. And ito na nga ba yung oras na talaga magkakaroon sila ng comeback dahil si Chronicle together with Redgar, bumabawi na din sila kahit papano together with Defo and Shados.
Yan, dito talaga nahihirapan ng mga iba't ibang teams on the attacking side of Breeze kung hindi nila gaanong kakilala yung setup na sa site. More often than not though, when you're playing that Breeze, pwede ka manalo here on the attacking. Ma-push mo lang todo yung site, ma-crash na lang, tas wala na nakadepensa whatsoever. And in terms of the retake, malayuan magiging galawan. But for crew, they struggle at the very least to really set things up in the first place. At dahil lang dun, nawawalan sila ng chances at all from the side of because of Gambit. And especially pag yung Gambit nagawa nila retake. For these things, they do not help at all. Ray Defo, binura na lang kagad dyan, erasing Kesnet from existence. 5v4, wala na yung Cypher. At kahit mabilis na nakuha yung ultimate, wala naman siyang chance gamitin kung patay palagi siya dito. Null Commando is ready here from Mazino. Crew ngayon, iniisip pa ka mag-place sila ng mid control. Pero ang Gambit, inuunahan na talaga yan. Meron pang ang peak magagaling sa double door. At nako, Nagzet versus Defo. Will we get the duels of the Jets? And Defo flicking on down. Nakaman pa si Nagzet yan, dashing on away. And that's a great kill here for Gambit. Sayang lang daw for crew kasi natag naman nila yung Jet ng Gambit dito.
Alam na, talagang nababasa na Gambit yung dalawa ng crew. And suddenly, all of those shots talaga, those pestuhan, a flawless execution coming in from Gambit, punished tuloy ang mga taga-crew. Kita mo naman, Dax, on the defending. Napakalupit ng ginagawa ng crew. Pero sabi ng Gambit, wait nyo lang kami. We make this into a 4-8. It's going to be a 4-8 curse. And kita mo naman nangyari talagang napaka-flawless. Lahat nagko-connect. Defo nagkakaroon ng opportunity talaga to take off those kills. And even if sinagset, kita mo naman there's no denying na sobrang popping off din siya. Pero kailangan talaga mag-ingat ng Gambit ngayon. And mukhang nagkakaroon na talaga sila ng momentum. Ang gwapo ni Nat, sorry. Nadidistract talaga ako.
Sino kamukha niya, Ray Ray? Ba't siya gwapa?
Ay, wag na ba wag na. Pipiliin ko ang mga sasabihin ko.
Okay. Magaling. Trinay ko i-reel yun din. Parang ako mangingisda pero di ko nakuha yung ating isda ngayon na spice ni Ray Ray. Pero ito na Kesnet. Gitna lang. Defo. Andyan lang siya pero nalaga ni Nagzet. Mukhang I got you back, fam. Resback is real here for the side of crew. Pero and then, may camera nakakaiba. Nagbabantay na naman. Mga camera sa Breeze nakakatakot tingnan eh. Pero okay naman dito para sa side of crew as they are gonna go for the push on B side. But Chronicle again with the one look for a second. But Nagzet will be the one to get it the takedown instead. 4v3 situation na to. Yung Null Command na pinap kanina para makatulong. But Gambit again with the counter lurks, with the opportunities. At si Nuts naman yung gumagawa ng play para sa side ng Gambit. But Redgar, Shadows, they have to play the front line. And Redgar, nako, hindi naman masira yung spine niya pagdala ng matchup na to. But at least that's an easy takedown on the Jet who's not able to secure those knife kills. But Mazino, tambay muna dito sa kita. Pero alam ni Nuts, pero wala pa rin siya pakinaalam mo. Kasi mamamatay ka pa rin naman in the first place. Shadows though, gonna be coming on in. Class right now, the whole thing's together. Dito sa spike, but Redgar gonna be the one to get that takedown. 2v1 right now. Mazino gonna be trying to peek on that yet again. Ito na ang flashback daw mong gagaling sa ating KO. Gonna go after Redgar first. Shadows! Siya talaga ang pwede mo asahan. Pero Redgar! Redgar! Please, mag-ingat ka dyan pag magbibigay ka na ultimate. Pero may oras naman dito ang side ng Gambit Esports. Konti lang naman na wala na ako ng heartbeat ng real quick. Pero they were back on action. Back and back and back with another point. 21 na dito si Chronicle. 15 na si Redgar. At 10 points na ngayon ang Gambit Esports. Talagang kinabahan si Dax na plus 1 point sa buhay niya ngayon. Uy, kamukha ng shelter oh. Ay, sorry, maling mapa. Ibang bump. Oy, iba yun ah.
Sorry. Uy, may nakatingin si Waldo. Hello!
Ba't Waldo na yung mga oso na to? May pangalan na.
Wala lang. Nakuha ko lang sa ano yan. Sa Big Back Jury, pero walang Nagzet. Alam niya parati. Alam ko na ako nasa Redgar. Hide and seek. And finally gets a front. si Defo, labanan ng mga operator, oh. Sige, gamitin niya talaga yung mga off. And now, speaking of, apat na lang sa apat. Nawalan nga ng isang mga initiator. Pero si Chronicle just by extending himself, he was able to get through si Kesnet together with Delzik. Medyo inaantok at wala sa sarili ibang miyembro ng crew. Pero nga lang, maglalabas na kabahagan ng Seekers ngayon si Chronicle. Pero sisilip ba si Defo? Sisilip ba siya? Sabi niya, nako, nakakatakot pag sumilip ako. Pero pwede pa na lang mag-save dito ang crew on the other side. Timing itself, yes. Pwede pa nga winnable side pa to ng crew. And speaking of, alam na nga nila kung nasaan si Klaus. Magbaback off sila. Takbo tayo ba? Tayo pang pick off. And they will be playing passively once again.
Ay, passive muna dyan. Tambay muna dito para sa side ng crew. And ayaw na nila bigay yung operator na to dito sa round na to. Pero tama ka naman, di ba? Defo, he has that up as well. At pwede i-peek out niya yung gitna ng mapa para lang makita dito ang crew. Pero what's going wrong right now with the side of KRU Esports and their attacking side? It just feels like Gambit, they always have the answer. At sino ba ang pinaka pwede natin patayo dito? Yes, Defo has been a factor. Pero my eye really has been on Chronicle all throughout this map. Basang-basa, parang libro na nakabukas. Yun lang yun, sabi ni Chronicle. At yun nga we see the Sky the one playing the aggression on some of these pushes. Minsan siya pa nga yung mga hang on back, pero whether it's the push or and the attacking play from the side of Chronicle, where he does get punished this time by Nagset, or the more defensive side na talaga dun siya sa likod ng site, or even further than that, it's still Gambit who finds value out of the plays there ng Chronicle. At dalawa na lang nasa kanila ang map number 1. Gusto nila pa rin gawin yung EM dream here, Ray, na dalawang teams magagaling sa EMA pagpasok ng finals, and the only thing getting in their way is KRU Esports for Nagset with that first frag, shutting down the utility of the Sova and shutting down the darts in the first place. Pero Chronicle, isa mabilisan, dalawa pa nga. And just the Sky right now finding the takedowns and finding the form na kinakailangan sa kanya para sa labanan neto.
Ang ganda ng point ko lang, Nax. Talagang problema na lang yung crew. Pero nga lang, Gambit talaga. Sa defending pa sila, talaga medyo nagkaroon ng napakalaking set. Pero alam mo naman to, pagdating talaga sa defending nila, when it comes to Breeze, sobrang solid talaga yung formula nila. Formula of love, formula of Valorant against crew. At talaga napaka-importante ng mapang ito, guys. Kasi kapag nagpanalo to ng crew, clean win talaga to against Gambit. Pero if not, baka magkaroon tayo ng game 3. Ayro nga lang, malaking tanong is kanino papaboard. Pero good momentum setter to para sa Gambit. Pero uy, si Johnny, galit na.
Oh, guys, tayo na yung nauuna kanina. Ano na? Anyari? Ba't tayo ganito? Ba't tayo natatalo? Yung Gambit, depensa. Dali lang yan. Kaya natin yan. Pasok lang na pasok, sabi dito ni Johnny sa KRU Esports tungkol sa pag-entry ng site. Hindi sa ibang bagay. At ito nga, di ba? 11 to 8. May palag pa rin naman yung crew. May operator pa rin si Nagset, but they're gonna need more value out of that. Mapitas talaga nila dito. Si Shadows mamabilisan sa harapan. Might be the opportunity here for Gambit to fall on flat. Pero ang crew naghahanap lang ng paraan at panahon para makahuli pa na iba. I do like also that Kesset is gonna try something out a little bit different. Hindi nga siya gaano makaka-entry dahil Cypher ang Gambit niya. But at least, makalurk man dito, makahanap ng 1v1, 1v2. Laking tulong na sa team niya. And there you have it already. Nagset, binura si Shadows. At yun yung momentum na hinahanap dito ng KRU Esports.
Oh, speaking of Axe, magandang pick-off yun. Wala talagang Lear pare counter sila. Pero meron pa namang Defo na naghihintay. Pero timing din talaga. Pagdating sa Recon, lahat na tinatapon ng crew as they go for a setup. Pero madedelay ba sila ngayon with just not stacking it on? Pero speaking of pagbaba ng toxic skin na yan, may kita pa siya. Naku, nakita na. He fixed one. Naku, pangalawa na kagad sunod-sunod. Napakaganda ng timing talaga when it snaps. Pero nga lang, dalawang pa sa dalawa. Na-pick up nila kahit paano. Defo still gets a shot. And yung Only Alpazino nasa backside, pero Defo nag-iirit. They still get it. And all of a sudden, match point na kagad tayo, Dax.
Hinabol sa hangin. Off drop kapag nalalaman dyan at Nuts popping off there to go for the takedowns at sino ang tagatapos. The one, the only, the definitely great Defo there. The Jet getting the takedowns, 13 kills na para sa kanya. 2 more pa din siya mag-tie up sa kanyang deaths. But this operator gameplay that we see from Defo really, really helpful on the defending side. Pero yun talaga, impressive shot to just track down the updraft there and go for the takedowns. Hindi lang tatapos to Defo. Walang kapake-pake na nandun na sa kabila si Kesnet. Inisa pa si Mazino and Gambit right now. They're looking to actually win out a map pick dito sa Valorant Champions. Palagi na lang sila hindi swerte sa mga map pick nila. Palagi lang sila pa ang nadedelikado dahil sa mga map pick in the first place. But this time, they're really primed and ready to try and go for it one more time. And we'll see here if they can continue on. But Shados right now with the take on Automazino. Nagsat will be coming in close yet again. And ito na, the fall papunta na A-side. Pero hindi ba ni Delsik ang gagawin niyo? Dala-dala yung spike! The risky, wiggy business there from Delsik to get to. Now planting with the Viper Smith. The ambition from the side of Fruit to make it 3v3. At may control pa nga sila dito ng A-side. Pero hindi pa tatapos ang danang scan galing kay Klaus. Easy headshot there para kay Nagsat. Auto Chronicle 3v2 situation. At si Delsik na lang nasa loob pa rin. Defo though, he wants to go for the push. Shockdart can be there as well here, Ray. At mukhang si Defo definitely gonna get that kill. Auto Klaus, Peekaboo, Delsik sees you. And there's a takedown from the Viper. One more to go. Beautiful scan though. Shots down the Viper Spit. And Redcar versus Nagsat. Tingnan natin sino mas malapit dito. And si Redcar talaga ang mananalo sa duel. Pero may oras pa siya dito. This 12-8 scoreline looking to be 30-8. And map number 1 gonna go to Gambit Esports. They'll be one map away from moving on to the finals, Ray. At mukhang sinisira nila ang True Dream ngayon.
Tatandaan mo, ilang rounds yun? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 rounds. 9 consecutive rounds para na ipanalo ng Gambit. Hindi nila pinagalawang paso ng crew. Kita mo na good feeling talaga. Nagkaroon sila ng malaking paghihirap sa may attacking side. Pero once na nagkaroon ng defenses, napakaganda ng timing nila. Pero of course, we gotta give it to crew. Pero ito talaga, Redcar, nakasofa. Yung buff talaga pagdating sa tingin niya sa monitor, sa position niya parati, sakto. And the Gambit buff, it is here talaga, Dax. Wala talaga kang masabi as of now sa Gambit. Pero nga lang, meron pa naman tayong second map, syempre, para sa mga crew fans.
At tama lang naman, nasira nila yung sumpa nito sa playoffs. Last time, diba, pinili na Ascent, tatalo sila against Acend. This time, pinili na yung Breeze. At magandang research against crew because it does feel like may mga teams dito, Ray, na pinoint out nga ng panel ng mga certain maps na gusto nila laruin kasi certain maps na laro nila dito sa world stage na to. And the drafting, the bans that Gambit did a while ago, really helpful for their run against KRU Esports right now. Pero mukhang jogging talaga dito at mukha talaga napaktakbo ang mga players natin sa map number 1. It was a good run though for KRU to start things off, and then it was Gambit naman taking that momentum, and it just goes to show nakakatakot pa rin yung Gambit's defense. That's what really kept them in Masters Berlin, that gave them that victory. And here's a Valorant Champions, kahit may nakita natin may success sila more on the attacking side for other matchups, here and now we go back to the roots, and well, Gambit takes that first map.
Okay, napakakaiba ng performance sila. Wala akong masabi of how they want to take this one out. Pero alam mo, akala ko talaga magkakaroon na ng momentum yung crew. Akala ko pwede na talaga nila makuha to into 2-0. Pero mukhang hindi pa naman imposible para sa side ng Gambit. Pero we'll talk about that later as we're gonna be heading on towards the short break here in Valorant Champions. Once again, I am Lane. Of course, join me here, Snacks. And see you guys after the break.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Sue in particular is going to tell you what she thinks will happen next.
Great.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you.
Well, a flawless second half for Gambit. Let them secure that first map against KRU. I'm back on the desk with Achilles and Ryan. Who knew Gambit would be so good on defense? Who knew?
It was the whole idea of like the fast versus slow, who was going to win out, and Gambit just absolutely snow breezed KRU. Like they cooled down, Gambit played how they wanted, isolating the fights. You just look at the minimap with some of the clips we're about to highlight, you just see all of those red X's all across the map. Usually KRU is so good at trading off each other. Then you've got one in sort of a cave, one in mid. It was just a disassembling of KRU on that defensive side for Gambit.
Yeah, just kind of getting picked apart. And I mean, Gambit were getting themselves into such great just flank angles very early. It seemed like KRU wasn't really establishing too much map control. A lot of times they're clustered up. All of a sudden, here comes Chronicle on a flank. He's made his way all the way through elbow. He's taking a peek over towards mid, and he picks off a couple people. It looked like KRU was getting a little bit shaken up there. They're taking these aim duels that they really don't need to be doing, and it costs them one or two players in the end. And I mean, Chronicle, they were talking about it. Is he the best player on this team? Right now in this tournament, it absolutely looks like it. He was able to overtake Nags by the end of this.
I mean, I said this to you, Ryan, during the game. If Gambit win this series and go on to win the tournament this time around, I feel like Chronicle would be the tournament MVP.
Yeah, especially when you sort of look at like the Nats performance that he had. Like Nats just sort of was a little bit quiet overall in this series, but the amount of times that Chronicles bailed him out, and also just forces KRU into these situations where they're execing onto a site using all of this utility when the B site is barren, and still Chronicle gets a kill and gets out. There was no trades at all on the side of KRU, so it was just Gambit pick by pick, one by one, taking out and removing KRU from the equation.
I mean, we spoke about the jet diff after the first half with Nags popping off, but Defo, when you give him the operator, Achilles, I feel like there was a bit of a jet diff in the second half as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Defo really came online. You know, from the very beginning, we had that duel going through straight through door out into mid. Defo manages to get the flick, only takes a shot to the leg, so he is able to walk away with 30 HP, and then just further find impact with the rest of his squad. It was a huge step up from him, something that was very much lacking. But, you know, is it going to carry forward? And I have to pose that same question for Nags as well. Are we going to continue to see this as we get ready to move further in for map 2?
It's also that safe play as well. I think the KD, it was 2.5 in the end for Chronicle. It was on the defense, it was 4. He only got killed like 4 times. It was pretty ridiculous overall. And it's the same with Defo. He just died a handful of times in total. And where did Delsit go? I understand, like on the defense, that's where the Cypher could come online, but on the attack, you don't have that same powerhouse ability. And I think you saw a lot of desperate pushes into hole to see if they could get somebody, catch them out. But there were players like Redgar who just read everything perfectly and was even clutching out at the end, which we never see from Redgar.
Oh, I mean, I feel like we used to say that, but in this tournament, we see it from Redgar every single series.
Yeah.
He's had those moments every single time, which is always good to see from an IGL. And now, a lot of players are stepping up in this series, Nags in particular. So let's take a look at him right now in the AIM Labs shoot-around. I mean, the players like to bait us sometimes with the agents they play, but Nags, he's not messing around here. A terrific first half, but it just wasn't enough in the end. But I also want to quickly mention a fun stat for you guys. This isn't to do with Nags, unfortunately, but his teammate Kesnet, with the exception of Leaf, who did manage to get 2 aces before he was knocked out. Every other person that got an ace has only managed 1 ace so far. Kesnet has 3 aces, and he very nearly, Ryan, had 4 on that pistol round.
Yeah, it was just one of those moments where you're kind of looking at Gambit going like, just a lot of those trades where they go in one by one, and Kesnet dealt with them perfectly. it's got a lot tighter from there. And like Kesnet now, we're going to Ascent. You sort of expected to pick up that Reyna again, which I can't believe I'm saying this. I hope that he does. I hope that we see the Reyna pick, just because of the difference it makes. It allows for that aggression on the defense as well as, and it sort of puts Klaus in a more comfortable position as well, not playing this over and playing more the Sentinel Viper role dependent on the map.
Yeah, being able to get that pick and not have to rely on somebody else coming on the back end to, trade out, just be able to take that dismiss and play a little bit more self-reliably, I think is really, really good for Kesnet. And, while the Cypher looked really good at the start, it just didn't really get too much done.
He didn't have a kill at all, Klaus did, on their attack.
Yeah, Klaus looking a bit out of sorts.
Yeah. But that was like the old agents that he used to play. Like, this is where we expect him to sort of play different stuff, and that's what I want to see. How well can he bounce back as well in this position as well when you have a pretty rough performance like that?
Yeah, well, let's talk about Ascend next. This was KRU's pick, and you can see why they decided to come here, that Furia performance, Ryan, was really, really strong for them.
It was just a really nice, solid performance in a bit of an awkward series. At least it began an awkward series for KRU. I mean, you could probably ask Mitch and Tommy Will in a second, like you're looking at that as an elimination game, and you sort of expect KRU to be down there, but it was from this point that it started to rise up and come together. The problem is just how much of Gambit are we realistically going to see get fixed after that X10 game, because it was their defense that was super wobbly. That defense on Breeze was a whole different story.
I mean, we talk about like comfort zones of teams. I know in League of Legends, for Perks, the 2-1 down, he loves it. He kind of comes online. For KRU, Achilles, against Furia and Sentinels, they lost both first map. It was only against Fnatic that they actually came out with a momentum at the beginning, so there isn't that much to worry about right now, despite the fact they're one map down.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this in, while we were setting up for this series. I didn't really expect them to take Breeze. Certainly, this was a statement from Gambit, being able to run 9 consecutive rounds. That is not at all how I thought it was going to go, so I very much agree with Mitch and Tom on that. But I didn't anticipate them to take Breeze regardless. So I still have some faith here for KRU. They've proven time and time again that if they do start a series a map down, it's not going to discourage them. If anything else, it's going to push them even harder.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now. As you guys can see, Ryan Kesnet, he has locked in the Reyna, which is what he played the last time we saw him.
I'm also looking at Shados, who has picked up the Sage, actually. And Defo is moving off of the... This is no duelist.
Okay, Defo is playing Sky?
Yeah, this is no duel. Like, this is pure EMEA coming out at this point.
This is fun.
But like, double duelist versus Zero, I guess that's maybe like because they're defending first that they felt that they couldn't match that aggression against X10. I don't think they're going to be able to do that against KRU, so now it's just pure utility playing off of each other, and I guess hoping that the Sage slows down these fast XX.
I was going to say, this is all about trying to slow down those executions, having the wall that they have to break through, having just the slow orbs down on the slow fields down on the ground, just so they can't really rush through an entry point. But this is definitely a big change. We'll have to see if it works out.
Well, this is a very different look for Gambit. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Sue.
Go.
Hello, guys! And we're back here in Valorant Champions. Accelerated, syempre. Kasama ko si Dax at nakita na nga natin, pair first map was, of course, napanalunan nga ng Gambit, pero pupunta na tayo sa second map, which is going to be in Ascent. And alam mo, parehas sa teams that are actually good in this map. Pero titignan natin kasi if KRU manalo nga sila dito, we're gonna be heading on towards the third map. Pero if Gambit talaga makuha na rin momentum nila, syempre talagang magiging palong-palo sila. Pero here it is, Dax, napakabilis lang syempre ngayon. At babalik na tayo kagad sa pistol round between these two teams.
At yung sasabihin lang dito, Gambit, tinanggal na nila lahat ng duelist. Bahala na nga, Defo, mag-sky ka na dito kasi si Shados nilipat na ng stage and we get the no duelist versus double duelist scope na talaga pwedeng mag-full utility dito ang Gambit, but KRU has put Kesnet back on the Reyna seat at pwede rin siya on the flip side mag-pop off dito. So tingnan natin kung ano magiging galawan ng KRU on the attacking side. They want to play the assault. Gambit in the meantime, malaki ang nilalagay dito sa defense nila Reyna. They're putting a lot on this right now. They're gambling with this no duelist composition na pwede sila mag-take command dito sa first half na to. At para sa Gambit naman, tambay lang sa taas si Redguard. But there we go with the peak already. Kesnet willing to pop off yet again. At itong player talaga na to na si Kesnet, siya ang bantayan natin. Siya ang Reyna ng Latam. Siya ang Reyna na pwede pumatay ng iba't ibang mga tao dito. At para sa KRU naman, tambay lang sa may A main. They want to regroup and go for the push para lang mabilis ang take nila for that A site here, Ray.
30 seconds left.
Ay, talagang kailangan mag-establish this. There's no stopping them. Gedgar was able to take out one, pero mukhang isa-isang napanalunan na naman ng crew ang kanilang, syempre ang kanilang pistol yan. And we only have Chronicle na natitira with that, of course, Sova. And
Fade away po. Fade away pa sana si Acend dun. Pero ito na, shock dart. Papunta kay Chronicle. Gusto niya gumawa ng highlight eh. One tap, tapos biglang flick away. Sinadya ko yun, cool kid ako, sabi ng crew. Pero wala na rin. Para kay Chronicle, 1v4. Little too much to handle with the classic. Acend will find the takedown. At para sa crew, yan ang unang point para sa kanila. The first kill though, already setting the tone para sa crew. And then na-realize na, alam mo guys, tara sama-sama na tayo dito. Grouping lang, holding hands, singing kumbaya, go for that A site and just get the push on. And it all started with this. Nats would have been the biggest problem sa A-side take na yan. And Kesnet was the one who find him instead. Class with 2 as well. Nagset finding the headshot onto 1. And para sa crew, eto na naman ang maganda lang simula. So first round will go in their favor. At para sa side ng Gambit, they will just be sticking around with a few pistols here and there na upgraded. Yung iba naka-classic lang. At crew, ang ngayon gusto nila gawin dito, Ray. Manalo sila as many rounds on the attacking side as much as possible. Because in terms of tempo, yung Gambit yung mawawalan mamaya-maya. Kung nawala talaga silang extra vital, wala sila yung mga duelists for that sudden impact, it's gonna be a little harder for Gambit to actually push onto that side unless sabay-sabay rin sila, just like what Crew did a while ago. But Crew right now, getting ready for the play. Gambit though, in the meantime, yun na nga si Defo gusto manguna gamit yung guiding light. If he can get go of the flash pop, it'll be just absolutely on point for him. Pop flash lang habol dito ng Gambit at timing lang to, Ray. Pero yung Gambit, ayaw pa nila pull yung trigger at baka nga matakot pa nga yung Crew dahil lang dun.
Tingnan mo, natakot nga sila. It seems like you got it, right? And we
Scary.
only have one na naging, school carry dahil nga na si Chronicle. Siya na lang kagad natitira sa may B at lahat sila nagsistuck saan sa may A side at hindi kinain ng pain. Ngayon, ng crew ang gusto maging execution ngayon. Pero nga lang si Kezi, the pick off siya, nakabawa siya, magiging trade-off lang by Redgar and may sign na kagad para sa crew na to actually push it. Pero nga lang si Chronicle, maglalagay lang ng konting ingay, tries to spray through, pero sabi ni Mazino, shock dart lang naman ang kailangan and we only have 3 left coming in from sa side ng Gambit. And mukhang mapapan sila isa-isa. Defo will be able to hit those shots and at least Nagset makakapag-spray nga siya with that Bulldog arf. At tatlo pa versus sa dalawa. Pero nga lang, nice. Meron lang siya ngayong Spectre at dalawa nakabang sa kanila. So, mag-audition lang sila syempre sa harapan ni Mazino and he will be able to tackle on those skills, making this into a good round para sa crew, leading by 2 rounds. Pero ito na nga yung problema ng Gambit eh. Napakalaking pay talaga dito na wala kang duelist at all. Pero kailan kaya nila tayo i-impress, Dax? Sa sobrang right choice to para sa kanila. Double initiator. Lahat talaga nasa side ng Sentinel and titignan natin if that's going to be a really good work para sa kanila. Pero looking at this, wala talaga mag-operator. Wala ka namang pang-dash out. Wala ka namang magagawa eh. Kaya di ka na mag-operator. Meron ka lang mga ARs lang.
Diba yun nga yun? Rifles lang gagamitin dito ng Gambit so far unless they want to go for the gamble. I won't be surprised though baka i-pick up ni Defo yung mamaya-maya or si Chronicle pa nga. Pwede pumwesto with that kind of gun. But Nagset already gonna go for the push and he's already taken down here. Shadows though! Sabi ng Gambit, sige nga, tuloy lang natin to. Todo lang na todo. There we go with the take us here. Chronicle tambay lang dito sa may botas. At ang bilis matapos ng Gambit yun. Bumili lang silang baril. Wala nang problema. And that was just a very full phrase assault there from the side of Gambit. Naglagay sila wall, nasira ng crew, lumusob yung crew, pinatay ng Gambit. Simple, clean, effective, and it all started with this Shadows. Nakita niya, bumabra si Nagset. Nakita rin niya, hindi tumama yung headshot na gusto gawin ni Kesnet. And from that point on, the 2 duelists were gone. The initiation ng crew na wala lang ng babilisan. And para sa Gambit, yun yung mga gusto nilang klaseng hold na i-counter lang yung push ng KRU Esports.
I think that's just it. Nangyayari na nga. This is it, Pansit. Sobrang excited talaga ako. I think sa lahat ng nangyaring official tournaments, ngayon lang ako nakita nang walang duelist at all. Hindi ko alam kung nakas mo na walang duelist pero ako, this is just the first time talaga. All throughout VCT ever since stage 1. Pero now, speaking of, Redgar makes a move. Konting napaka-quick na talaga mag-rotate. Once they hear sometimes saan mag-set up yung crew, medyo malabilis sila make up. Shadows, malulusaw nga lang ngayon. Medyo naging ouchie nga kagad together with, of course, his armor. Pero on the other side, crew, napapunish talaga sila sa pagiging aggressive. And this is an effective way coming in from the side of Gambit.
Gambit to, ano magiging galawan nila, guiding light for the intel, at sabi nung ibon na yan, Uy, may tao dito! Uy, may tao dito! Ganun lang. Dinab ko na nga. At para sa crew ngayon, Mazino, Kelsey trying to get ready. Camera though, gonna be on the right hand side. At kailangan talaga na sirahan yung mga setup dito ni Nats as much as possible para lang makapush. Pero mabilisan na wala yung Recon Bolt. At ang sagot dito ni Mazino, nagalit siya. Sisirahan mo Recon Bolt ko. That lang Hunter's Fury. Nats ito with the find out the red. Kelsey is there to get the takedown as well. At mabilisan naman para sa crew ang 18 naman. The down duelist natin. But Defo will fight on back. Siya nga yung duelist player, diba? He's on the sky right now. But he knows he can still pack a punch and fight here, Ray 4v3 though. At ano na gagawin dito ng Gambit? Ipit muna sila dito sa may rafters, pero pwede sila mag-play ng flank kung makuha nila itong garden control na to.
Ay, medyo once na nakapagkuha ng pick off kagad si Crew, sino man mababawasan, we're gonna be getting go of that. Then speaking of Shadows, alam na kagad masastow orb sila, meron pa namang flash camera at yun na nga. Nagkaroon ng perfect timing just because of what Defo getting out, of course, with that bird of his. Pero nga lang, Mazino still gets that and still a clutch dahil hindi nila na-punish. Naghihintay for those lineups and Crew will be able to win it still. Now po, Dax, baka medyo talagang hindi working ang sa side ng Gambit. Pero nga lang, sayang lang din dahil hindi nila nakita yung pinakahuling lalaki, pinakahuling member ng Crew.
Kinundik the dots lang doon ni Mazino doon sa dulo. Ginawang kindergarten real quick, oh. Left to right. 1-2. Flick at the wrist. Chronicle Defo. Both going on down. At yung Gambit umasap. Alagaan mo ako, fam. Pero bago pa nga makakuha ng defuse, patay na kagad si Chronicle, eh. Nahawakan lang niya. Bigla na lang tinapon siya away from that spike. Bigla lang sinipa siya. Biglaan doon ni Mazino. And Gambit right now gonna be down by 2 points and will be taking the first time out of this game para sa Gambit, though. Tama ka naman, Ray. Laking abala na wala silang kadulis-dulis and they will have to make use of the utilities as much as possible. Okay na sana yung pag-push nila doon sa doors mismo, eh, at nakuha nila yung mga frags that they wanted on that site. Pero dahil lang may natitira pa, dahil lang wala yung tipong gap close na mabilisan, wala yung tipong bigla na lang andyan na I'm in your personal space. It really goes to show for Gambit that they need to find ways to be more decisive with those takedowns kasi wala na lang yung tipong lalapit lang sa kalaban nila at yung mag-uumpisa o magtatapos ng laban dyan. So KRU Esports again, we see it one more time here, Ray. Hot start from the get-go. Nangyari to sa Breeze at ang tanong, mangyayari rin ba to coming in to here in Ascent? But as the question did stand there, it's still Crew right now. We have to watch out for kasi yung si Kesney talaga, putting him on that Reyna is just such a big deal for KRU Esports. There were so many times na umaasa tayo, okay na sana to. Kung bahay pa sana si Kesney dahil naka-Reyna siya, may sustain pa siya dun sa Breeze. Kung kaya pa niya makakuha na sa pang pitas, extra points din sa Crew. But this time, he is gonna be unleashed and this is really the double duelist versus no duelist conundrum. Sa sakripisyo ba, yung potential na may pwede mag-pop off para sa mga utility o gusto mo ba yung pop-off potential na yan para kesa mawalan lang ng mga utilities on the other side? It's a this or that situation. Do you want more of utilities? Do you want more of the frag potential? Or do you just want someone to pop off? Well, there are two different answers right in front of you guys. At ito na, Crew, gusto nila sabihin yung sagot nila ang tama dito. But now then, we do have the Nebula gonna be in the way. One-way setup muna nakaharang dyan. At Crew, gusto nila i-peek out to Mazino though with Dart trying to clear things out. Even really getting a lot of utilities used on up here, Ray. Pero yung Gambit, mukhang magagamble nga sila dito. Marami nakatambay. Lockdown daw gonna be into play at gusto pilitin ng Crew ngayon ang push nila papunta ng A-side.
Oh no! Hindi na rin. Hindi nag-connect. Sumabay lang naman syempre ang kanilang lockdown. Pero walang kinakatakutan naman at all. Ang mga taga-Gambit, okay, we have those free frags. Really important. Mapipitch off syempre yung mga taga-Gambit. Magbe-bail out talaga sila dahil open na nga ang B-side. Pero ala na lang mag-ingat. Meron pang isang natitira that's going to be Kesdit himself pero may nakaabang naman sa kanya na si Defo and that's a really a good idea pero nagparinig lang naman sila at babalik sila towards A-side. Kita mo yung mga fake, kita mo naman yung mga ginagawang mind games ng Crew against Gambit. Pero nga lang, tignan natin kung ma-hold pa rin naman ni Defo on that angle itself. Kaso, oh, the perfect timing. Pero nga lang, utilities-wise, wala na nga mailalabas kundi na lang ang merong natitirang side kay Kesnit and Nugget will be able to plant it. And ito na nga ang sign for that retake coming on the side of Gambit. At napaka-importante ng round na to. They lose, then it's just going to be Crew na mag-iinat na makakuha ng momentum. Pero let's see that si Nats makes also move all of those corners being implemented. Pero nag-set. Prepared syempre sa pagpasok na lang ngayon sa my doors. And here it is, the setup na coming in from Gambit. Who's gonna get through? Ayan na nga, Kesnit! Kesnit, wait, titas lang. Lahat sila sunod-sunod. Chronicle na lang kagad na natitira. It's going to be a 1v2 pero nga lang 68 na lang siya. And Kesnit still be able to tackle him. 1-4 na nga ngayon ang scoreline natin. Dax, nako po. Ito na nga kagad ang ariba ng crew.
Andale, Maia at Kesnit! Nako, ang reyna ng Latam ngayon, habol na naman yung mga frags. He just finds the takes at tumakapit lang talaga. Lahat ng nakikita niya dito, isa, wala kagad si Defo. Sige, tago ka pa dyan, Chronicle. Wala ka na sa larong to. And Gambit, they know how potent that reyna can be. They know na ang laking problema talaga ni Kesnit dito. And they're gonna try to find a way to put a stop to his rampage. Especially na meron sila dito, Sage at ang Cypher. Pero habang ngayon, Lear muna dyan kasi hindi naman magmamadali ni Gambit. Ito na naman tayo, red light, green light para sa Gambit. Tingnan natin kung sino manalo sa Squid Game na to. Because Gambit, they do want to play this right at the proper time. Kanina, na-overrun nila si Kesnit. Napatayin nila na marami silang lumuso papunta sa kanilang kalaban. But here and now, it seems like crew, they've learned their lesson a little bit more. Meron pa rin effectively malapit dito, Ray. At kita natin dito rin para kay Nagset na pwede siya mag-play ng flank. Pero ito na naman, malakas sa marami. At sabi ni Redgar, huli ka dyan. Guy like can be called. Mazino will get one. Redgar will fall in the field of battle. But Nats is there to get the takedown. At si Sinus taga-res 5v3 na to. May baril na kagad ang Gambit. At gusto nila pumalag. Thing is, the Cypher is putting the cyber camps in the way. Putting the cyber traps as much as possible para makahabang. At yung cages talaga para mawala lang dito ang vision. Kasi nasa kanila yung spike dito, Ray.
Ay, isa, they can just play this defensively. Pero nga lang, yung pagiging agresibo talaga ng Gambit ay pumapabor sa kanila. Pero nag-switch na kagad. Nasa left side, green light. Ito na nga bang Bokua?
30 seconds left.
Close. 20 HP. Must pay down ka lang yan. It's going to be a big babay na nga kagad. Chronicle kasi tap against Nagset. And close na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero medyo mahirap na talaga to para sa kanya dahil iiwan na lang niya lunchbox at gagawa na lang siya ng onigiri out of it. And I think that's just it. Save the Phantom. Go next. Pero si Redgar, sige, sabi niya, ayoko mag-save ka. Ayoko mag-save! And Jack paibing sa Spectre. And 250. At nakapulot pa ng mga baril. Nag-shopping lang ngayon dahil 12-12 sale nga sa Lazada at sa Shopee. 2-4 na nga.
Nako, may sinasabi ka sa marami. Little too late though. Nakakita ko monitor kanina, parang 1,000 lang. Tapos benta na kagad. Wala na kagad. Pero tito to, libre lang nakuha ng Gambit yung mga baril na gusto nila. And this is the power of all the utilities. At ang ganda pa rin ng push ng Gambit eh. They love to go for those kind of all-in plays pag naka-eco sila. And they can just come up ahead by taking the guns away from crew. At kita natin sino na ngayon mapapaiko. Yung KRU Esports, 3 naka-sheriff at 1 naka-guardian. So tingnan natin talaga kung anong gagawin ni Kesnit dito for the headshot machine that he wants to be. Dahil zigtotin na tinanulan lang ng aso. Gusto na mag-greeting. Uy, tagal mo nawawala dito. Human but Redgar right now with the kill off the Delzik. And Gambit yet again with the frag that they're looking for. Ito na pa pagbabawi dito ng Gambit Class in the meantime running on around crew. Oh, gonna get wall banged even. And Chronicle just finding the intel, getting that takedown, setting it up para sa sarili lamang. And just here it goes for crew. They have to be very careful kasi yung Gambit pwedeng gumawa ng plays ang isa't isa dahil lahat sila may pagka-utility na pwede gamitin. Redguard there with a take-off flag. Stephen Chronicle clean it up nicely. At Gambit, flawless victory. Pag ganito, ang dala ng KRU Esports sa mga round.
Kanina kasi ginagawa ng crew. Paubusin nga natin yung mga utilities nito. Pero nga lang, that's just gonna be taking a lot of time and buti na lang. Napaka-importante ng pick-off coming in from Chronicle. Pero si Redgar, asiming kita, Lods. Astra nyo ngayon, duelist na. O, diba? Ang ganda naman nun. Tapos sa wallbang pa yung nasa mid-take ng crew sana. G4, kahit umiinit yung crew. Napaka-annoying talaga na.
Sige na nga, ako na.
Sentinel eh.
Yun lang yun eh.
Tapos meron ka pang pseudo Sentinel na si Astra, di ba?
Double initiator, yung controller na kaya maglaro ng RTS kung saan man. At yung pagka-pseudo double Sentinel nga nakita natin. At si Defo, huwag natin kalimutan. Yan ang jet player ng Gambit. And he will be able to outdo Kesnit there sa unang peak lang ng Reyna. Uy, nagpapakita ka pa. But Class right now with the kill auto Chronicle in response. Mid-control na pwede kunin dito ng crew at makakuha sila options. But that backline answer is what crew has been looking for. before. It's a big matchup, honestly. Klaus versus Chronicle. Magkaiba nga yung agent nila, pero the role that they play here, the backline that they want to try for the team as much as possible, sila talaga yung tipong sa huling papasok, sila talaga yung huling gagamit ng mga setup nila at mga utilities. Para sa kanila, they want to keep them as backup plans as much as possible. But Mazino will find out already, who tries to run away there. Titignan mo muna. Inintay na si Acend. Yun talaga, heart of a jet main. In-anticipate yung updraft dyan, but Mazino will get that refrag 3v2 right now. And KRU again able to take that A side away from Gambit.
Oh, spicy takes coming in from KRU once again. Pero nga lang, Shadows together with Nuts na lang kagad ang natitira. Hindi yan TikTok Cypher si Nuts. Yan ay tunay na Cypher. One of the best Cyphers talaga that we have. Pero tignan natin dahil all those post plants angle talaga nasa side na talaga ngayon ng KRU. At naghihintay na lang sila kagad. At si Nuts mapipick off na lang. Si Shadows na lang, of course. Pero alam mo ka mas maganda, Shadows, sayang lang yung armor mo. Alis. Save. You go save, my friend.
Okay, sinabihan pa.
Pero wala.
Malayo. 1v3 rin. At sinabihan pa si Shadows na make sure siya wag talaga magkakalumot dito yung kanyang armor. Don't lose that whatsoever. Save as much as you can. Shadows, nakalimutan mo ba? Shadows, hello? Did you forget? Naabot ka dun, boss?
Ewan ko kung one, gusto niya sumabay sa economy. Pangalawa, bakit? Importante pa rin yung Vandal na yun at armor.
Hello? Okay, leave. Minsan, ganun lang talaga. Ayaw maiwan eh. Lumalis na yung tropa mo, sasama ka rin. Ano ka ba, Riri? Dapat makisama ka. At yun, mapapa-shopping dito. But I kinda get it in the way because, okay, you get that money reset, pero parang sayang lang rin eh. Parang at the end of it, nasayang lang. Baka nga nabangga siya na nakalimutan lang niya. So, Shadows! No! Wake up dyan! Ito na, gising-gising rin. Pero ito na, Shadows looking to make the play. And siya na talaga gustong gumawa ng wall na yan. Pero Defo, sabi sa'yo, lalabas ng mga operator. And Defo, and not setting things up and knocking things down. Gulat ka na may aso dyan, tas gulat ka pa. May Mr. Kimi na nakabantay. The Cypher shows on up to get that, take that 3v5 situation immediately. 3-5 nga yung scoreline, pero yung lugi ngayon yung KRU Esports.
Talaga si Defo, nakaskay. Oh, talaga silip. Sige, sino pa magpapakita sa atin? Sabi niya kasi dito, may mga multo. Oh, see you sa impyerno. Pero speaking of, dalawa na lang kaga natitira sa KRU side. Pero napakahirap yung wall of defenses talaga nag-work na sa Gambit. Medyo kanina walang ka-tune up. Pero ngayon, looks like they got it. Tapos may between walang naming pa dito. Pero alam na kagad kung nasaan si Desi. And Chronicle, wallbang ako dito. Abangan ko lang to. Tatadarin ko lang to ng ng noo din. Pero nakaabang na si Defo. Oh, nag-miss. Pero pa-pop off na lang yung flash na yan. Lahat pupuntahan na ako nasaan si Nick Mazino. And
30 seconds left.
Ano, tapos na eh. Nakuha pa yung sa red guard. Ano ba naman yan, Gambit? Ano na? Sige lang. Pwede nyo naman gawin yan. Takbo agad to si Mazino. Pag eto na-clutch niya, Dax, bibigyan ka ng kape. Pag na-clutch niya talaga to, ay nako. Tapos may ace pa, no? May oras pa yung magsasara. Let's go,
Mazino! Mapapacheer na ka doon. Siyempre, bentang-benta yan. Pero ito na, para sa side ng Gambit, 3v1 situation magagaling sa taas. Mazino daw, hinahabol na ng Seekers, hinahabol na ng Ibon. Yung Animal Kingdom talaga may away sa kanya. At nagdala dito yung Gambit ng Zoo eh. Sabi nila, sige habulin yung kaagad yung natitira sa KRU. And now it's gonna be 4-5. Easy retake para sa Gambit. Wala akong kape, pero may padalo dito ang Gambit. At konti lang, ito na naman tayo, tied scoreline. And we know what Gambit can do sa momentum nila.
Oh, sobrang spicy talaga nitong ano. Sobrang pinapakitaan ako ng Gambit. The first time ko mag-cast ng ganito, no duelist to problem. Well, we have the Sky pero still naman. When we go on the, ano naman, kung ano talaga foothold ng mga agents nila. Initiators is Sky. So, that's just it. And 4-5, so far nakakahabol tong Gambit. At dahil kailangan nga nila talagang manalo dahil baka mahirapan sila sa kanilang attacking. Pero here it is. Oh, baka timing sila ba yan? Pa-stuck sila on a pinch just because of that. Of course, na-Hunter's Fury. And ako, dito mag-miss pa kagad si Defo, pero looks like he impressed me. He gets that one against Keslit, pero lahat nakatingin sa kanya. He still gets one at least. PvP pa rin right now, pero meron pa tayong cosmic divide na ginamit talaga syempre ni Redgar, pero makakapag-plant na nga kagad si Klaus. Naghihintay talaga sila syempre, and looks like it, maglalabas pa kagad. Of course, ng lockdown para talagang maikit ang mga tagang Gambit, pero nga lang, isa-isa sila napipinch off, at si Nuts na lang kagad ang natitira. Uy! Ay, Walang sumira, no? Hello?
Wala, pinabayaan lang. O,
Pinabayaan
1v2 pa nga.
nyo. Ano
Sige
na?
Nats, ito na. CCTV, super secure. Bantayan mo na yung bahay dyan. Pero yung turret talaga, aimbot ay sa taas. Sinira po na utility yan, pero sinira ni Nagset, ni Nats, dun sa dulo na yan. 4-6, crew right now, gonna be able to get another one. And mukha talaga dito pa rin nakakakuha ng momentum yung crew. Makukuha lang silang side, meron pa silang chance. We've seen it on the A side, we've seen it on the B side a little less frequently. Pero dito talaga Hunter's Fury gagamitin ni Chronicle para lang patayin yung sarili ng kakampi. Unfortunately, mabuhay pa sana si Redgar. Pero wala nakaharang ka, boss. At sabi na, oy, no HP na ako, wag mo bilang tamaan ng Hunter's Fury. Pero wala, natamaan na lang ng kidlat peak na yan. And now 4-6 nga. Gambit gonna be down by 2. They're gonna go for the operator yet again. First in Nagset, mukhang magagalit na naman. Open siya. At ito na tayo. Battle of the Ops sa mid control. Yes, please.
Yeah, excited ako. Sino kaya? Silip pa nga. Dalawa. Sabi niya mahirap na. Last scan through si Shadows. Meron pang mga shock dart. Pero wala talagang tatama. Mag-iingat syempre ang mga taga-Gambit. Alam na din na agad nila nasaan ba si Closer. Hinihintay natin this time around. Pero as for the side of crew, hindi natin kailangan magmadali dahil defo ang kulit mo Sabi na nga wag Sinilip ko pa Nagata Magaan si coach Kaya ba yung coach na? Si Elian ng Sponge Cola. Yung asawa ni Karil.
Marami mo alam, boss.
Oo, dami ko talaga alam. Matalino ako
Of course, ikaw pa.
Oo,
Talinong bata. Laking pro meal ka talaga dito, Riri. Pero ito na. Sige nga, crew. Okay, Kens, nitaptali mo dyan. Andyan si Nats. Tingnan ka masama din yung Nats, Tambay lang sa kaliwa. Keznit right now looking to go for the crossfire. At si Keznit Dusa pa habang pangalan May first name, last name pa. Pero he says, Deuces, goodbye sa'yo. Nats, goodbye na lang talaga. At isa pa dito kay Redgar. But Keznit will find the second one. At ito na opening na hinahabol dito ng crew. A-site right for the taking yet again. Shadows to ang layo pa from that resurrection. At wala nang second chances dito para sa Gambit. Kailangan nila mag-save dahil lang kuha na tong A-site. But at least na-save pa nila yung mga barrel na expensive dito. May Odin pa sila. May operator pa sila. And in a map like I said, sobrang useful ang setup na yan for certain sides of the maps. But it just goes to show para sa crew, ito ang tamang squad. Lagay mo si Kesne sa arena to. Lagay mo siya sa Julius. Kasi ilang beses na lang siya talaga ga-open ng mga site dito para sa crew. At doon talaga umaasenso ang buhay nila. Doon talaga umaasenso ang mga points nila. Because it's so much easier for them when the spike is already planted to set things up, to play the utilities from the likes of Klaus as well as their Sovan and si Mazino. Chronicle Shadows, handa na ba kayo? Hindi tama yung shot from Shadows. And we have Chronicle setting up a trap in the first place. Pero ngayon, 3v2 situation. Wala na para sa mga exits. Ayaw nila mag-peak. And a victory here for crew to take a 3-round lead. Pero Gambit, ang tanong, paano ba kayo sasagot ngayon? Will they be able to get one back? Will they be able to get this last round here, Ray? Kasi nakikita talaga natin na kahit gumagawa sila ng mga plays minsan, si Kisnet lang yung magbubukas ng pintuan para sa crew
Biruin mo, tatapong ka lang na Lear. Pag naka-pick off ka, dismiss, kuha information, drop ka ng point. Tapos kapag nakaka-pick off ka ulit, pwede ka naman mag-heal, di ba? Napakadali. Gamitin talaga si Reyna. At actually, kapag tinatanong ko yung mga friends na mga pro player, pinakamadali daw para sa kanila gamitin talaga ay si Reyna. Kaya agree with that. Pero nga lang si Kesdi talaga, parang mas powerful pa siya kaysa kay Scream so far when it regards to that Reyna. And if this is going to be 4-8, nako, Gambit, paano kaya kayo sa attacking side at naghihintay talaga sila syempre na napakalaking opportunity, maybe get the gap to 5-7. That's the very ideal scoreline para sa kanila because you don't want crew leading by 4, pero knowing as to what happened earlier na nanalo sila ng consecutive 9 rounds, baka naman hindi imposible para manalo sila sa attacking, pero napakalaking risk ang mangyayari. Pero as of now, talagang kinagawa ng crew, passive lang tayo, then bigla natin silang bubulagayin like, wah! Me and my teammates, wah!
Hindi ko alam kung matakot ako, matatawa ako Parang pareho Tapos minsan mapapatigil ka na lang pero walang tigil-tigil dito sa crew. Nagset, ayan na kagad mabilis and Savage Agent to having pop at tambay sa bahay dyan si Nats, but Redgar with the final to 1 at mukhang gagawin dito ni Nats talaga to get that intel and go for the take. That's already with the intel itself. Does get 2 per class. Masino sasagot dyan. Naubusan ng bala si Klaus. Naubusan ng bala rather si Nats versus Defa at si Chronicle lang tagasagot dyan. Gambit right now making that a quick victory at the very end. At yun talaga ang galawang Nats Makuha lang niya ang hinahanap niya. niya. Nako, sa kanya na. Isang kindat lang, sa'yo na talaga ang lahat, Nats. Pero there you have it here. The power of the Cypher in that intel. First kill, second kill. Sayang na lang talaga. Mapapatay na sana si Klaus. Pero yun nga, ubos yung bala. At si Mazino, may nahaharang pa ba na turret? Patay ka pa rin dahil sa operator na yan. And Gambit at least fighting back at the very end. So 5-7, kita natin dito sa Gambit. Okay lang naman yung defense nila, but not as strong as the last map. Pero ito talaga malaking bagay, Riri. Pipili ka ng do-dulis, tapos 5 points na makukuha mo sa defense. Sana nag-5 dulis ka na lang kung ganyan scoreline mo.
Oo nga talagang wala din pala. Pero alam mo, ikaw sa side naman ng Gambit, they come up with something sa second map, tapos sa third map biglang, oy, ito pala talaga yung totoo naming plano. Yan sila dito so far if I'm not mistaken, here in their journey sa Champions, parating may isang mapa talaga yung kalaban nila. Pero knowing that it's crew, we're talking about the semis na to, bibigay mo pa ba yung isang mapa sa kalaban mo? Pero looking at it talaga sa kanilang attacking, paano kaya sila mag-setup? Naman, useful naman kahit paano. You have that Sky, you have, of course, those double initiators, you have that SOA for the timing. Pero iba talaga yung mayroong impact pagdating sa dualismo. But let's see. Let's wait and see how will that happen. But all of those shots, crew pa rin, they are just really monsters talaga pagdating sa pag-burst in sa site. Wala talaga silang kinakatakutan. It's all about them getting all those momentum and sa pag-iinit talaga nila. Pero ito na nga talaga sabi nila, alam mo kung anong mayroon dyan? Cutex na buff. Cutex buff, diba? Nail polish buff. Alam mo nakakatawa pag naka-nail polish yung mga kaibigan ko. Kasi ako mismo hindi ako nag-nail polish. Ikaw ba, Dax? Ikaw ba, Dax?
Yes!
Yes!
Have you seen my fingers? Nakita mo na ba daliri ko? Parang walang kakulay-kulay, boss.
Wala. Ang dami nga ngayon linisan ko nga
Pakita mo on-cam maglilis, magpapamani-pedi ka on-cam, ganun ba? Ay, nako. Pero ito, crew. We talk about Kensdet a bunch, but honestly, hindi ganun ka laki yung impact niya compared to Mazino in terms of the frags. But his impact comes into when he gets the frags na bigla na lang mabubukas yung something like A-site. Bigla na lang nag-clear out yung mga angles na pupuntahan sana ng crew. And really just goes to show para sa side ng crew, mas maganda talagang asahan na si Kensdet ang nasa Reyna duty dito because not only can he top himself up, he can be on top of things para sa team niya in the first place. But Mazino really looking very impressive. 14 kills para sa kanya. And when crew needs someone to really bail them out of bad situations, yung Sova talaga ang pumapasok para gawin yung trabaho na yun. But on the side of Gambit, it hasn't been the most frag fiesta from Nats and Redguard, but Nats especially making that last play happen. So ganap na tayo mga sitwasyon dito para talaga mag-pop off ang Gambit and their players. But we saw this before na down ang Gambit against KRU Esports dun sa Breeze. But this time, they're only gonna be down by 2. This is the mapping of crew. Kita talaga natin na handang-handa sila sa mapa na to, and they're feeling very confident right now. But the gravity well will actually put the turret out of position. Kitang-kita na out in the open. Principal pa nga na Gambit ang lahat. Si Klaus, in-expect niya na yung turret uunahin. First sabi ni Chronicle, hindi. Ikaw talaga yung target na yan. Jabated real quick there by the side of Gambit. Crew right now gonna be making it a 5v4 situation. And Klaus being gone so early, laking bagay sana yung Killjoy makakatulong sa round na to.
Talagang tignan natin kung Gambit on the attacking. Ito na ba yung new buff? Pero Nats will be able to hit those shots. Okay, dalawa na lang kaagad natitira sa crew. And napaka-importante na tong round na to, Dax, dahil maulit nga ba ulit ang mga nangyari kanina. Dahil scheduled na lang kaagad ang natitira. Just being at the bit of those sobrang napaka-aggressive lang nila. Pero knowing that it's Kesnit, pwede pa nga itong maging clutch. Pero all those crossfires, sa tingin ko mahihirapan na din dahil alam na nila kung nasan siya. Unless talaga may magic yung ghost na yan. Mage punk na ghost, lahat ini-spama na siya. O sige, mag-audition kayo sa isa. Gawin nating Flappy Bird. And here it is. Okay, sabi ni Devo, di na pwede guys. Hindi na dapat tayo natatalo. Dahil kanina sa defending, maalat tayo Gawin natin to 7.
So dito talaga, kahit anong side, second half na lang sila babawi mismo. 13 take ng Sara kay Defo. Redguard there gonna be able to get 12. At dito talaga natin sa side ng Gambit. Kulit na lang si Klaus, si kala niya talaga na mabibisi yung mga kalaban doon sa turret. Pero meron nakatago lang doon sa sulok. Sabi niya, uy, hi, dito lang ako, ikaw unahin ko. And the headshot there to confirm it, take that down. And it's now crew only having that 1 round gap against Gambit. Di pa to tapos story kasi may baril pa nga dito ang Gambit. At sabi ng crew, sige nga, niya, taiwala na lang sa shorty ni Nags at Acend gonna be going for the sheriff. But the rest of the team, they're just sticking around on the classics, and Gambit would be very, very willing to push things out. Klaus Tomasino, tagabantay dito sa B-side, at mukhang si Nagset doon naman sa may kabi mismo, at gusto niya pigilan ang any kind of A push. Thing is though, okay na sana para sa Gambit eh. Tama na sana yung read, pero ngayon sila pa yung madedelikado kung mag-push sila papunta ng A-side. Nats though, trying to get that intel, the Aldro of Chronicle here leading the way. For the time being, gusto mauna talaga ng Cypher to. Cage is gonna be there, wants to confirm a little bit of that intel, and really Dordo getting broken on down. Pero si Kesnet, hindi siya magpapahuli mismo eh. 22 HP, the dream is still alive. 5v5. And the wall is gonna be set up here in mid-ray rate. Pero para sa Gambit naman, naghahanap lang sila ng opportunity. And lo and behold, there you go. Klaus is down already.
Oh, speaking of, they will really take this priority talaga pagdating sa round na ito, second round na bye para sa side ng Gambit. And kailangan nga lang nila mag-ingat syempre sa shorty na yan. Tignan mo, ready ako, nakaano pa sa ulo. Oh, pero pa siya makasana sila kagad. Oh no. Yan pa, nahalo nga si Chronicle. Pero knowing na tatlo na lang kagad, all those shares and just one sheriff and 2 classics, mahihirapan talaga ang crew pagdating sa retake na ito dahil lahat ng post patay sarap pa nga kagad yung pintuan. How will they manage to get this one through? Dahil yung oras talagang kakainin lang ng Gambit, gagawin na lang pabor sa kanila. But as for the side of crew, meron kaya silang ine-expect ngayon? Maybe just put off a good amount of pera para sa kanila? Pero sa tingin ko, sobrang hirap talaga eh. Dahil kita mo, ready sa crossfire. Yung mga Gambit, yung crossfire, napunta na dito dahil sumunod na kagad si Kesnet. And, uy, nakapitas pa si Nick Mazino. Pero 48 HP na lang siya. Sasama na lang talaga siya ngayon. Tries to go with the exit crowds. Pero inis pa man talaga siya ngayon. And Nats will finally finish him. Making this into 7-7. Wow, on the attacking, yung Gambit. Pwede naman daw, mga ipasudo duelist. Total, palong-palo naman daw si Redguard tsaka si Chronicle. Pwede na.
I think it works for Gambit kasi. Isipin mo, mahilig sila lumusob as 5. At ngayon, wala nang mauna, wala nang atat na defo na biglang mag-dasyon, biglang gagawa ng mga jet antics. Hindi. Sila, all the same speed. Mauna sa kanila dito yung Aldron, yung mga dart, yung tipong yung guiding light ng Sky. At para sa Gambit, itong single pace na to, okay lang naman kasi hindi pa nakahanapan ng sagot ng crew whatsoever. And for the side of crew, you wanna see the proactive plays. Nags at Kesnet, nasan na kayo? Ba't kayo lang tumatambay dyan? Parang tulog pa ang mga duelists natin dito sa second half na to. Because you want to see them be the ones willing to peek it out and then back on the way kasi mapapunish talaga nila yung lack of habol dito ng Gambit. Pero Tomasino, ito na naman nasa may speedway. Aldron magiging galawan. And Gambit yet again gonna go for the rotation. But this is one thing that Gambit does right. They rotate pag feel nila, hindi nila ma-push down yung angle na yon sa mapa na to. So Aldron right now trying to get the intel. Same thing though. Nats will be right behind it. And here comes the alarm. But nasa gitna lang at mag-peek out pa dito si Nagset. Nats still gonna get seen. Heard it taking on that crew. Will get that first blood. But Chronicle with the find finds the answer on the Kesnet 4v4 situation ngayon. At natin kalimutan Ray, ito bonus time to para sa side ng Gambit. But crew right now, if they lose this round and give the guns away to Gambit, mapapadelikado na naman at baka maulit nangyari doon sa second half ng Breeze.
Ay, pero buto na lang. Pop-off talaga. Isa-Spanish lang sila with the Delzik together with Mazino. At Redguard na lang together with Defo. Ang natitira. Looks like we only have Redguard coming right through the smoke. Maka-pick up lang siya ng isa. Not bad already for their bonus. Pero nga lang yung crossfire, napakaganda na. Hihintayin na talagang pumasok to. And that's just it. Round win for crew. Pinatigil na nga nila ang winning momentum ng Gambit. But then, Gambit on the underside, pwede pa rin naman nila tong itay, pero kailangan talaga itong Gambit mag-iingat na sila dahil sana napanalo nila to, make this into a possible 1-round lead against crew. Pero with all those guns talaga, plus yung Odin pa talaga ni Mazino, napaka-cancerous talaga. Kita mo lahat to na punch isa-isa.
Wala pa rin tatalo doon sa Odin niya. Nandun lang, nakatambay sa sulok, tapos bigla na lang tinatara na bali yung Gambit trying to make that enter work. So it goes to show here from the side of crew, may sagot naman sila. And it does lead into a few hero plays here. And there's Shockdart though already hitting the turret. And it's crew right now watching out for B main yet again. Pero Gambit, di naman sila fully committed dito yung spike. Iniwan muna dyan, but Mazino able to peer through the window. Sabi niya, uy, ginagawa nyo dyan. Pakita naman ang ginagawa nyo. And it's just like Odin right now piling on the pressure time after time. This is space being created though. Handa pa sila na nakatambay dito si Nags. Will they expect? Kasi ang ingay talaga ng ginagawa dito ng Mazino. But he has taken some chip damage at 25 HP na lang siya. So kailangan talaga para sa side ng crew i-keep alive yung Sova na yan. So Nags right now will be the ones taking the mantle instead. Redguard though trying to play the lurk but it's a little too late kasi si Nags hinandaan na talaga yan. And for the side of crew, that's the first kill that they're looking for. Gambit yet again, scattered all around the map. Naghahanap konti ng daan dito para lang makapasok sa mga site. But the thing is, the mid control that they're getting, it's being given to them. Hindi naman nagko-contest dito yung crew. Sabi na, sige nga, pahala kayo dyan. And instead, KRU Esports will be waiting at the entrance points papunta sa site.
Ay. Talagang crew, ni-expect nila na ganito naman pala maglaro ang Gambit sa kanilang attacking side. Knowing na wala silang duelist. Walang pag-dashing pero yun, gets the top 5 Kesnit na naman. Hindi na-expect. And Belgic gets just 2. Sige, spray down na ako dito. Walang problema. Shadows na lang natitira. Tries to boost himself. Pumasok pa nga. Pero knowing na tatlo na nakatingin sa kanila, still, a round win goes into the side of crew. Dax, alam mo na, kailangan na tanggapin ng mga Gambit fans na mapri.
Ray.
Ano
ito
yan?
lang sasabihin ko sa'yo, Ray.
Ano yan?
Masaya ka kasama. Good job, partner. Pero buti na lang wala ka bukas.
Guys, last casting ko na to. So, huli kong casting.
Ang lala.
Pinupuli ako ng mga tao dito. Hindi ko
ang lala ng sumpa. Umaabot tayo ng araw dahil dito. Wala.
Hindi ka ba nagtataka na walang duelist yung Gambit?
Ako nagtataka ba't natin nilalagay sa Ray sa pinakadulong matchup. Palagi tuloy umabot ng 3 months Yun yung palagi ko inaakala. Uy, Direk, sino yung kasama ko? Si Ray. Bakit si Ray? Gusto mo ba? Umabot talaga ng umaga? Sige lang. May G naman kami. G na G. Pero iba lang yung feeling na nasa finish line na tayo, Ray. Na parang, uy, second to the last day na. Last time na natin makita si Ray sa ating broadcast ngayon. Tapos,
ayaw na ako
At ito nga, baka hindi pa to yung last time makita natin ang dalawang stars in the making dito. Ito si Johnny, siyempre, best friend natin si Johnny. Yung isa parang may kamukha raw, pero hindi ko kilala Nakita ko lang sa comments kanina. But para sa Gambit though, talking about the game, yun yung magiging problema pag wala kang duelist Where is the outright lethality? Pag bigla na kayo sin-spray down ng Odin, ano gagawin nyo? Titigil lang kayo. Hindi naman tipong pwede mag-push, hindi naman tipong pwede lang mag-dash on in. It just seems like here for the side of Gambit na they need to find a way to punish any ambition here for crew. Pero hindi pa rin nangyayari kasi there's so many times na nakakagawa ng space dito ang KRU Esports para sa mga duelists nila. Mazino making space for Nagzet, Delzig making space for Kesnit, and overall it's just an easy time here for KRU right now on the defense dahil lang hindi sila worried talaga sa pag-push dito ng Gambit whatsoever. But Nagzet right now spraying it down, sees the Trailblazer, nanggagaling sa Cyber Cage, at ito na naman ang Gambit tuloy-tuloy papunta ng middle take na to, but the Larbot will be in the way. We also have the Jet right now of Nagzet jump peeking para lang makakuha ng vision. But tama to, galing sa ating Cypher ni Nats. Cyber Cage to get in the way, prevent that issue from happening. Again, the push though does come. Gambit right now bring the spike dito sa kaliwa ng side ng gitna na to. Where Nats si Shadows nakita na rin nung pagka-reconnaissance na yan. At Gambit, booking na ba ang plano nila dito, Ray?
Pwedeng mabuking na talaga dahil scan right through, alam na kagad kung saan sila manggagaling, and Mazino talaga, all those ticks, maghihintay lang. Oh, I love the timing ng Rika na nag-shamble na yung Empire ng Gambit, tapos PPGL lang talaga sila ni Mazino. Matatakot pa sila sa Odin na yan? Mukhang hindi pa rin, kukontest pa rin nila ang pagpasok, pero nga lahat tinutuwag na kayo ni Mazino. Kumuha lang siya ng dalawang exact kwek-kwek kayo. Guys, nasa tayo magpapakita close, we'll be able to get at least si Edgar, and that's just a flawless execution sa crew. At tatlo na kaagad ang round difference. Hindi na pinagalaw ang Gambit after winning the pistol, after winning the second round. And crew, seems like they're really on point with Mazino, 22-10. Grabe naman KD nito, napaka-mainit talaga. May kamukha din ito, nakalimutan ko lang kasi kapag lat-up, kahawig din yung mga Pinoy. Kasi may 2% silang Pinoy.
Bakit 2% lang? Saan mo nakuha yung number na yun? Paano mo naisip na 2%?
Wala lang. Kasi sa kabilang bang-bang, meron din daw silang kalaban na taga-NA na may 2% Pinoy. So, proud to be Pinoy.
Proud to be Pinoy. 158? Okay yun na. Kakaiba, ano yun? Nanay ng tatay ng nanay ng tatay. Ilang henerasyon tapos tipong cousin pa ng Pinoy na yun na ewan. Okay, sige. Well, I will take it. Pero ito na nga, Crew is taking these rounds by storm. 10-7 scoreline. At ito na parang si Mazino. He's the one to watch out for. Kung hindi ka papayag magpatusok ng barbecue stick, dapat di ka rin payag na biglang matutuhog dyan ng Odin ni Mazino. And just the spray down is just too much to handle here for the side of Gambit. Do you see an Odin get this much value sa ladder? Kung yes, sorry na lang sa'yo. Pero kung no, ito talaga ang magiging problema ngayon. Kasi tuloy-tuloy na lang para sa side ng Crew. Tambay lang sa bahay. Tambay lang pupunta ng B-side. And here comes Mazino yet again to try and save the day. So the shots do come to pupunta ng market. Ito na ang ating Waldo from that stage. And here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Pero wala pa rin natatamaan dito si Mazino. He is on site right now to try to protect himself. But Nats, matatag siya muna dito. But therefore, he does have the regroup if they need it. Regroup muna sila dito sa punta ng mid na naman. And Gambit, they're always given that option here, Ray, na pwede mag-A, pwede mag-B. Pero mukhang Cosmic Divide ka para makakuha ng cover. Ito na rin si Naxito. Nakatago na dito sa garden. Drop on down, spraying down to the smoke. Can't find anything so far. And Gambit looking to ignore it and go straight to A side instead. Pero ingat sila kasi may backstab na handa na andito rin ang ating Astra na si Delzik.
Oh, Redgar! Alam na din kung nasan si Delzik. Ayun nga lang, nagpakita. Pero nga lang si Redgar na nga. Pero now, Acend going on. And he still gets at least isa. Redgar, he still gets it. Oh, that's it! Oh, no! Redgar out in the open. Naging naging battle royale And Nugget is just going to be playing against it. Pero alam mo yun, ito talaga na scary thing about Nugget Dax. Kapag siya nalang mag-isa, biglang mag-aalboroto. Tapos talagang bigla na lang siya magiging on point. Sayang na saan ang ganda na execution ng Gambit. Pero looks like they lost track of where Nugget is. And suddenly, magpipick off talaga si Redgar. And that is a big win, Dax. Mukhang napatigil talaga yung mundo ng Gambit ngayon. At ready na ba tayo sa third map? Tignan natin kung mangyayari yun.
Ready. Ano ka ba? Tayo pa. G na G tayo dyan. The more games, the many-year and the better. Ganun talaga yun. Happy tayo makakita ng map number 3. Per convenient nila para sa side ng Gambit. Yun talaga yung magiging problema nila for crew eh. When you get Nags at there who says not yet, wag muna tayo magpapatalo dyan. They're just such a powerhouse to watch out for. And really, with that Jet, feeling it today of all days, kayang-kaya pa rin pumalag ng crew eh. There was that one time we saw crew na, sige, they weren't able to perform well against Sentinels map number 1. Pero map number 2, map number 3, dun talaga nag-online si Nagset and it feels like from that matchup, dun nag-iba ang lahat para sa crew. Nag-pop off na si Nagset ng consistently. Si Kesnit rin, mas nag-ingay pa talaga. And here for the side of crew, they're one round away from getting to map point, 2 rounds away from getting his victory and making it a 1-1 scoreline at para sa Gambit. They just want to get that decisive victory. Pero syempre, mahihirapan pa rin sila kasi yung crew ngayon, they're already exceeding many expectations and looking to break even more barriers. For Aldron muna dyan, Kenzie tatago lang dito sa side na to. Igla na lang tayo magpapalabas ng mga secret portfolio na yan. Biglang sabi, ito na ang silent stuff. Delivery really quick, habol lang sa'yo. Still though, class right now, gonna be onside there kasi push from the side of Gambit. Nataswab though, laking hamak dyan. At Mazino na naman mga kaapat! Gusto mo bang mamatay sa Sova kasi magpakita ka lang sa kanya ng mabilisan? 20 HP and a dream. At ito na naman, give him the ace. Why don't you? Sabi ni go lang ng go Mazino, patayin mo siya. Redgar gonna get seen but the shot does come. Nagsip with the refrag. At sayang kay Mazino, but crew will not use his sacrifice in vain. 12-7 at map point na to para sa KRU Esports.
Uy! I think, alam mo guys, ewan ko kung eto sana naging, alam mo ito talaga yung buff kasi, maraming nanonood.
Yung concert buff?
Yung concert buff, I think that's just it. Kasi, alam mo yung moral support ng meron yung country mo para sa'yo, it's pretty big talaga to be honest. Parang dito lang pag may laban si Manny Pacquiao, di ba? Maraming pa, may subscription pa yan eh. Pero, sige, tara na, next. Go next! Dahil ngayon, isa na lang, bago manalo ang crew at Gambit, talagang ipit talaga sila. Kung ito, 8-4 in favor of Gambit sa first half, winnable eh. Pero alam mo na mas mahirap, tumigil ang kanilang mundo. And I think it's just basta ako, para ako, expected ko na last. Lalo-lalo na ako, pag game 3, natalo nga Sentinels dahil sa akin eh. Sinising ako ng mga viewers natin last time. Di na ako pinagcast ng Team Secret eh. So, sabi nila, Ate Riri, hindi ka namin kailangan dito kasi Team Secret natatalo pag ikaw nagcast. Pero nung last match sila, kinailangan ng game 3 ko. Kita mo naman yung nangyayari ngayon. Okay, 5v5 pa nga. Pero sa team ko talaga, medyo hirap na nga ba ngayon ang Gambit or makakabawi pa rin sila kahit papano?
Ay, tambay muna dito si Kes nito, and it seems like para sa crew gusto nila tapusin itong mga bilisan. Gambit though in the meantime gonna be there, at mukhang may narinig ako nagsalita para lang sabihan tayo na totoo ang sumpa ni Ray dito kung manalo ngayon ang KRU Esports sa round na to. Pero Cosmic Divide muna magiging galawan ng crew at Gambit. Naku, pag lumabas kayo dyan, mahuli kayo at Kes din, there you go with the trap team sprung. Shadows to, makuha na rin yung resurrection kay Nats. Pero kita pa rin natin, delikado ba to? Kes is gonna be peeking yet again, but at least Gambit right now, they're gonna go for the push. At sino nag-iitay sa kabila? Ayan na, si Nagzet. Puro lang station after station. Puro mga rainbow dyan. But Cloud can be mag-Veto. Masino Kes are gonna be there. Naglilis na dito ang crew. At totoo talaga ang sumpa. At totoo talaga ang KRU Esports dito sa semifinals na to. 1-1 scoreline, 30-7. Tayo ay apat ng umaga at tayo apat ng game number 3.
Yung puso talaga ng crew. Talagang iba ang pass kapag coach mo, si Johnny. Kakaiba. Tignan mo, nag-move na ng jacket. Talagang mainit ang labanan against Gambit as of now. And yeah, good choice naman for both of the teams. Sa Breeze, sa panalo nga pick-off by Gambit, and pick naman din kasi ng crew ang Ascent. So there's a lot of reasons why, kung bakit nga ba na ipanalo din to ng crew. And we're gonna be moving on sa next map, which is going to be in Bind. And as like what happened kanina, guys, atin ko yung Bind na talaga sobrang magiging dikit. Pero looking at all those highlights talaga, napakalaking factor na wala kang duelist. Maybe hindi pa talaga tayo pinakitaan ng Gambit on what it takes to have no duelist sa kanilang defending side. And it became 5-7, yes, pero could have been bigger talaga sa side ng Gambit dahil alam mo naman, double sentinel, double initiator, kita mo naman yung probabilities na matatalo nila, pero looks like hindi pa rin nila ma-takedown yung pag-iinit ni Kesnit talaga.
Such a big thing kasi hindi lang yun, Nags and also with the opening. And the big deal here is, Raider, hindi lang yung people yung no-duelist na yung pinaka-problema. If they got more points on the defense, this would have been so much better para sa kanila. Pero ang problema nga, wala na silang sagot dun sa mga duelists. At sabi nga ng crew, sige na nga, panik nyo na nga si Kesnit dyan sa Reyna kasi hindi naman gumana yung nangyari dun sa setup natin sa Breeze. This is a lot better here for the side of crew. Mas komportable sila. And this really amplifies their strengths rin here, Ray. Kasi ilang beses natin nakikita, etong team na to, sila yung mahilig gumawa ng mga the places. Sila talaga mahilig na bigla na lang underdog story na mag-champion, manalo dito ng mga rounds na to. At isipin mo lang na ito yung setup ng mga owner nila, nag-setup ng community nila. Latam has their back completely here, Ray. And crew is trying to do the impossible and try to break the EMEA domination. Pero guys, andito na naman tayo. At mukha nga talaga, kikintab ang araw natin na to. You see that window still, bigla na lang magkakaaraw dyan, Ray. Kasi, syempre, hindi ka pwede umalis ng ating broadcast na walang huling game number 3. But before that, guys, it's time for us to take a little break. Kasi kailangan namin stretching, konting pag-iising lang. Almusal muna kayo, maghanda na kayo para sa crew versus Gambit. Yet again, ako si Dax, kasama si Ray. Magbabalik tayo dito sa Valorant Champions.
Sa mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
We have a game on our hands, ladies and gents. It's 1-1 between Gambit and crew after Ascent. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Achilles. What a performance from crew and the way they managed to close the game out.
Yeah, this is the kind of step up that we were looking for. I mean, really strong start for them on Breeze. end up getting knocked back. Saw a lot of people talking on Twitter, on Reddit, whatnot, saying like, surely this cracks their mental. Surely they won't be able to come back into this, and we end up with getting a 2-0. If you thought that, you haven't been paying attention to this team. They are infallible. Their mental cannot be broken. They come back in. They establish a 7-5. That still concerned me, but they pushed it across the finish line in clean fashion.
And exploited the problems with Gambit. Just a slow execute on attack without a duelist. It's even harder to find that entry, but it's just those typical crew standing away, make it a gauntlet. If Gambit are going to run down the timer before they actually execute, let's make them stress out a bit more. None better than the Mazine Odin.
I love it. We've had, what is it, Odin Mentor?
Odin
Colden.
Mentor.
We've had Colden. Now we got the Mazine Odin. I know Mitch said we can't, you know, give him all the credit on that Odin, but I want to. I love this gun.
Of course
and
you do.
Yeah, of course. You guys have been on the receiving end of my Odin a few times, but what a time to step it up. We speak about Kesnit being the main win condition for this team, but we've seen Nag step up and now him as well.
Yeah, definitely. You want all of these moments, but it's when you get onto this defense, this is what they like to do. As Gambit are executing, they just break them apart, and you're going to see it highlight after highlight. Every time an execute is attempted from Gambit, it's shut down. The spike was planted a couple of times. I think it was the pistol, and one more, and that was the Nagset clutch in, I think it was round 18. That is the second retake that they've managed out of all 3 of the series that they've played on Ascent. They just do not want you to plant the spike, and it works perfectly against Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the comfort zone of KRU's mentality when they're being 1-0 down. I mean, according to the script now, Achilleos, they should be even stronger on the next map. Do you believe in that?
I do. I'm fully behind it. I am a believer. And I cannot be silenced. I think that they have this momentum swing. I mean, Gambit, they still are a formidable opponent. I want to say that this is going to be any kind of wash. This is very much down to the wire. But KRU have been in this position so many times, and they've been able to come out on top time and time again. Gambit, it's time to show, are you, back-to-back championship worthy? Like, can you defend that title that you established from Masters Berlin? If they can get through this series, look dominant in the last map of Bind, which they should feel comfortable on, then maybe they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about Mazino already, but let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment here. I don't think this was the Odin round, Ryan. He actually managed to do this with a Phantom.
One of the few times, and you're going to see that KRU meat grinder work it in, like 20 seconds left on the clock. This is up against a lower buy, but this is the kind of stress that Gambit have to deal with, and Mazino, he almost had more kills on his defense than all of Gambit on attack. He had 14, Gambit total had 18. Like, that is a shutting the door in the face for Gambit, and considering that Gambit's bind doesn't look that comfortable from what we've seen, the problem is, what have KRU done to adjust? Who's playing what? Especially, if I see Klaus on that Viper, I'm going to be really happy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Klaus is somebody who we were looking to step up a bit. He had a couple decent moments, but for the very beginning of this map was especially looking a little bit shaky. So the more that ground that he finds to stand on, the more comfortable he looks, the more worrisome it's going to be for Gambit overall.
Well, let's talk about that last map. I think this could be the most interesting map when it comes to like dissecting how both teams are going to do, and especially, Ryan, when it comes to the agents.
Yeah, this is the kind of expectation that you have on certainly Gambit that have played similar compositions throughout their time. You are going to see, at the very least, Nats go back to that Viper. The problem is, I think in this series, Nats has just been a non-factor for the most part. Whether that's just an underperformance from him when it relies on it, but I think it's more the KRU go, Nats is over on B, let's go A. They just take him out of the game, take him out of the server, and X10 did that on Ascent as well against Gambit. It was nice to see KRU do the same. It's just going to be hard to do that on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, I think about it at least because it was the moment that my heart broke back at Masters Berlin. Vision Strikers kind of getting shut out of things. Nats just running all over the place with Bind, having so much control, playing so rat-like. That is got to be a little bit concerning for KRU, but he has to have the right reads. He has to make sure that he's putting himself in the right position to catch them off guard, which so far didn't really happen too much on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Bind for KRU, they're on a 10-game win streak. They haven't lost here for a hot minute, but we haven't seen them play this map in this tournament yet, and I'm going to maybe disregard the last time they played this map because they didn't play with their full squad and we had Mazino play on the Rays for some reason. But in a way, Ryan, that they defer to quite a bit of an older school composition as well. Not as old school as Ascend as such, but definitely a little bit more different in comparison to Gambit.
Yeah, you just got like the one controller, if I remember correctly, when typically you see like a Viper, which is what we have seen Mazino play in the past. Again, I'd rather see him on the Sova, the Sky, where he can have a bit more impact. but Delzik as well has played Brimstone in the past.
I want to see.
I would love to see KRU using double controller with a Brimstone on bind and potentially knocking out the almost out EMEA in the EMEA team with the Brimstone. I'm sure Bone Cold would enjoy watching that, but it really is a case of we haven't seen KRU play this map since they've adjusted what roles players are playing for this team. What is it going to be now? And it's going to be pretty difficult for Gambit to prep for this unless they scrimmed very early in the tournament before they even knew that this was a possible matchup.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm actually a fan of the Brimstone. I like the Brimstone Sky Viper.
It lines up nicely though. It's just the tempo, right? Like Brimstone is so good at like executing very quickly. Bearing in mind the KRU are defending first, it's really now a case of, all right, Gambit on attack looked very washy. They looked very scared. They weren't aggressing as much. They were leaving things late. Just push that to its potential. Maybe that's why Astra could be a good pick for Delzik. He started to really come into form on Ascent just from playing outside the smoke, being really difficult in those A main chokes. But Brimstone, with that molly, you can still do that on the defense.
Yeah, thanks for the fist bump, Chronicle. I did fist bump him back, but he can't see me. But in terms of the other agents as well, you know, we've seen many faces of Kesnet. And here, if they don't change anything, you know, from the last time we saw them back at Masters here at Kilios, Kesnet on the raise. What do you make of that? Especially given that Defra is probably going to be on the jet.
I mean, I 100% love it for them. I mean, you think back to just what yesterday, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago, getting themselves into the semifinal. A big part of it was the paint shells, that big finisher. Nade kill into Showstopper, gets a kill, gets the reset on the paint shells, and then just puts them out of it. I am very happy for KRU's chances to see him go back over to that raise. It's something that he's extremely comfortable on. So whether it's that or the Reyna again, I think that he's still going to be feeling in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I just want to see what kind of space is leveraged and what kind of form Nats is going to find himself in, because I think this is the map where Nats' playstyle has been pushed the most. He's always said about, like, because he went from such a niche playstyle to now writing a book on how to play this defensive Viper. What's he going to do differently, if anything at all?
Well, we are into the Prime Gaming agent select, and Delzik has done us a favor by locking in the Brimstone. I absolutely love this, but you know, we didn't really want to read too much into that 13-0 against Ascent. But Achilles, how much do we read into that 13-5 against Vikings for Gambit?
It's definitely not a good look for them. I mean, they were able to show us that they could persevere and bounce back, but they cannot have a similar map at all as what we saw from Vikings. So hopefully Gambit, coming off the back end of that series, said, okay, it's really time to workshop this map again. Let's get it back into our Masters Berlin form so that we can, you know, take somebody out if it does come down to that map. If they haven't been able to put too much attention on it for whatever reason, then you have to be very terrified at the moment for the side of Gambit. But they have shown that they are a team that knows how to prepare. They know what their weaknesses are, and they look to tune those up in between their series. Just a question of whether or not KRU saw enough during that Viking series and whether or not they could exploit those weaknesses that they saw.
Well, it's also interesting to see that Mazzino and Klaus have done a switcheroo with the Sky and Viper. Well, this is it. This is the final map. The winner will be going through to the final, and the loser will be heading home. Let's see which team is going to come out on top. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Good morning, guys! Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Champions. The sun is up, we are still up, and we are getting ready na naman para sa mainit na laban ng Gambit versus KRU Esports. Ako si Daxcam, si Ray Veto na ang huli natin na game for sure sa semifinals. So yung sumpa mo, Ray, tago na natin yan kasi umabot na tayo ng game 3 anyway. But we are gonna be getting into bind. Tagal na natin, hindi nakikita yung KRU Esports actually played this map, and especially di pa natin sila nakikita maglaban dito sa map na to. Pero dadali nila yung old favorite na gusto nila gamitin sa map na to. Ray, Delzik is gonna be playing that Brimstone right now. At ako, excited na ako makita ano gagawin niya. Mga lineup talaga dito, laking tulong. On the flip side though, para sa side ng KRU, you do have the tried and tested composition na nilabas nila against Team Vikings and Team Secret. Can we get the Nats experience set again? They're gonna be on the attacking side right now. KRU on the defense, and here we go again. Ito na ang huli para sa araw na to. At guys, buckle up, ready na kayo para sa almusal nyo kasi may Valorant pa tayong kailangan panurin.
At kita nyo, at tatandaan nyo guys, na sabi ng best friend ng Gambit yung Ascent, uy, pre, una na kami kaya na lang natitira. Tutuloy ba natin itong date natin sa finals? Sabi ng KRU, huy, wait lang, ako dapat ang papalit. Ako dapat ang magiging kadate mo, Ascend. Pero, Gambit. Ito na, sabi nila tama na tong wala tayong duelist. Mag-duelist na tayo. Kailangan natin si Defoe. Pero to Brimstone na nga sa side ni Delzik. Shoutout nga pala ng cosplay competition natin last time ng VXB. Sobrang ganda ng nag-cosplay ng Brimstone.
Kala ko yung shoutout yung cosplay mo dati. Munting Tres eh.
Tumigil ka kaya?
Never kakalimutan. Never ko kakalimutan yun. Yung, alam mo pa ano yun bago pa nagka-show sa Netflix eh. Doon ka grabe. Pero a few roll swaps here and there really quick. We have Kesit right now gonna be playing that race instead. Alam ko last time daw nasa international competition, yun yung laro niya. Klaus though not gonna be on the sky anymore. Si Mazino yung nasa dyan. Pero ito na, bigla na dash on it. Pagpasok na kagad ni Defo. And there you go with the sudden that we're looking for. But Klaus in 1 and 2, walang kabakit-bakit sa mga blinding lights na yan. Chronicle will find the answer to make it 4v3. At si Delzik rin mahuhuli dito. Gambit right now trying to stay it safe and sound. Bumboto galing ko for the chase. At kasabang na lang pagbumuka mo, boss! Ano ginagawa mo dyan, good sir? Kesit with that takedown. 2v2 situation. At dito na sumasagot ang crew. But Gambit, they're stuck on the inside here. Ray nasa labs lang talaga. Ilaw-ilaw lang. Mukhang mananakot na si Chronicle at si Kesit pa rin ang mananalo dito. Shados falls at the very end. And it's crew who gets to retake the work. Good boombot and great race coming your way.
Ito na nga. Sisimula pa rin si Kesnit. Napakainit ni Kesnit. Riz versus Jet, no? Yan talaga. Mga Riz talaga. Ang gagaling maglaro. Pero ito na nga eh. Talaga nag-audition lang kay Klaus eh. Kahit na blind siya, okay lang. Ako bahala. Mag-hold lang ako right now. Pero it's 1v1 itself talaga. It's Kesnit with the clutch. Always with the 1v1s. Always Kesnit talaga. Kahit medyo nahihirapan at na talaga nga si Nagzet nakukuha ng Gambit usually. Pero walang dyan naman si Kesnit eh. Hawak kamay lang eh. 1-0 na nga in favor of crew. And tatandaan nyo, according sa mismong Valorant Champions page, 10-0 pa nga si Gambit so far. Winning streak talaga sila sa bind.
Tagal-tagal na nun ah. Ganun talaga. You get the streaks, you get the momentum. Sa Gambit to, ayaw mo na magpatalo dyan. And it really feels like here for the side of Gambit, they do want to survive the fight against Crew. So may Vice na dito, forcing out the situation for Crew to be able to get to Redgar. Shadows will be the ones to get the takedown. That's yung actually yung Crew nga yung may winning streak na yun. Yung Gambit, last time natalo dito sa Team Vikings. So tamang pagkaalala ko. At na 0-13 nga sila ng Ascent eh. Recently sa ibang tournament. So Gambit, bawi-bawi lang rin. Crew in the meantime keeping up on the competition. Delzik though, ano na gagawin ng Brimstone natin? At spinay lang yung dalawa dyan. Hindi na kinailangan yung Molly na gusto itapon ng Brimstone. At naipit pa dito si Chronicle. Now in a 1v2 situation, Gambit right now watching out for that spike. Running out of time though dito ang Crew. At kailangan nilang madali. Kesit right now will be able to get that takedown. At mukha talaga para sa side ng Crew. Makuha pa nila to. Yung spike, mukha lang na plant. Debate lang yun. Fake lang. Hindi yun nangyari. At sabi ni Kesnit at sabi ng Crew, patayin na nga natin lahat sila.
Alam mo, yan na nga eh. Alam mo, isa masabi ko sa Crew, alam mo yung para silang yung nagtatake, sila yung si kamatayan, na isa-isa yung mga strong teams. Nakuha niya, yung may win na ganun. Last time nakita natin yun sa Team Spirit eh, sa kabilang team. Alam natin kung anong ano yun. Alam natin kung anong laro yun. Pero going back, okay, sinabayan kasi ng Gambit. O sige, palaruin nyo talaga yung Crew. Makukulit kayo ha. And I think, hindi nga talaga nila nakuha itong Crew on the defensive side talaga. Double controller Viper together with Brimstone. Tagal nating di nakita talaga si Manong mo Brimstone. Pero si Delzik sabi niya, I can make that work. The buff kay Brimstone, no problem. Pero here it is. All those kind of little aggressiveness coming in from Crew is what makes them do the dream work. On the other side, Gambit, kailan nyo kaya ngayon ma-figure out na naman sa inyong attacking side pa kung ano nga dapat on what it takes to make this work against the side ng Crew. Pero sobrang slow pace lang talaga sila this time around. Dahil si Kesnit, pwede siya magpalipad ng pages at malaalis syempre sa pwesto ngayon ng mga taga-Gambit.
Ayun talaga, at ito na. Blast pack muna dyan. At ayun na ang ating Manong Brimstone. Nakatawag lang sa lamps. Still though, Gambit. Alangan, hindi sa push nila. Nag-force spy sila kanina. So tingnan mo, Sheriff na lang. Aasan lang sa mga one-taps dito. Ang Gambit Esports. At isipin mo, Crew, the ultimate underdog story. Can they get the victory here? Nagsit na mag-wahil muna dyan. Pero dahil nag-ingay siya doon. Na-peek out siya ni Defo. At ang ganda ng mga shock tards na dilala ni Chronicle. Siya nag-pop up talaga first side ng Gambit. The first game pages though to get in the way at Gambit. Ito na ang sugot ng Gambit. Walang tigil-tigil. Sugat lang na sugat, bawat tumalikod, push lang na push. At yun nga para sa Gambit, hindi magpapatalo ang Iron Curtain natin. But
Mazino gonna be spraying down 2 already. There we go with Klaus getting on the board as well. At yung huli talaga para sa Seekers. Red card will tap Mazino. Pero dahil sa distraction na yan, nakikita natin si Klaus ang sasagot kay Redgar. 3-0 na! At kayo, kung mga crew kayo natin dito, kayo dapat mag-celebrate 3-0, winning that third round. But now Gambit, they should have the bias after that second round forced by.
Yan na, Gambit! GG! Joke lang naman. Tinatakot ko lang, syempre, yung mga fans talaga ng ano dyan, ng Gambit. Pero alam mo, ito talaga yung crew kasi guys, momentum based din talaga tong team na to. At kahit actually mapunish si Nagzet, meron tayong Keznit. Mapunish si Keznit, meron tayong Nagzet. Meron pa tayong Mazino kanina na palong-palong in Ascent. Pero kung ano magagawin niya, just to prevent yung aggressiveness ng Gambit towards A-short, nalabas niya syempre ang kanyang Viper Speed para mapapush talaga sila sabihin na ilan na naghihintay, 3. Defo? Mazino! Makakatap siya! Ano na, Defo? Ano na nangyayari sa Gambit? And yung gusto nilang gawin ulit, na biglang nag-shatter into pieces na naman.
Oh, shatter into pieces. Grabe, heartbreaker ka talaga.
Ay, grabe naman. Di po ako heartbreaker. Loverboy po ako. Loverboy Taylor Swift. Pero ito na, yun. Isa pa. Sino pa? Sino pa mag-audition kay Delzik? Pasok lang kayo guys sa Kabi. Pwede naman. Libreng-libre lang. At 3 na lang kagad natitira sa Gambit.
Tapos may Viper Spit pa nga. So, kung problema yung Brimstone sa kaliwa, problema yung Viper sa kanan, ano nagagawin mo? Uwi ka na lang. Tambay ka lang sa bahay. Itay mo yung timer. And here for the side of Gambit, wala nga silang magawa. Di nila makuha yung angles whatsoever to try and go for the push. They have absolutely none of the sight lines that they want in the first place. At for now, it might be Gambit even thinking na, okay, baka mapasave na lang tayo dito. At isipin mo, ito yung problema. Ito yung different na nakikita natin sa side ng Crew at Gambit. Crew has all the momentum at meron pa silang isang special thing, Rere. Alam mo, di ba? Nakita natin sa screen. Parang may concert hall. Diba? Binayaan ng Crew yun. Sabi, tara! Para sa mga fans natin yan. At sana all, diba? Sana all. Maybe next year. May ganun rin tayo. Araneta, Cuneta, whatever. Kahit lang sa SM Cinema, pwede na sana yun. But this is just an easy round for Crew. The 2 shutdowns at the very start. Dahil sa Brimstone natin. And here with the Viper Spit as well. Nakaharang dito sa A-short. Walang palag ang Gambit at all. And Crew right now, just absolutely on fire with the 4-0 scoreline. Mapapatay matuloy ang Gambit.
Oh gosh. Okay yun, timeout ang Gambit, pero 4-0 coming from Crew. This is pretty big. And kita mo yung map pickings pa lang talagang Crew talaga. Napakalaki yung pa-concert na watch party. Tapos 4-0 pa, palong-palo on their defending side. Sobrang utilized lahat. And those angles talaga are really working on their side. And kita mo naman, kahit si Delzik, palong-palo kahit paano with that the Brimstone. At talaga sa side ng Gambit, when kaya sila maghahanap ng butas. Dahil kita mo naman, si Johnny, nag-release ng table.
Masahe yan! Ang galing niya magpase! Masahe, Riri! Ang galing! Eto, may kamukha talaga eh. Hindi ko lang alam yung pangalan, pero feel ko may kilala sa comments eh. May kamukha eh. Hindi ko talaga makol. Pero katrabaho niya si Johnny. Katrabaho niya si Johnny sa pagmasahe. Promise.
Ayun. Wait lang. Johnny, anong ginaganon mo? Ano yun?
Galing siya. Ano nga ba? Kailangan niya mag-warm up. Diba sasabi natin, diba? Every day. Valorant sa... Ano bang oras na ngayon sa Berlin? Basta, Valorant kayon. Tapos mamaya, may iba't ibang trabaho. Kailangan niya magmasahe. Kailangan niya maging doktor. Sabi nga sa akin, diba? Kailangan niya maging bombero. Kailangan niya maging plumber. Lahat yun. Importante para kay Coach Johnny. So, kita mo, man of many faces and a man right now who's telling Crew what to do and they're doing absolutely well with it. 4-0 nga scoreline natin. Dito na magkakakonting bias ang Gambit pero hindi pa rin, brutal pa rin ang kanilang arsenal. Chronicle, pagka naka-P shooter dyan, boss, tingnan mo, naka-big guns na yung mga kampe mo. Ano na ang gagiging palag dito ng Gambit? They need to find an opening and fast at mukhang talaga everyone's looking after right now and looking for Defo to make a play or maybe Nats can find an opening here dito sa may A side.
Yan na nakita mo ni posisyon ni Redgar ngayon. Yung posture niya. Yan na yun. Ultimate gameplay. Pero binili kasi ni Chronicle yung mga utilities niya talaga eh. Talagang nag-all out siya doon. Sabi niya, sige. Ano ba? Sorry, sumabit kasi yung kamay ko. Yung sumabit yung kamay ko. Ayan na, yan na. Hanggang may pea shooter siya. Alam mo yung tawag dyan, sa Plants vs. Zombies.
Oo,
yan yung
galing.
100 sunlight.
yung pa naisip mo sa lahat ng pwede. Pero ito, biglang may ibon biglang magsasabi, uy, andito sila, alarm clock lang yan. Oh, sige nga, gagawin ng pea shoot na ito. Ikaw, Ray. Plants vs. Zombies fan key. Ano yung song? Ano yung song nun?
There are zombies on the lawn.
Ang lala, pag ikaw yung kumakanta.
Ayoko sabihin yung pangalan. Kino-comment nila dito sa comment section yung pangalan. Pag sinabi ko, wala nang caster Ray. Pero nakagrats. Ibig sagot ang opening. He gets close. Pero nga si Mazino, you always need to check if penalties here. There goes with the wall bang. Mas pwede na nga pag-asa para sa Gambit na manalo na nga sila ngayon. Pero kalabat ka na, sige, mag-audition na sila. Tatlo na lang kagad dito na sa side ng Gambit. But looks at Ascent still makes a way. And Chronicle, gumana ang kanyang pea shooter. Nakapag-plant na kagad. 2v1. At makakapag-pull out na ba ngayon si Redcar ng kanyang, of course, Cosmic Divide, pero sa tingin ko, di na niya gagamitin to. Pero ayoko talaga tong ayoko tong Vandal na hawak ni Delzik. Napakaingay, parang metal na pinupakpok sa'yo tuwing umaga eh. Pero
yung lagay ka ng kutsara sa team gun, bong, at nako, wala ka na, Delzik, 27 HP yan na Dream. Ano na gagawin natin, Brimstone na to? Wala siya pang lineups, boss. Nasa defuse side pa nga siya dito, Ray at Delzik. Not gonna be too sick here, Chronicle. Sige na nga, isa pang pea shooter shot. Isa pa, sige na, peek out na, Recon Dart. Gonna get broken, at ayan na si Redgar ang papatay sa kanya. Pero, oy, Chronicle, pigil ng baril. Bilis, kuha ng skin bago masira talaga tong site na to. And there you have it here. Nakakuha na rin ng point ang Gambit. Timeout lang kailangan mo kung naka-reset na sila dito, Ray.
Nuts, medyo nang gigigil. Napalip bite siya eh. Tama si Redgar. Patap-tap na lang na nagigigil si Nuts talaga. And as for Q, we still have the advantage. 3 rounds lang naman ang layo natin kahit papano.
Yung picture doon ni Nuts na naka-lip bite, sure na, si screenshot na yan ng marami sa Twitter. Tapos re-retweet. Ikaw, yung mag-retweet. Nuts Fan Club, ganun. Yun yung magiging pin post. Ito na. Nuts. Wallpaper material. Nako. Pero, syempre, kung gusto ng mga Gambit fans yan, manalo si Gambit at happy Nuts is a popping off Nuts. And will we actually see him actually do even more here? May mga moments siya, honestly. Pero hindi yung tipong yung big performance na nakita natin ng Masters Berlin. He's had a more subtle tournament. Yung pansin talaga natin, yung mga nag-pop off dito, Defo, as well as si Chronicle para sa side ng Gambit. And as a whole yung crew. Bakit biglang naging palaka yung aso? Kakaiba yun
Kakaiba yun mga gat na yan, yung masigohan. Sorry guys, akit kasi na aso, kamukha ni Yampi pero natara sila. Pero yun speaking of, dalawang ibon at kalapati, yun na kasi Defo, sabi niya bailout ako, haabulin ako syempre ng boom ubot. Pero speaking of, naglabas na kagad ngayon ng Cosmic Divide pero si Nagjet ng revive lang kagad back tayo sa 5v5 pero 35 seconds na lang when kaya kayo papasok na side pero meron pa. Ayun ang ultimate by Delzik. Nilabas na matatrap na kagad sila. Yan, matatrap na sila. Pero Defo nakapasok na kagad sa side. Pero nga lang may maririnig ba kagad siya dahil meron pa tayong kasabay na showstopper coming in.
Tira mo na yan!
Oy, labas mo na yan. Ayun na nga. Padyong. Ayun, hindi tumama. Ay,
okay lang.
Delete yun ng Gambit. Kesdit still gets one. No, not still. We'll be able to get that. Pero makakapag-iris na kagad to dahil may cover fire coming from Defo. Pero nga lang, na siya na mag-isa. Close right now. Goes with the shot. And still, crew will be able to win this.
A little dangerous for crew ha. Kung tipong pinick out nila, they found the opening, yes, that would have been the kill for Nats. But they could have also played the timer there para lang manala. But this goes to show, tong crew na to gusto maging ambisyoso. Clouster finding Chronicle. And not only that, si Delzik, inalagaan niya sarili niya doon sa may shower na patay pa niya yung Astra. The Orbital Strike also to go for the stall. And another victory here para sa side ng KRU Esports. 5-1 to Ray. Ano na itong defending champions natin? Gusto mo daw back-to-back para kasi yung nakikita natin dito, Ray, mapapag-go back to Russia sila real quick kasi bigla na lang yung crew pa rin na nanalo ngayon eh.
Talagang alam mo ba, sa kabilang bang-bang, parate lang silang saan? Hanggang semis lang. Nanalo nga sila, papuntang finals. Pero, wala din nangyari. Talo din eh. So, tingnan natin if Gambit, makakabawi pa ba sila ngayon? Talaga hanggang semis lang sila dahil sinagset, mapipick off na naman si Chronicle. And napaka-confident ng crew. At kita mo naman wala talagang signs ng natatakot sila or anything. They're still fit to do the job. But on the other side, hindi nag-work parating ginagawa ng Gambit. Lahat ng pasikot-sikot, lahat ng opportunities kung kailan nila makuha sa crew, nawawala talaga ngayon. And those holds itself, those controls, nasa side talaga ng crew. And just one mistake ng Gambit, sila pa nga magagamitan ng kung ano-ano. And the discipline also, meron talaga ang nasa side ng crew. Pero na may makakagat na siya. Kagamitin mo that Molly coming in from that stick bite. Pero pinapadali lang talaga nila ngayon ng Gambit eh.
Delsic though, staying by the triple box. Wala talagang makuha ang open dito yung Gambit. They have to force out the issue. Push na push dito si Defo. Mahuli si Kessit with a beautiful tap there. But sino ang magpapakita? At tatanong niya, sino ang malapit dito? Yung kangang sagot ay ang KRU Esports. 6-1 na to para sa LATAM. At naniniwala ka ba sa mga pwedeng mangyari dito sa Valorant Champions? Nakita natin ang rise of SCA. Nakita natin ang fall of NA na na-airport lang sila. Pero ito talaga ang tunay na kwento. Makakita pa tayo ng EMEA versus LATAM na naman sa finals. Kaya ba talunin ng crew ang Gambit dito? But so far, so good. At isipin natin to, Ray. Umpisa pa lang, init na yung buong KRU Esports eh.
Ano nga eh, nakakatakot. Init lahat na, name it all. Pero Gambit, makakabawi pa kaya sila? They make this into a 4, not bad. Pero ngayon ba, kung kailan nasi defending talaga kung nahihirapan sila, pero looks like there were changes because Red Girl together with Devil, they'll be able to hit those shots at mukhang makakuha pa nga sa siyempre ng mga baril as Red Girl goes with the plant, all those false bandits lalabas na nga sa side ng Gambit. And ito yung napaka-importante, huwag na dapat sila magpaparitig pa, pero buhay pa si Dezik, buhay pa si Klaus, and they can just fade right through because Kessit will be able to take dalawa! Nabawa sila naman putin lang si Devil with the refrag. 1v1, 1v2 pa nga ang mangyayari na opo. Sabi ko na nga, kailangan nila mag-ingat. May lineup nga si Chronicle. Pero nga lang, knowing na dalawa yan, si Cross pa si Kenzit na natitira. Tapos si Kenzit sobrang palong-palong, 56-80 na lang siya. Padali ka na ng padali. Sinabayan ng, of course, baon. Kenzit ngayon si Chronicle. And still, KRU will be able to get the kill against Gambit, making this into a 7-1 pa nga.
Bala ka pa dun ha. KRU. Tama naman, di ba? At ito talaga, the KRU clubs, the KRU kids, doing everything they need to do para lang manalo dito. And you can see it here, Nagset. Tamaan nga ni Defo. Good opening there for the side of Gambit. But what happens on the answer? It's the shots there from Kesnit. Sige nga, magpakita naman kayo na malapitan na ganyan. Every single time, Kesnit sees someone's on screen. Kahit nga doon, hindi nga na nakikita eh. In-expect na lang niya. At si Kesnit, ito talaga ang ating nakikita ngayon. He is just a Kesnit sanity right now. Going for the takedowns, going for the kills as much as possible at walang tumitigil talaga sa rampage niya. 7-1 right now. Commanding performance against the defending champions. Pero Chronicle ngayon, makapatay sa Mazino daw with the answer to make it 4v4. At yun talaga umpisa pa lang Ray. May nakakuha na kagad na pitas dito ang Gambit. Sige lang. Pero yung crew, palaging may sagot. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos dito kasi ito na ating Red Guard na naman nag-set up ng mga stars as much as possible. Pero kita talaga natin, tambay muna siya sa bahay. Ayaw niya pagpakita, ayaw niya sabihin na okay. Ito, di nag-aantay siya dito kung mag-pick on out. At ito na, si Delzik, baka mapa-YB from the showers. Pero ayaw pa niya muna. His molly though has been used already. Smoke zone, naghahandaan rin. At tagal talaga namang mga smokes yan. Pero biglang yung Steam Beacon naka-set up na nag-anticipate siya post naman siya ng Seeker. Pero talaga the speed of the fire rate enough to get rid of Shadows. At naku, mga awal too shy for you to even get that takedown. Class with the kill on the Red Guard already. Not so gonna go for it yet again. Nakita na natin to against Team Secret. Ang tanong, gagana ba to against KRU? And uy, okay pa para sa side ng Gambit. At isa talaga to ng win condition ng Gambit. Set things up, knock things down. All about Nats right now. Pero hindi pa to tapos kasi buhay pa naman si Kesnit at iniwan dito ng Gambit yung Viper Split setup nila. So instead, ina-anticipate nila na si Kesnit ngayon ay pwede pumalag sa Viper Split na yun pero wala nang utility yung raise anyway. So a bit of a gamble here being taken by Gambit but I like the rotation anyway kasi alam nila mas safe to. Not so gonna be up top and Chronicle with that trap! Mukhang meron pa tayong isa pang pahina sa kwento na to, Ray. Kasi Gambit nakakuha na rin ng second point dito sa half na to.
Talagang Talagang yung Gambit, hindi sila nagpapabitaw, hindi talaga nila ito binibitawan. Gusto pa rin nilang makatapat ang Ascend once again. Pero napaka-importante talaga yung mga ginagawa din ng Gambit on the other side. A little goes with the traps. Good rotation pa nga, gaya ng sinabi mo. And Crew, naipit nga siya kagad doon dahil hindi niya in-expect si Chronicle. Pero, what is the worry na Crew? Lima lang naman ang lima pa naman ang kanilang pagkakaiba and clause kagad. Parang hindi nawawala parate yung Viper's Pit gather round, and that itself is a big security na gusto gamitin ng Crew against Gambit into just getting these shots. Pero speaking of si Redgar, mag-set up na kagad, pupunta pa rin sila ng pero nga lang, ang daming delay na ginagawa ng Crew against them.
Talaga tambay na lang. At anong klaseng ultimate yan, Kesdit? Kasi bigla nag-hello na lang si Udefo sa loot comrade. Goodbye na lang. Bigla na lang na-assassinate dyan. And the perfect shot there for Defo to definitely tell na buhay pa dito ang Gambit Ray. 5v2 situation. Crew though still trying to keep up the facade of the lead and still trying to keep up talaga yung appearance na sila ang in command. Pero ito na ba talaga ang shining red star ng Gambit? Dito ba na natin makikita talaga yung powerhouse ng CIS makikipaglaban? But Delzik, he does have the orbital strike, but Crew, they just don't have the angle, unfortunately. It's gonna be difficult here. Not so peak na to get the takedown at mukhang nabangon na rin dito ang Gambit. Ang second life ng Gambit. Nakita na natin to. Yung pagbawi nila against Team Secret, yung pagbawi nila against Team Vikings, at yung pagbawi nila sa Acend. Ito na naman ba ang kwento na alam natin na to from the side of Gambit? Sige lang, talunin nyo kami. Sige lang. Abot tayo map number 3 kasi pwede pa sila manalo. Hindi pa tapos ang labanan dito, Ray. Kasi ito na, nagsisimula na ang Gambit machine.
Yun nga, bilog ang mundo. Bulldog ang mundo. Bilog ang mundo at maraming pwedeng mangyari. Wheel of Fortune, dito Wheel of Fortune. Ito tawag na Wheel of Gambit as they take the wheel, syempre, sa mga gusto na lang i-execute. Pero, the lead itself nasa Crew. Pero I love this time out on the first half itself. Bakit? Kasi sabi ng Crew, nasa advantage na tayo. Pero bakit na lang tayo biglang nagiging natatalo sa ginagawa ng Gambit all of a sudden just because of that, and that together with Defo being creative, and at the same time wala na sila biglang kinakatakutan. Duel to duel dahil yun ang ginagawa ng Crew para ma-punish sila and a little bit of confidence coming from Gambit, they can really make those comebacks. But as per Crew's side, alam mo itong cost na to, magpapahinga lang sila, hihinga lang sila ng malalim at pagsasabihan sila ng galit na si Johnny.
Alam mo, syempre, favorite natin si Coach Johnny, pero alam mo tong Crew na to, Ray. Ito na yung pinaka-Pinoy na team natin ngayon. Kasi, yung Kasila, di ba? May mga words na pareho lang sa Filipino. So, I am making that stretch happen. Sasabihin ko na totoo yun. May mga words yung siguro at siguro, pareho lang. Yung di masyado, pareho lang. Yung almusal, di ba? Siyempre, kaya nag-almusal sila. Almozar, na may Z, kakaiba, di ba? Tapos meron pa. Oo. Alam mo, yung ginagawa mo palagi, yung pa-Vivo. Vivo, parang Vivo Kid. Okay, di ba?
So,
diba?
pa-Vivo pala ako.
Ay!
Inaaway ako ni Dax. Alam nyo guys, parate na lang. Kahit sa totoong buhay, inaaway ako ni
Hindi kaya, you're the best, Ray. Ano ka ba? Pero sabi ko lang, kung kayo ay tunay na Pilipino ngayon, Pinoy Pride, KRU Esports. Hanggang doon lang tayo dyan. Pero ayan na. Yun diba, lagi mo sasabi, may 2% nagpagka-Pinoy ang lahat ng tao dito. For Nats right now, gonna get 2 clouds. It does find the answer at magiging 4v3. Sugod na dito ang Crew. Wala silang daan ng kabarel. Kes, it does want to play the hero rifle. But already, the Gambit offense works on not dahil lang sa pagtambay doon ni Nats. At this should be an easy take on the B side unless si Nagzet na magalit mo dito. Bigla na lang Angry reacts on fire with the Sheriff. But if those taps don't come, well, it's Crew gonna be falling on flat. Pero at least, andito nga si Kesit. Taga-bantay at taga-tulong. At sila pa nga yung mag-push. Sila pa nga yung mag-push. Defo at Shadows. Naganda na dyan. Kagad dyan. At mukhang may fight pa dito ang duelist kayo ng Gambit.
Alagang yung top itself, it's Defo, nakapag-earn na nga siya kagad na ngayon ng kanyang badge with that ultimate that he has. Pero knowing na si Cross na lang natitira, they're just gonna be denying him, goes with the plant, pero hinaharap na siya ngayon ni Redgar, inaamoy na talaga siya. Alam niyo ba guys, fun fact, na ang mga ants pala ay pwedeng maamoy, and sabi nila yun, correct daw yun ng mga tao pag naamoy ng ants. Oo, fun fact about the ants.
Oo, galing. So nagbukas ka ng TikTok today. Congrats! Proud ako
sa'yo.
Hindi ako
nagbukas ng TikTok. Nakita ko sa Facebook feed ko. And sinerch ko, ko nga pala siya. Pero may kilala akong nakakaamoy ng ants eh. So congratulations sa'yo. Buti na lang ako. Wala akong part yan. Hindi ko naaamoy mga langgam. Pero alam mo ba, kinakain ng mga langgam. Dahil si Cross ngayon, kakainin na siya kaya ng Gambit. And it's going to be a 7-4 as he will be saving the Phantom.
Alam mo yung kinakain ng lagam? Yung kanina naglalandian sa stream na to. Parang nawala na eh. Kasi tulog na.
Sabi
Sila
ko,
na.
wag mo na maglandian dito.
Ano na yun eh. PM is the key na yun, boss. Yun na yun. Okay na. Enjoy na lang kayo dyan. At enjoy dito Gambit. 7-3. It's become 7-4. Isa na lang. Magiging 7-5. At pwede pa rin sila pumalag dito sa match na to. But for the side of KRU Esports, this is where it kinda is a slippery slope, no? Dito ko na nadudulas, bigla na lang, don't drop the soap because it can be so dangerous na nasa sahig lang yan. And it does seem like here for the side of KRU na wawala sila ng momentum as soon as Gambit makes the hero plays themselves. Nagigising na si Nats, gising na nga si Defo, and we see it here from the side of Gambit, the big players that get the confidence for their squad, well, they're waking on up. And if Nats is there, Nats is gonna be angry, you are gonna be very dead to Nats anyway. Nats talaga, he's just nutty with the shots, nutty with the setup on the Viper, pero na Hunter's Fury ganawan si Defo, walang katakot-takot, pero kailangan mo respatuhin dito ang KRU Esports kasi si Raze at si Brimstone ginawa na lang mag-inasal tong A-shot na to. Lutong-luto kagad ang Gambit ngayon at nagiging 4v2 make that 4v1. Kestit, ganun kainit talaga, falls off the boat, only rise and all, nagsepreg down with the resurrection at iniisip mo makakuha kayo ng pitas dito Gambit kasi wala kayo talaga red card to. Posture check with one but Jelzik is there to get the takedown at ang bilis nung last round na yun Ray. Pero sometimes dito sa bind, pindutin mo lang yung orbital strike, panalo na kayo sa round na to.
Talagang almost is never enough, Gambit. Pero talagang sabi nila, wala naman nangyayari sa orbital strike. Pero kita mo naman, lahat-lahat na punish na nga sila one by one. Kita mo na slow at lahat tinapon. And KRU still finishes this with an 8-4 against Gambit. Sabi ng Gambit, okay, next round tayo habol. Pero mapupunta na tayo ngayon sa short naman na paghihintay before we start the second half. And on the defending kaya, knowing that it's Astra and a Viper that we have sa side ng Gambit, makakahabol kaya sila? Or still, pag nasa attacking at nasa momentum share pick si Kesnit, napakainit talaga niya. Those flashes also coming in from his team. Baka ito pa rin ang sign na kayang-kaya ng KRU to kapag nasa attacking side sila. Kapag mainit sila, ito ang fuel for adventure. Fuel for passion talaga to take this. At may isa na naman na EMEA team na babagsak sa kanilang kamay. So ito talaga, Dax. Kayang mangyayari ngayon dahil sobrang exciting. 8-4, 4 rounds gap. Bibigay pa kaya nila yung momentum sa Gambit or hindi?
Isipin mo, gigising ka sa araw na to. Bigla nakikita mo yung KRU Esports na natalo yung Gambit. 1-1 yung scoreline last map. Sakto talaga to, pang good morning sa inyo guys. At huwag na kalimutan, actually semifinals na to. Whoever wins this, grand finals na versus Acend. And it's gonna be interesting kung kalaban ng Acend yung Gambit, pwede yung tipong tale of two personalities in terms of EMEA. Pero kung naging KRU versus Acend naman, Diyos ko, makikita na natin Kesnit versus Sined. Bukit na lang. At yun yung gusto ko dito ng KRU makalaban yung Ascent, makaabot ng Grand Finals at mag-represent. At sabi nga natin, di ba, sila nga may concert para dito sa Valorant Champions. Tayo, tambay sa bahay. Sige, next time, Team Secret alam na natin paano na yung watch party. But Kesnit there, just popping off like crazy. It's the same kind of thing here. For the side of KRU, mas consistent daw yung mga star player na we have had the efforts there from the stage and the race a lot more often. Yung Brimstone nga, kakaibang pick na pwede ka na naman na dito sa bind dahil lang sa isang ultimate. But slowly but surely, nag-iinit dito yung Gambit Esports with the likes of Nats. And that's gonna be a big deal. That's gonna be the big one here para sa kanila kung gusto nila manalo talaga sa dito sa matchup na to, and especially replicate yung success na nakita nila sa Masters Berlin. Pero ito talaga yung Ray. Minsan, kung gusto mo gawin, dapat gawin mo na. Kasi kung masyadong matagal, baka maiwan ka pa. Tapos wala na, too little, too late. At yun yung gusto i-prevent dito ng Gambit. But one thing to also take note here is that matchup between Defo and Kesnit. Both sides right now running a duelist. Both sides right now having 12 kills. At kung si Defo talaga nakaka-entry, laking tulong yan sa side ng Gambit. Pero si Kesnit doon sa kabila isang streamline lang ng kalaban, drawing a straight line. Parang talaga siya yung taga-connect the dots ng mga children's book nung kindergarten ka. Isipin mo, pwede mo laruin itong color brick na to, tapos biglang pagbukas mo, tapos na, kasi may nag-connect na ng dots bigla. Yun yung si Kesnit 1, 2, 3, ginagawang aim dots yung kalaban. And KRU right now, they're 5 5 away from moving into the Grand Finals. Ito na ba ang pagkagiba ng Empire ng Gambit Esports? O ang crew ba ngayon ang mapapatumba at magiging EU versus EU na naman? Labanan na naman muli, Ray. Second half is a go at ayan na yung ibon. Sumigaw na lang, gising-gising na. Andyan ang apat.
Speaking of gising-gising yan, ang pagkain na masarap din. Pero uy, nasa trap! Pero buti na lang sabi niya backup ako dito. Takbo tayo, Bessie Bob! Na, imposible to. At isa pa lang ang natitira sa may B-side. That's going to be Redgar himself. Pero nakita kagad siya. Nakabawas lang naman siya kay Shaders. At konting armor lang. At konting taps lang rather sa mga armor na meron na ng crew. But Nagzet will be going for a plant. And here it is, the retake goes in. Low yung ibang mga miyembro ng Gambit. But this is the real question. Paano nga ba sila mag-retake? Wala nang flash ngayon. Meron na nakapag-ipan na si Shadows ngayon ng flash. Pero si Kestit, ang ginawa niya, tinapon na nga pages. Nagpintura lang talaga. And looks like itong crew gusto na lang i-confirm tong round na ito. Natatrap na nga sila kagad. Nag-dash in na syempre si Defo. Pero si Cross may pick up sila kagad. Na-right na nga si Kestit. All those crossfire is happening. A crew wins the pistol against Gambit. Oh no, ito na nga ba ang pag-down talaga ng Gambit dahil tatandaan mo, Dax. Pag natalo na lang Sentinels ang nanalo ng Masters Reykjavik. Tapos, matatalo pa nila yung Gambit? Yung nanalo ng Masters Berlin?
Ako?
Ito na ba? Oh
Ito
no?
na ba? Titan Slayers? Champion Slayers? Tagapatumba na malalakas? Yun ba yung KRU Esports? Okay. Guys, gising na kayo. Ako ay magtitinda. Kaya sa taho, anyone that wants some croupium? Really quick? Mga crew defenders dyan, mga talaga fans ng KRU Esports. It's time to believe that they can achieve. Pero ito na, Nagzet, tagabantay. Bigla nang tinakbaan lang si Defo. At natamaan pa nga. Usually on that jet, playing the stage right now. 4v4 situation as we do see class go on down. Malaking bagay yun para sa crew though because they want to play the strikeout game with the double controller. Pero syempre, on the attacking side, we have the Brimstone. Sapat na yan for the side take. Here comes Nagzet. Mag-wall pa nga siya. Iniisip niya kung paano siya papwesto dito, tago-tago lang. But he's effectively out of the fight. Pero dalawa, hoy, Gambit, patayin na naman yung visa at the end. But there we have Redgar with the refract after Nagzet gets to take down out the Chronicle. Spike though has been planted. And crew right now, eto na sila in that 3v2 situation na yung Gambit may advantage. Thing is though, ibahin ni Delsic yung di ba ito, triple stack onto the hook. Now Delsic can't go for the usual lineups, yung mga nerd lineups ng Molly. So instead, he has to use it in a traditional way. Manggagaling dito sa connector, papunta na CT. Here comes Delsic right now, looking on around yet again. Press Delsic makakaisa, Masino with the backstab. 1v1 situation. Shadows though, ikaw ba maging uno dito? Wala! Masino pa rin ang malakas at crew na ngayon. 10-4 at attention at tatlo na lang sila ang papasok sa finals.
Guys, nagkakas lang ako na Matima sa hindi ko. Sinabi na ako magkakas ng Sentinels, hindi ko sinabi na ako magkakas ng Gambit.
Ikaw talagang tunay na may sumpa. Mga sumpa ni Ray. Number 1, Game 3 confirmed. Number 2, aabot ng almusal ang broadcast. Number 3, tagatalo ng champion. Ito na ba talaga ang tunay na confirmation? Si Ray yung pinakasumpa ng Valorant PH? Nabangan natin kasi nako, Gambit sumasagot pa rin at di magpapatalo sa sumpa dito ni Ate Ray. Gambit right now with the take for Defo, and there we have the wall being set up by Nagzet. Instead, ito yung beauty dito ng Cruz. Line up to Ray. At uy, Klaus, nandyan ka na naman! Naxo with the ticket, taken down. Redgar will find the answer though. Defo is there as well. But speaking of the KRU Esports lineup right now, ito na, wall plus Wally equals I will from afar. Delsic with the take on Shadows will get Mazino though in response. At Delsic ako na lang, pero uy, may orbital strike siya. May malaking harang na laser beam. Pinush siya daw ni Chronicle. Siya pa nga mamamatay. And here comes the thunder. Galing talaga sa langit. Sabi ni God, bawal mo, hawakan muna yan. Dasal-dasal muna, apat ka sa oras. But Gambit should be able to get this out anyway. 10-4, 10-5. Okay pa naman Gambit. Delikado, pero kinaya pa rin. And luckily for them here, Ray. At least ngayon, nag-Gambit na yung orbital strike ng KRU Esports.
I'm no doctor,
ay, talagang,
but I can patch a bullet hole.
Importante yung kanina malaking problema ng Gambit. Pero mapaka-importante ng win nito by Gambit kasi you just don't want crew getting that 11-4 na scoreline. Babawi na nga sila kahit papano, pero itong mas more dangerous thing. Crew, bibili na nga sila ngayon. They win this, then Gambit later on, i-eco talaga sila, or I don't know if they're just gonna be forcing it, but let's see. Dahil itong mga rounds na to very draining sa side ng Gambit. Paano ba sila makakahabot dahil na-flash sila parehas pero nag-stretch na nga si Shadows kagad kung nasaan ba ang mga miyembro nila and they were aware and he is aware rather na meron nga dalawang nakatingin sa kanya pero yun is timing it itself. Alam na nga nila nag-spray right through pero speaking of Shadows does the move. He takes off Keznit and alam mo ba kung ano meron doon? Napakalaking impact na ginawa niya. Take out Keznit and mukha nga pwede pa hatang makahabol talagang Gambit. Hope na ba to para sa mga Gambit fans na nagsisi-commentan dito? Pinapatulog na ako. Pwede naman eh. 13-6 in favor of crew. Kung sino.
Nako. Alam mo, guys, ito gawin nyo. Mamaya pag may tapos na, tanong nyo si Ray Ray. PM nyo yung page niya, Ray Ray Plays, sa Facebook. Tanong mo, Ate Ray Ray, sino feeling nyo mananalo ng Grand Finals? At syempre, kung may gagawin kayo sa information na yun, gamitin nyo yung kabila, yung opposite. So, simple tayo. Sabi niya, Ascend. Okay, yung kalaban. At kung sabi niya yung kalaban ng Ascend, alam mo na, Ascend mananalo. Pro tip lang yun, pero huwag kayo maniwala sa akin kasi walang ka-basis yun at all. Superstition lang talaga, pero naniniwala naman tayo sa ginagawa dito ng KRU Esports na naman. But Gambit again with a spray down red guard Devo. Okay ang crossfire, nag-drawing na malaki X dito sa may A-side. At mukhang si Shadows pumapalag pa rin. Heart of the champion is the way here for the side of Gambit. Delsing though, inside the lamps yet again. 3v1 situation at uy, may poison dyan. Masama dyan, huwag ka dyan umapak, magkakakas dyan, boss. Pero okay na, save the god. Good to go. Gambit again with the victory. At huwag natin kalimutan, mga kaibigan. Gambit defense, the legendary EMEA wall from the CIS region. Yun ang bigay sa kanila ng Throne of Galing Masters Berlin. Will they do it again dito sa second half para lang makatry mag back-to-back?
Legendary wala at ginawa na yun eh. Kita mo na sa mga competitive games. Ako, nakikita ko, ginagamit nga yan ni Aeons eh. Shoutout nga pala kay Aeons. Idol daw niya si Nats. Pero pagdating sa... nagagaling nga siya sa Cypher.
So, sino mas pogi? Si Aeons o si Nats?
Ano ba tapat? Yung base sa pagmamahal ba to o base talaga sa katotohanan?
Alam mo, bahala ka. Sagutin mo. Yun lang yun.
Pogi syempre si Aeons.
Galing! Protektado, protektodo. Grabe. Uy, pero walang may protection dyan. Fake Defo. Operator, tumama pa rin. Good intel right now being given the right chronicle. At Gambit yet again doing it one more time. Nakita na natin to daw na map number 1. KRU with that lead, biglang humabol yung Gambit. Will it happen a second time here dito sa series na to? Ito na bang simula ng fall ng KRU Esports? Because Gambit right now applying the pressure and hitting the shots. But Nats, all eyes are on you. Ito na ba talaga ang pag-pop off ng Pogi Nats dito? Pag hindi mo papatayan, hindi ka Pogi. Okay pa siya. But sino gonna go on down? Dash on hitting from Defo though. And the blades do come! Chronicle is there as well. Narset na lang natitira. Pero wala pa rin. At draw a card, any card. Magic dito ng Gambit. Bumapalag pa rin. Yung 10-7 na ang labas dito na scoreline, Ray. Parang kanina. Tambak yung Gambit ah.
Why? Nabubuhayan ng puso ang mga Pinoy. At kitang-kita man naman na nagpa-pop off na sila. Unti-unting steps for them to come right through. At tignan mo naman, tune in. Nakikita mo na yung bright sides ng Gambit. But hey, let's wait pa. Dahil tatlo pa naman ang advantage ng KRU syempre. Pero nga lang, it's now or never dahil napaka-help ko na to. Isa si Nagset, makakuha pa siya ng isa. Pwede siya mag-guess. Pero Mazino talaga ngayon. Oh no, na-scammer ito. Hindi ko masayang. Pero pwede naman silang abangan. Pero naglabas na kagad ng Seekers kaya si Mazino just naipit si Seekers. Naipit. Pero nga si Redguard. Walang problema. Pero kalapya kasi Natsu be taken on. Chronicle just sa top 3v3 pa rin naman ngayon.
Crazy round so far. Una, Poison Cloud para lang harangan yung Rico na dart pero masyadong maaga binitawan doon ng KRU. Na-scan pa rin. But then again, di naman tumama yung shot ni Defo. Tapos yung Seekers na ipit ng Gravity Well pero napitasan pa rin yung Gambit anyway. So kahit nakakita tayo ng mga utilities and ultimates, they didn't really work out as they should have. And you know what it all did, Ray? Lahat ng kalokohan na yon. Wala, napareset lang tayo ng 3v3. Napatigil yung labanan. Dahil kung yung mga counterplay na dapat nangyari, hindi gumana ng gaano. But showstopper, isa pa dito, Keznit, make a wish. Pero wala talaga. Walang nagbabantay ng flank nyo. At ito na naman, isa pang kabanata galing kay Chronicle, mga anak. Yung Narnia natin, tuloy-tuloy lang. But Mazino is there to get the take-on. Sino pa mamasipag? Sino pa ready makapaglaban? Parang siyang streak malapit sa maginawa. Pero si Mazino Mazino. Mukhang pinibet na talaga siya ni Defo at 10-8 na to. Gambit again with another victory. At Ray, 18 kills na po si Defo. Legal na po ang ating takedowns ng Jet natin. Not only that though, iniintay ko talaga yung ating round sa ibaba. Pero umpisa lang to. Chronicle able to be the rest back. Hindi tumama yung off-shot kanina. And then Chronicle again. Tuloy-tuloy na lang yung kwento ni Chronicle. Kikwento talaga yung kwento ni Chronicle in the future. Parang magiging Russian folklore na our hero Chronicle comrade. He's just able to do all the things in the world para sa side ng Gambit. At mapapatime out talaga si Coach Johnny. Sasabihin na, what are you doing guys? Ano na to? Ba't tayo natatalo na naman?
Nagtataka sila. Ginagalit nyo si Coach Johnny. Pero kailangan talaga nila pag-usapan.
So, ano pangalan ng coach sa kaliwa? Ray. Alam mo na eh.
No. Sinerch ko. Matalino ako, guys. Matalino ako. Hindi ako ngayon. Hindi ako medyo...
Hindi ka tuto.
Complete ang tulog ko. So, hindi ako mauto. At check the inspired tayo. Nandito si Nats. Hello.
Parang may sinabi ka kanina daw. May tinanong ko, pero biglang ganun yung reaction mo kay Nats. Boss, baka naman.
Ay. Ano na tayo? Ano yung window shopping lang.
Ganun lang pala yun. Ang tawag doon, the legendary saying, you can look but you can't touch. Okay
yes.
Talaga. Okay ka na lang.
Faithful tayo, guys. Faithful.
Kakaiba ka talaga, Mare. Pero,
actually, wala mo siya pa. Alam mo sa mas pinagsasabi ko.
Iba ba yung Ray sa cast at yung Ray sa buhay? Wow,
iba.
Awit.
Alam mo naman eh.
Awit tayo dyan. Pero okay. Back to the game real quick. That last round, Chronicle talaga. In a game of outplays, nakita tayo ng maraming pinaggagawa na naging big brain plays para yung teams. In the end of Chronicle just had the handle and he started to with the kill pero hindi naman niya matataba yung headshot dyan. Chip damage onto Kissit. Pulado na kagad but luckily andun si Mazino. May dalal-dalang band-aid at Betadine muna para maging mas okay siya. 6-7 HP though on the race. It's gonna be hard for him to play the entry here. Crew right now already fended off and they wanted to play that P-split. Gustong-gusto na nila makakawa ng push especially with Mazino trying to get ready with the flashes. Pero nangyayari lang dito, nauubusan lang sila ng utility. Double healer nga yung comp dito ng Crew eh. May Sage sila, may Sky sila, pero sila pa rin pulada dito, Ray. And they don't have the utilities to really push on out. As there you have it, guy. Like, little too early pop. Chronicle with the takedown. Wala rin sila Barela at Gambit. Sabi nila, pasok na kayo dito, Crew. Let's go next. Sige na, tapusin na natin itong round na to. 5v2. Well, at least they have ultimates right now here. Crew, pwede nila gamitin in the next few rounds, but not kung hindi mo pa tamaan to, wala ka. Okay ka pa. Okay pa. Goodbye kay Santa Claus. So, Nagsit.
30 seconds. Nagsit na lang natitira. Mag-rest ka pa ba? Medyo sayang yan. Pero remember, kahit pa marami ng ultimates ready sa side ng Crew, meron pa rin naman ang Gambit. Ready pa rin later on pag ginamit nila against them. Pero speaking of Redgar, sa backstab na nga, he was able to get Nagset. And isa na lang. Ilang rounds yun, Dax?
Hinihintay ko nga eh. Hinihintay ko, I think it's like 5 rounds, ganon. Parang 5 rounds, kung hindi siya streak, basta may 5 rounds na nakuha dito. Ang Gambit sa half lang na to. At dito talaga eh, second half warriors eh. Mga late bloomers, yung tipong gumigising ng 6 PM, parang tayo lang, Ray. Gigising ng 6 PM, magka-cast bigla, mag-break konti, tapos mag-cast ulit. At ayun na nga, ang ating confirmation. 2 rounds to start things off for Crew, pistol at yung second. Tapos ever since the 3rd round, Gambit na talaga ang nanalo-nalo ng mga rounds na to. Pero may iba pang pwede dito dalhin si Redgar. At posture check na naman, yung spine talaga niya, padire-diretso. At kailangan mas malapit pa siya. Ultra HD. With the judge, pixel perfect, with the pellets. Yun talaga. Ganun gumamit ng judge, guys, promise. Para lang manalo kayo dun sa A-short na angle na yan. Pero ang tanong nga, paano ba dito papwesto ang Crew? Because they are gonna be playing it slow and steady. Instead, the confidence of Crew, it's kind of falling on apart. At dito talaga pwede pumalag ang Gambit. At dito sila pwede mag-take advantage sa lack of lethality na nakikita natin sa KRU Esports right now.
Baka talagang sobrang kailangan maging careful din at the same time ng Gambit No room for mistakes. Pero alam mo naman yung momentum gaya nga sinabi mo nasa kanila. Pero meron tayong Viper Spits para kay Klaus. Meron tayong post-plat of course na orbital strike coming in from Delzik at may rest pa tayo kay Nagset. So tignan natin kung ano nga magiging gamble nila dahil sinabayan nga nila ngayon ng kagad ng Hunter's Fury onto the side of Chronicle. Chronicle. Madali nga syempre ang crew, pero ito nakakagaraswak na oras para makapasok. Pero uy, may trade-offs. But that was able to get 2. Pero nga lang sinabayan ng rest. Sinabayan ni Cos with that 2. And si Edgar na lang together with Defo ang natitira just to confirm this round. Looks like that was a big opening coming on the side of crew. Dalawa na lang sila natitira, pero sinabayan na nga ngayon ni Edgar with that cosmic divide for that retake. Hanggang natin, buhay pa sila. Pero nga lang, operator ang hawak ni Defo. How will they actually go with that? Dahil dalawang nakabang sa'yo. Paglabas mong patay ka, he still gets the shot. Pero nga lang, claws right now. Nakatingin na sa kanya. And kahit ilang rounds na nanalo ang Gambit, 5 consecutive rounds, Crew was able to get 1 round na already. This is the second round or third round here in the second half.
Third round.
And third round, and they're doing it. Dalawa na lang bago sila manalo. And that was the biggest sign that they need dahil kanina pa talaga nagkakaroon ng momentum ang Gambit. Pero kaliwat ka na lang naman pala ang kailangan na lang tignan at kailangan na lang kunin. And yun na nga kagad ang sign para sa kanila. Gamit nga lang lahat ng kanilang mga ultimates, pero as for Gambit, kailangan talaga calm and collected sila.
Okay, time out muna tayo sa Gambit. So, Ray, paano kung 11-9, di ba? Pag 12-12. Tapos, pag 13-13, pag 14-14, pag 20-20, tapos makita natin the first ever game na umabot ng 30-30. Isipan mo ba kung accept mo na ba na tunay ka may sumpa kung ganun? Na ayaw kapitawan na to ng Valorant Champions?
Naranasan ko na mag-27 sa kabilang bangbang eh. Sa pinakaunang bangbang. Manasa ko na ata 27 or 20.
Isipan mo yun. Kaya kung umagang to, mapapa isang oras pa tayo kung puro overtime. Kasi nandito ka lang. Yun lang naman. Just food for thought. Huwag mo kalimutan habang nagka-cast tayo. Smile.
Walang sisihan.
Walang sisihan. Pero yun nga, diba? That was a round Crew desperately needed. Ilang beses na natin sila nakikita nag-iisip kung paano sila mag-play ng hard entry. But it does seem like nakahanap lang sila opening this time. And Gambit has to be a little more careful pag nakikita nila Crew is playing very respectfully. If they make one more mistake, match point na to para sa side ng KRU Esports. At kita talaga natin, hindi pa sila tapos sa mga plano nila. KRU is actually gonna go for a gamble here. May operator dito si Acend. And even though he's on the stage, he's the best player that his team has to play that off in the first place. And because he usually plays that shit there per nuts. Iba na ang plano. And we've seen this before from the side of Gambit. Delikado na talaga ang lagay. Pero Acend, wala! Inob-diff! Wala siyang dash on the way! Talo ka pa rin, Defo! Ano na gagawin mo dyan kay Acend? Kasi yan yung unang pitas at sakto yung counterplay dito ng KRU. And here we go again. Gambit, they need to realize the situation. Kung hindi ka agad lusob dito ang KRU, naku, kayo pa'y maalanganin pag bigla ka mag-peak on that. Like that 5v4 right now and a beautiful pick-off there by Acend to start things off.
Wala nang, hindi na sila mapipigilan ngayon. Papunta sa either na sites, hindi na talaga makakaroon pa ng solusyon ata ang Gambit with those long lockdowns sa kanila. And they're still waiting for that push. Pero grabe naman yung ginawa ni Acend. Sobrang basang-basa kung paano mag-execute yung KRU, paano gagalaw si Defo. But here it is. Mayroon kayang susunod na magiging biktima dahil papalapit na ang KRU ngayon sa B-side. Ilan pa bang miyembro ng Gambit ngayon ang mababawasan? Talagang gusto ni Chronicle makipagtumin. Sige, tatlo yan. Titingin sa'yo. Nakita na kanya kagad yung balikat. Magdadali lang siya kagad. Of course, with that recon ball. Pero kasi was able to get it this red card. Sino next mag-audition ngayon? Chronicle. Sige, dalawa.
Oh my God!
He gets four!
What an ace! Chronicle! Anong klaseng taps yan? Tuloy-tuloy na lang galing kay Chronicle at yan ang bayani na hinahanap dito ng Gambit, Ray. Chronicle! Yan ang tapang. Tapang at tiwala, Ray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 180 para patayin si Kismet! Ano yan, Chronicle? Isipin mo, si Kismet, okay, easy kill na yan, nakakatalikod siya. Siya pa yun ang gani 80. At ito, ang moment ng Gambit. Kung manalo dito ang Gambit Esports, di natin makakalimutan at all yung round na yon dahil dahil lang sa efforts ni Chronicle. 5K, the hold the line. Sila yung delikado ng Ray. At ngayon sira na ang ekonomiya ng crew. Pero oy, Chronicle, huwag ka masyadong bayani dyan. Huwag ka masyadong matapang, boss. Di ka ganun kalakas. Oy, Kesnit! Tinala rin yung fireworks! At yung minsan, yung tapang at tiwala, nagiging masyadong kampante. And now this B-side is gonna be wide open. 4v3 situation. Nats right now gonna be going for the push through the elbow and more. Dito lang sa hallway, pero may nakatambay doon sa shoulder talaga. Si Mazino, tambay sa bahay. Elbow is the way to go. And it seems like crew, they've taken the side very, very quickly against Gambit. Therefore, with dash on in, 4v3 na to, Ray.
Tingnan natin kung magko-continue ba ang pagiging. O sige, Risa, ay hindi umabot. That's just gonna be diffusing it. Oh, no timing. Defo, this is 2. Oh, they still lose it. Thrifty sila. Oh no, Gambit. Ano nangyari? Okay na nga yung effort si Chronicle. Bakit si pa hindi pinantay ang scoreline? Isa na lang. At uuwi ang Gambit papunta sa kanilang country. But as for the side of crew, pwede pa, isa na lang. Puso.
Tapang eh.
Grabe, at tapang nga tao. Tignan mo naman si Kesnit. And therefore, he got 2 din. Pero nga lang, it was too late for his teammates to actually back him up papunta sa may B-side. At lahat na pick off kagad. At kahit pagdating sa mga barrel, advantage ng Gambit. Mukhang wala silang no choice. This is it. Uuwi or overtime talaga ang mangyayari. Pero they need to be careful talaga ngayon.
And Defo. Operator shots are go, pero sayang lang talaga. Chronicle, immortal ng isang round. Naging iron dun sa pangalawa. Sayang, nakakuha naman siya isang pitas, pero just that was the opening there in crew. They had nothing to lose. Tama ka naman, Ray. 350 round lang yun. The 12-10 pa ang scoreline. And ngayon, mas mahirap pa nga ang buhay ng Gambit to try and tie things up. Still though, Nats. Oy, Poison Cloud gameplay at kailangan siya mag-aingat dito. Ubus na ang gas niya. Pero may smoke na kaharap at ayan na si Nats. We're not about you, good sir. At naka-hello ng 3K pa siya. Nats alive, gets the fourth. At bigyan mo na siya ng ace. He wants to go for it, go for the takedown. Shadows, no! Ba't mo kinuha yun kay Nats? Pero sabi ng Gambit, sige na nga, okay lang. Kasi kailangan natin mapilit ang overtime. Isa pa. Ray. May sumpa ka talaga?
Awit naman, no. Pero awit si Nats. Pero KJ ni Shadows, alam mo, sasampalin ko to. Sabi na, kumuha na nga siya ng isa pang Kumuha pa nga siya ng isa pang baril para ma-ace Kulit ni Shadows.
It's actually a little, it's honestly kung seryosong bagay, tingnan natin yung quotes nila. Nats is 2 away. If he got that kill, he would have the Viper Split with 1 more shot. And Shadows now, he is 1 away from the Seekers. So ang tanong, ano mas importante ba dito, Gambit? Yung intel ng Seekers o yung Viper Split ni Nats? Pero habang nangyayari yan, Hunter's Fury does come in from Chronicle. May Bladestorm handa rin si Defo just in case. Pero wala pang ultimates dito ang crew unless they get the takedowns. And my eyes here, Ray are on Delzik. Kung makuha niyo yung pagpatay na yan, maglagay nila yung spike, baka makita pa tayo ng post-plant shenanigans para lang manalo yung crew. Bigla na lang from the heroes, they become the nerd lineups na palagi lang pinapanood sa YouTube. Pero Chronicle, ang bayani na naman! Nagpapasahan lang sila dito, Ray. Kung hindi si Nats ang magiging hero talaga ng Red Army na to, si Chronicle ang papalag. But Klaus, sabi niya, malapit na mag-Christmas time. It's 12-12, sige nga, holiday sale, holiday shopping kasi yun talaga. Pero Nats from the flank, but the shot from Oracle will deny him there. Defo with that operator gets that takedown. 3v2 situation. Klaus at Delzik gusto gumawa ng play. Pero ayan na si Shadows. Kanina, pangat ka bonding. Pero ngayon, siya ba talaga ang magiging tropa ng dala ng yellow? Ayan na talaga. Headshot against Delzik. And Ray. Ito sinasabi ko, yung Seekers, importante ba yan? Alam na nila. 25 seconds less and Shadows sinapak ang dalawa. Overtime! Ray. Hindi ka pa tapos. Dito ka lang sa PPGL.
Sumakit na high blood ata ako dun sa ginawa ni Chronicle. Sumakit yung ulo ko bigla. Hindi na naging niebe yung Gambit. The composure itself, kumakabak pa sa inyo sa kapitbahay ko. Nasigaw ako dun sa ace kasi nagulat ako Paano yung gulat? Ganun. Ako na nagtanong. Ako na sumagot sa sarili kong tanong. Pero ito talaga yung mas malaking tanong Mananalo kaya ang crew, knowing na nakapag-comeback pa nga ang Gambit against them. Or Gambit, hanggang 12 lang sila, pinalo. Pero kailangan na talaga ng medyo relax lang. Hinga ka ng malalim.
Pero clutch after clutch para sa Gambit That was Gambit's hero time. Yes, they made one big mistake yung round na na-thrifty sila. Pero between Chronicle, Nats, and Chronicle plus Shadows again, 3 rounds na ang laking bagay dahil lang sa heroics ng Gambit. And this is the heart of the champion. This is talaga palag nila. At dahil nandito, buhay pang laban, Ray. So guys, kayo ba, sangayon ba kayo na dapat padala natin si Ray sa next year na Valorant Champions? Hindi naman kailangan mag-cast, hindi naman kailangan mag-host, nandun lang siya. Tapos may segment si Ray. Tatanungin lang siya ng panel na, Ray, what do you think? Who will win this series? And Ray will give an answer. And then everyone will suddenly change their predictions to the other team. And not only that, they will all expect na 3 games every single time magsalita si Ray.
Ayan nga eh. Hindi na ako magpapanel.
Hindi, yun lang trabaho mo, taga-segment lang talaga.
Hi guys, may predictabilities nga pala kahit kind of predictions na rather ko, sino mananalo? Pero tingin natin, kapag ako talaga, matic overtime, aabot tayo dito 18-16, tignan nyo.
Pero, ay, eto na daw. Who will win this? Will it be the champions of Masters Berlin, Gambit Esports, or will it be the underdogs of this year, KRU Esports? LATAM versus EMEA. Laban na naman at lakad matatag lang ang mga members natin ng iba't ibang teams. But Delzik, let's see what the Brimstones can do. And interesting na, wala pa nga tayo nakikita mga big molly plays from him in the first place. Yung mga post-match shenanigans, nagamit yung Viper plus yung Brimstone at kasama na rin yung Raze. Hindi natin nakikita dito galing sa KRU ha, because Gambit a little more decisive in those post-match scenarios, or more often than not yung KRU, pinapatay na lang ang lahat sa umpisa. But this time, Gambit, they're playing it slow and steady, Ray, at naghahanap lang sila ng opening dito para makapush against KRU Esports.
Hintay talaga. Ano nga ba ang magiging goal? Ano nga ba? Saan ba tayo makakarating ngayon para sa side ng Gambit? Because Defo, he gets close, and that's a really good job coming from him. Bakit? Kasi kita mo naman yung nagiging angles yung ginagawa ni Klaus, yung nagiging protection niya sa A-side, yun talagang napakakailangan nila. Pero on the other side, si Dazi, kaya makikita niya kagad sa station because after that flash, hindi siya i-agree, pero the location has been revealed. Alam na kung saan sila gumagamit, and that's actually Ishtal gets his way in, and he gets Mazino. Ito na ba ang oras para sa Gambit? Magiging EMEA versus EMEA kaya to?
30 seconds
or sa side ng KRU, nandiyan pa naman si KSD tsaka si Acend at si Delzik to delay so much time sa kamay ng Gambit.
Yeah, huge pick-off. So, and Chronicle already leading the charge. Walang katakot-takot ang soba natin. Pero si Nats hindi nakabantay. At si Nagzet pa nga makakuha ng isa dyan. 4v3 scenario. And here comes Kessit coming in from the left-hand side. Pero hindi pa na flat yung spike ha. Naglililis na lang dito Gambit. Pero Kessit, pinabayaan lang para makakuha ng dalawa. And Gambit falling on apart. Chronicle forced to flat. Buti na lang nailagan pa na yung huling part of patience na yan. But Defo with the operator shot on the Delzik. 10 HP and a frame. There we go with the wall bang. Showstopper for the big boom. Pero hindi tama yung fireworks dyan. Off though, gusto magpakita. 1 shot, 1 kill. Defo, lahat nakasalalay sa'yo sa round na to. Defo, with the shot, finds him anyway! At ano pang flight ginagawa mo dyan, Kesdit? Because you will go down on the ground. And Gambit won away from trying to defend their championship sa Grand Finals natin.
Oh, that shot, Defo. Nakakawalang hininga. Pero looking at the replay, napakaganda na ginawa ni Kestit. Nakapag-away pa nga siya ngayon. He was able to get Chronicle. Pero nga lang with that shot, nag-follow through lang yung crosser. Sumunod lang kagad. Tapos sabi ni Vince, uy! Oh my God, best, sabi niya. At lahat sila napakalaking step up nun para sa kanila. And just one away. Gambit, hindi pa sila uuwi against KRU.
Man. Basta yung last play na yun, simple lang sabi ni Defo. Lipad-lipad ka pa dyan, ha? Marami mong alam, ha? Showstopper, ano yun? Wala eh. Hindi talaga pang Happy New Year pero na si Kelsit gusto pumawi. Nuts! Alam mo, ikaw yung binamatay na lahat, tapos ikaw na mamamatay, boss! Saan ka na today? Nuts, we need you. And with him being gone, this is really, really big here for the side of KRU Esports kasi ang ang ganda ng mga holds dito ni Nuts on that Viper. Ang ganda ng pwestuhan niya. But this time, yung pag-aahas niya, yung pag-aasim, wala eh. Huling-huli nung tamis doon ni Kestit bilang sweet kiss goodnight with that takedown. And now, he's one away from that showstopper, Ray. So para sa KRU, kumakuha lang sila ng isa pang orb, isa pang kill with that raise, we might see the fireworks fiesta yet again, pero this time, baka naman tumama sa kalaban.
So nga lang, Nuts, Sinayang mo yung effort ni Devo. Bakit ka ganyan, Bezi? What? Okay, 4 pa natitira sa Gambit. Isang pick-off, 4v4. Pero, kita mo yung pressure, Redgar, putting a lot. Di siya masaslow. He gets the top. Oh my goodness, Redgar, he gets everything. He gets 3. At oh no, isang bumabagsak ang mga taga-crew. At dalawa na lang sa dalawa, pwede pa rin dahil nagset siya kasi Cross buhay na buhay pa. Nag-hard yung pinag-shoutcastan ko. Pero ito na nga, Devo, Chronicle, mga nakakuha na hero plays versus nag-set ko sa meron din actually ng mga clutch, mga pick-offs nanggagaling sa kanila. Pero ito ang mas malaking katanungan. Maglalabas sila ng record pero nga na mag-audition sila. And now still, it's a round win and we're gonna go to the second overtime.
We wish you a Merry Klausmas. We wish you a Merry Klausmas. We wish you a Merry Klausmas. And a happy OT. Para sa yun yun, Ray. Di pa tayo tapos.
Sabi, 18-16 talaga to eh. Naniniwala. Pag ito...
Alam mo, ito lang yun. May sumpa ka. Let's get that out of the way. Second thing, kung may libingan ng mga bayani, oy, may wall time. Okay, sige, shoutout sa wall time. Shoutout sa wall time! Kung may libingan ng mga bayani, ito ang labanan ng mga bayani, good sir, good ma'am. Kasi ilang beses na lang natin nakikita hero plays versus hero plays. Dun sa dulo, ang backline warrior na si Klaus talaga ang nagdala para sa side ng crew. At ngayon, uulit na naman tayo. Double OT is away. Depo doon na untog. Pero buti na lang naka-back off kasi narinig niya talaga yung pitter-patter ng Phantom na yan. But Defo, he's in trouble here. Nagset, pag pinik mo to, may chance ka pa. Slow orb nakaptantay dyan. Shock na itong gonna be the call. But he's gonna get forced on out. At ayaw mo naman, you're gonna pilitan ka talaga. Mahirap yun kung ayaw mo naman sumama. Bigla ka na mahuhuli dyan. Pero to, taga-tulong. Mazina, patuloy naman dito. Tropa 2v2 situation. That's a standoff dito talaga sa ating hookah. At isipin mo talaga, whoever's gonna be the Lone Star Ranger here, pero Nagset, wala kang takas, boss. Nats, bumabawi. Sabi niya, di mo sasayang this time, mga good sir. Mazina though, Kenzie trying to hold off things on this side. Here comes Gambit though, ready for that peace split yet again. At may taga-lurk pa rin eh. Si Redgar, bantay sarado dun sa A, gumagawa ng distraction. Pero ito na ang Gambit, nag-concentrate na sila papunta ng B-side at gustong-gusto nila lusubin to sila Kesnit.
Ito na, halo-halong setup. Uy, Kesnit, Kisuta! Ano ko ng crossfire? Chronicle na lang kagad natitira. Hindi sila pumapagsak. It's going to be 2v1. Redgar, ganyang posisyon. Ganyan pa talaga ang hinahanap namin from you. 19 seconds. Pressure is really there. Pero makuha na kaya tong clutch. Those heroic plays kaya makuha niya. He gets the smoke, of course. Pero 10 seconds na lang. He still gets it. Isa na lang kagad. Redgar! Oh no! Natalo! Gets close! Wala nang heroic plays coming from Gambit. At crew, isa na lang before they can get this Gambit. Ano na ang gagawin nyo?
Boss, wala na. Yung Christmas magiging Christmas na bigla to. Klaus na naman! He sees you where you're sleeping. He sees you on the other side. Puro na yung holiday jingles. Magagawa na ng kanta dito si Jose Marichan eh. Tungkol kay Klaus very soon. Dahil sa mga clutch niya. At crew, hindi rin magpapatalo. Nasa kanila yung lead kanina. At yun nga, diba, kahit yung protector natin dito, yung ating direct sabi, vamos crew, ito na, tapusin nyo na! Pero yung Gambit di magpapatalo. They were an inch away from that victory. And how the tides can turn yet again. But this matchup, etong semifinals na to, tuloy-tuloy lang. Ray, kaya pa to ng Gambit! Pwede pa mag-triple overtime, maniwala ka lang! Kasi eto na.
16-18 nga to ako nagsasabi sa inyo.
Eto na. Redgar. Asa na yung Redgar cam? Dikit na yan sa monitor. Dikit na yan. Handang-handa na yun dyan. Saka dalawa pa nga. Operator with the shot from there. And that's gonna be immediately a 3v2 situation. Class on the low HP. Delsic right now. Getting burnt up as well. At crew, sige, naka-opening pa nga sila dito. Pero lahat nakasalalay na para kay Nats dito sa A-side. Sige, may tutulong. Si Shado, si Chronicle, pupunta na dyan. Pero Nats, sasan ka na. Tingin-tingin rin. Hanap-hanap ng target. Yung smoke mawawala. Kaya si Klaus. Oh, what a flick from Delsic! Finds Shadows anyway. Nats with the takedown. At Nats nakadalawa. Triple overtime. Hindi ka pwede umalis. Ray, walang takas sa PPGL.
Alam mo, ito na. Mag-area pa. Naistorya mo matachiwa.
Ano oras na?
Nani mo. Parang, di nyo naman sa akin sinabi na ito pala yung grand finals. Hanggang kailan to? 21-22 ba? 21-23 ba yung scoreline?
Itong grand finals mo. Itong grand finals mo, kaya ganito dapat lang.
Guys, kasi last casting ko na ngayon. So, pinapadami pa ng Gambit yung pagkakamot ko sa ulo. Bunot cosplay eh.
Kaya nga, di ba, kung guys nakita nyo na yung camera yun, parang nagpa-shorten siya ng hair. Mas maikli pa yan, mamaya. Pagkita natin, pakataas ng laro to.
Ko eh.
Pag 8 o'clock na at tapos na yung game na 26-24 ang scoreline, yun mangyayari. Pero di pa tayo tapos. 14-14 and kita talaga natin, yung step up lang talaga yun sa pinakadulo. This is a very evenly matched game, ha? We see the hero plays time after time for both KRU and Gambit. But Gambit, nuts. Will it work this time? Mababasa mo ba kala? Hindi pa rin. Viper Diff? Close. Sinagot agad si Nuts. Ang MVP ng CIS, wala na kagad dyan. And it's Mazino here playing onto the tin can. But KRU, they get that first pick up yet again. At yung mga lurk play talaga, mahirap eh. Pag ikaw ay champion, ikaw yung binabantayan. Tingnan mo, Team Secret tuloy, ina-anti-strat ng lahat dito sa Pinas. This bigla, okay, Nuts MVP. Basang-basa, pero operator, lumalakbay. Naxet, tatago muna. Nakita yun. At nakatakas pa siya. The great escape of Naxet is a go. Therefore, gonna be backing on the way as well. Pero teleportation, relocation, rotation. Papunta ng east side. Pero wala na to. Delzik has the molly into play. So dangerous for Gambit. Chronicle gonna get seen. And this is the worst place Gambit can go right now unless they can out the competition. Pero wala. Naubusan ng bala. Pero si Delzik pa rin ang magwawagi. Brimstone gameplay at its finest. Step 1, shoot molly. Step 2, win the game.
Match. Ano na ba? Uwi na ba tayo, Gambit? Tignan nyo, guys. Tatandaan nyo, yung mas maraming kills pagdating sa equal distribution sa side ng Gambit, pero sa ko talaga eh. Mga highlight plays eh, pwede nang panglagay sa TikTok. O sige, lahat audition, isa-isa, the power of Brimstone. Ano to na? At tingin ko isa pang OT to eh. 16-18 to. Sinasabi ko sa inyo, 16-18 to. Pag hindi, edi... Bye-bye, Gambit. Tumatawa lang to, pero nasasaktan ako. Bad trip si Nuts. Uy, time out muna! Uy, buti naman! Tumalot ka pa! Grabe naman. Nakakatawa. In fairness, 800 na yung viewers natin. Hello, guys.
Maganda gising ng mga tao kaya. Parang yung start natin mga 4 to 5, ganon. Medyo tulog pa. Pero ito yung mga tipong viewers natin. Shoutout sa inyo, by the way. Yung pagbubukas ng stream, yung unang game, makakatulog. Pagising na, ay, live pa yung PPGL. Panunin ko na nga to. Ganun yun. So, shoutouts, guys. Sa mga bagong gising almusal, kung kayo pinapanood nyo kami, habang naglanunod kayo, habang ready kayo for work, whatever, thank you so much sa pagsuporta nyo. Pero wala talaga eh. Yung huling araw ni Ray Ray sa VCT 2021, hindi pa tayo titigil dito. But time out muna para sa KRU. Because they know that they're just losing out here from Gambit as mga hero plays eh. Pagdating nila sa second round, palagi doon sila nahuhuli. We see from the side of KRU, kaya nila manalo, kaya nila makuha yung mga win condition. At ang ganda ng pwestuhan nila, especially with the stage and the Brimstone plays. But it finally works out for them doon sa round na yun. Pero dito talaga sa KRU, ano ang magiging sagot para manalo? What will be the way for them to decide? Aasa na naman ba sila sa entry dito ni Kesdit, or can they actually shuffle on around, figure out a way to answer Gambit instead in their own way? Pero ito na, Defo, hindi talaga tumitigil dito sa operator. 15-14 in favor of KRU. At kung manalo dito Gambit, isa pa tayong overtime, Ray.
Sabi ko sa inyo, 16-18 to. Ako na nagsasabi, guys. Alam ko na to, nakita ko na to, na-vision ko na to eh. Mga ka-visionatics. Pero alam, looking at it, shoutout ka pala sa direct namin na, alam mo, maling decision talaga na ako yung nasa last series. Pero kahit ilagay nyo sa first series, doon din mangyayari. Ma-extend pa rin kayo hanggang gantong oras. Pero looking at it, nag-dash in na kagad si Depa. Uy! Kasi nasa
dash out.
Okay. Nag-dash out lang pala. Oh, sorry, akin. Akala ko nasa attacking sila. Ganito na talaga guys, science of aging. 15-14 kasi yung score, nakakaba kasi. Pero ito na nga, Nat, will he be able to tackle na this? Yes! Shade out!
Spike down. Huwag ka umiyak! Ray! Magkas ka! Huwag ka umiyak! Ray! Magkas ka! Huwag ka maiyak! Na airshot lang!
Kaya natitira pero nga through the smoke, pupush nga pa si Shaylas kung nasaan si Nexet. 33 seconds pa naman. Pressure na pressure talaga ang KRU this time around. Pero how will they make a move? Dahil pag bumaba, syempre ang Brimstone. May kita nga nila mag-timing. Nakita na agad si Parehan! And now Dinos goes with a 4K! 15-15.
Hindi pa pinatapos ni Shadon! Na-airshot! Na-airshot si Ken! Walang ginawang A-Blabs yung labanan. Okay ka pa? Parang naiiyak ka na nagakas ka ng play-by-play.
Natutuwa naman yung mga tao sa akin pag nagaganto ko eh.
Narinig ko parang may luha na lumalabas eh. Konting buhok rin. Nakita, si Shados nakadalawa. Ganun na.
Ray! 16-18 to. Ay, sabi. Tanggap ko na. Guys, nagsakasa ako ng CS dati. Gantong-ganto, 25-28 ata. Yung 25-29. Hindi na ako nagulat eh. So,
okay lang yan. Okay lang yan. Ito na, sige na. Gambit. Okay, A-split kabiging galawan natin dito. Viper split. Ay, Viper natin na sinastong malapit. Gusto niya ako Viper split maaga para lumakuha talaga yung setup niya. But that's beautiful intel at yung flash. Double initiator gameplay there from Chronicle and Shadows. And therefore, tinatapos na lang to. The decisive hammer and sickle of Gambit. Rounding on the heads of crew right now. 5v1 situation at Mazino. Wala ka na magagawa. Flawless execution. Kung mahal mo si Nats, Ray, tatapusin na niya to para sa'yo.
Di kita tatawagan sa Messenger, Nats. Go, baby cakes, tapusin mo. 16-18 to ako nagsasabi sa inyo. Ako na Nostra na to. Pinaghahandaan ko na to. Pero uy, parang back-confirm sila sa atakin kasi kanina sobrang passive ng playstyle nila eh. Pero ito, talaga ng bok. Ako kanina pa ako nakakalbo eh. 12 nga naman talaga. Merry Kurisumasu!
Wow, ito regalo ni Ray sa inyo guys. Ang pag-goodbye niya sa VCT today. 13 days to go, Christmas time na! So, baka naman, 1 peso Gcash, balikan niyo si Ray. Andun yung number niya somewhere sa mga lumang chat. Pero ito na, Gambit to, that was a very decisive round. I say, that was a pinaka-decisive round na nakita natin dito sa overtime. And the question is, will crew still have the willpower para lumaban dito? Pero kita rin natin, may pagkaabala na naman yung crew eh. At dito sila naaalanganin. But Gambit, they have learned their lesson. Doon sa second half, Ray. Hindi na sila nag-pick on out. Naxxed is gonna go for the operator gamble here. Pero dahil dito, wala silang barrier orb. Dahil dito, hindi sila makakakuha ng safe plan papunta ng A-site. And I feel like here for the side of crew, na-shell shock sila na masyado nung last round. Parang si Ray lang dahil hindi pa tayo tapos sa game na to.
Alam ko, tapos na ng crew eh. Nasaan na rin yung momentum eh. Kasi napipick up pag ito guys, pag napitas si Nats na siya pinakauna mapipitas. OT yan. Pag hindi, very good. Pero ito na nga eh, pinapakaba. Ang daming viewers nagising na kagad. Guys, 7:26 AM. Alam mo na walang ka-late night talks dahil maaga nagising. Pero here is Defo with an agad. At yun, binibait lang siya, sinasayawan lang siya. Mukhang tutuhog na ba ngayon si Defo. Pero nga lang magpapaka-aggressive. Oh, gani ka, guys, one! Sino next na mag-audition? He can go. Oh no, but sino gets a chance? 4v4 is the key. But Nelsic with the wall bang. Oh no, tatlo pa. Natitira sa side ng Gambit. Nelsic goes for a plant. Pero idedali lang siya ngayon with Nats. And here it is. 13 seconds. Delay lang. Kailangan na nagsabit para makuha ito because Nats gets away. At isa na lang natitira na with the magic. And Nats still gets him. And yeah. Sabi sa inyo guys, 16-18 to.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Isa pa! Hindi pa tayo tapos sa araw na to. 16.
Smile.
Wait lang, 12. 13. Ano, pang-limang overtime na.
To?
Paano na overtime to? Pang-lima? Tama ba bilang ko, guys? Pang-lima na ba to?
Ano pinakamahabang OT ever? 6 OTs, di ba?
Basta, hindi, mas
record breaker to.
Hindi, umabot ng 20 yun ang alam ko. Basta.
Umabot, 25,
ang alala. Okay. Yun, habol natin. Pero ito ko, pang-lima na guys. Pa-fact check naman dyan sa chat really quick. Pero feel ko pang-limang overtime na to. Hindi pa tayo tapos. This time it was crew right now on the defense. Gambit Kapi on the top side. Nats na naman. Hinahagtong EPC. Si Chronicle, tinapos kagad boy ni Delzy, kinablik ka ba? Patay ka na kagad at ito na Gambit, nakakuha ka kagad ng dalawa. Klausto finds the taps onto one, gets a second there, Nats with the refrag. Chronicle will find gets it yet again. At Ray, ang tanong ba natin dito? Ang attacking side ba ang magwawagi palagi? Because Gambit, overrun crew, will crew to the same thing yet again. Parang last overtime, tas tutuloy pa rin tayo dito. Pero Gambit na naman on match point. At crew, ano na magiging palag natin ngayon?
Suggestion ko lang sa Valorant, pero tig 2 rounds pag OT. 2 rounds sa attacking, 2 rounds sa defending. Ay, shoutout nga pala kay Kuya Wolf na nanonood ngayon. Ang aga niyang bugumising. Eto, hanggang ngayon, nagkakas kami. 16-17. O, tignan natin.
Ito yung pinagpalit mo, Wolf, para sa ibang bang-bang. Ito yung pinagpalit mo!
16-18 na ba to?
Eto
Totoo
na ba?
ba ang Ray Ray Baldwin o fake news?
Kanina ka, buong araw ka na fake
17,
news,
17.
boss. Buong araw ka na fake news. Pero shoutout guys sa mga gising pa rin. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Crew right now on the attack side. But Mazino can get blown up their machines. But Kesnet and Acend mabilis na lang gamit to with quick trades. And suddenly, in a blink of an eye, it's 3v3. Now then, a little dangerous though para sa side ng Gambit kasi si Redgar nga naka-judge pero kung hindi siya puntahan, he'll be effectively useless for the round like this. So para sa crew ngayon, ang ganda dapat ang rotation nila. At si Redgar, oh, crawling dun sa lamps. Gusto niya maging sneaky boy. Oh,
Great.
parang pag... I want to sacrifice my life for KRU Esports. That's great! Pero shower muna yung take dito ni Nagset. At ay,
Nagpa-farm siya.
Boss, may plano yung crew. Boss, isa na lang. May rest na to. At kung may orb pa doon sa kaliwa, o kung mahuli na sila Chronicle, may babalik dito sa buhay na to. Pero kung hindi nila bantayan tong corner to at Chronicle, ito ba ang kwenta nyo? Check the corners, make sure everything is fine and dandy! At ayun, hindi nila mabigigin the class, but Delsic will at least get the takedown. Now then, it's 2v2. Nax is gonna be running for the site, but here comes the rotation from the Viper, as well as the Astra at sakting gravity with para makaharang 20 seconds left. The Molly and Slow gonna be there, pero pipilitin pa rin ito ng Gambit. At si Nats manalo sa ito, at si Nats ang galing para umabot ang Grand Finals pa rin. 18-16, natapos na rin ang ating semifinals at umasa ka kay Nats kasi hindi kanya bibitawan talaga. MVP performance from Nats last time. Heartbreaking performance but an effort here from KRU Esports. Pero Gambit pa rin willing to defend that crown, willing to go for it even more at kakalabanin na nila ang Ascent sa Grand Finals bukas. Good night, Ray Ray!
Guys, oh, tama ko diba? 16-18 yan. Congratulations sa Gambit. Pero, sorry manalo yung crew. Sorry manalo. As in, teammate ko sila parehas. Kahit ano, ma-OT tas manalo crew, ma-OT tas Gambit. They both deserve it. Pero yung journey kasi ng crew, the magic itself, they had it. And pero nga lang, we gotta give it to Gambit na syempre yung experience din nila. Pero si crew din meron eh. Both are very deserving. Pero to see them really sobrang draining to for both of them. What it takes here is the mental fortitude that these players has, and Gambit definitely had it. Aside from me, sinabi ko 18-16 nga in favor of Gambit. Ito na nga kagad eh. Makakuha talaga ng crew. All of those shots are really there. Pero after that, one mistake lang na nanggaling sa kanila sa pinakahuling match. Yung pinakahuling round, yun na nga ang sign because Nats buhay pa siya at nakakuha siya ng 2 crowds, and that's just it.
It finally worked. Tignan mo. Ang tagal na. Nats, where na you? Chronicle, tagadala. But all the OTs in the world, all the plays, all the shots, all the rotations, ang galing na ginawa ng pareho ng crew at Gambit. But in the end, it still boils down to this. KRU Esports, they get off to an incredible start. Pero third map, like the first map, nahabol pa rin ng Gambit Esports. Heart of the champions, pero the ultimate contenders in KRU Esports. At palakpak na lang talaga yung audience eh. It's bittersweet to watch them like that, but they know ang ganda ng effort ng top 1 squad. Paulit-ulit lang lahat ng LAN ng Valorant, nandun ang KRU Esports. At kita talaga natin that they deserve all the respect in the world and more. Tagalatam! Area percentage! O sige nga! Shoutout mo nga yung Gambit coach dito, Ray Ray. Ayun o, nagakpa nga sila!
Ito na nga guys eh. Ito sasabihin ko. Hindi na ako magkakas ng finals. Hanggang dito na lang ako. Pero all I can say is one, sobrang saya. Pang finals actually, Dax itong kinas natin eh. Parang finals yun na feel ko eh. Pero meron pa tayo mamaya. Meron pa tayo bukas. It's going to be Ascent versus Gambit. And this guys, grabe. Grabe ginawa. Pero I love this moment. They hug each other. Pero all those cries talaga nasa side ng crew. Sobrang heartbreaking syempre para sa kanilang mga fans. But looks like they still got it. This guys from Gambit. Hindi na sila pang semifinals lang kagaya na sa kabilang bang-bang. And the panda is still there. Ayun, binigay. Ayun, cute. Okay, sorry. And yan. Alam mo, sobrang grabe namin nangyari this year para sa Valorant, and really, ito semifinals is one of those moments na matatandaan ko. 18-16 semis, third map, OT, everything, nasa akin, lahat ng kamalasan. Grabe naman yun. Pero patunay talaga na wala pa talagang gustong umuwi. Pero there can only be one talaga na na magiging pupunta sa finals, and that is Gambit talaga.
Gambit, they made the hero plays work at the very end. Still a bunch of questions, bakit sila nahihirapan sa simula? Pero yung ending naman ang hinahabol dito ng Gambit at sila pa rin ang pasok sa ating Grand Finals. Now, this is interesting. Ascend, dinurog yung Team Liquid, pero yung Gambit talaga, ang tiyaga, ang tiwala, at talaga lahat ng heroics para manalo doon versus KRU Esports. Pero bago tayo mag-good morning at good night, Tito Riri, may gusto ko masabihin kasi, yun nga, wala na tayo, sumpales na tayo bukas. Baka may prediction ka ba na pwede sasabihin para umabot ng map number 5?
3-2 yan in favor of Gambit. Kung
Okay,
hindi, OT sa pinakahuling map tapos mapapanalo ng Ascent.
Okay,
Ayun.
okay.
Nagsasabi sa inyo.
Nasabi mo na, sinabi mo na. Meaning nun, hindi yun mangyayari. That's how I get you. Promise. Ito na talaga, guys. Dito natin matetest yung sumpa. Dahil pinasabi ko kay Ray ang prediction niya, on stream, kung hindi mangyayari bukas, alam niyo na bakit mas maikli ang araw ko. Alam niyo na! Pero grabe talaga. You're right, Ray. Finals worthy matchup, Gambit versus KRU Esports. And just a heartbreaking ending for KRU Esports, pero they really brought their A game here at these Valorant Champions, and I wouldn't have it any other way na may ganun tayong klaseng storylines dito sa ating year-ender. But Gambit still gonna defend that crown, wanting to get that 2-time championship back-to-back at labanan pa rin ng EMEA sa dulo. But before we go, guys, wag natin kalimutan talaga na thank you so much to our incredible sponsors so far. Yung Globe na palagi na lang nandyan, palagi na lang na gusto tayo sabihin tungkol sa nila kahit di natin mahanap-hanap, pero ito na talaga ang ating Globe at Home. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home. Only fiber up with plan 2699. Speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Siguradong panalo ang pamilya with Powerhouse Bundle at Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Malayo ang mararating ng gaming mo with Globe at Home Prepaid Wi-Fi. Just load Home Surf 199 para may 30 gigabytes data ka na. Valid for 7 days, 199 pesos lang. Ako si Dax, kasama ko dito si Ray for the very last time. Kabe ang iyong Night Shift Warriors. Bukas may finals pa tayo at kita-kits na lang doon. Good morning, good night, and see you guys then.
Nice! Oh, but he connects the nose! The spray down is clean!
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Isang mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
I'd die for you. This could be the day I'd die for you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Mahabang win streak, kaya nating lahat. Equip your home with fiber fast internet. Para pati si mommy, sure MVP. Get your fiber upgrade right away with tons of freebies. Plus health essentials when you switch to the new Only Fiber Up. Apply now.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had the time to take a breather. I've never been more grateful for a break than I have in those last 3 minutes. It's the end of the journey for KRU, and what a tournament they've had.
Oh, look, I need to check my pulse for a second. You couldn't have asked for a better series. That is one of the best games, certainly one of the best maps on Binary that we've ever seen in Valorant ever, non-stop. And it's just the fact that those kind of you're looking at CIS versus LATAM, it all just blended to one in the end. Just the hugs at the end, it just capitulates just an insane tournament, and I have no words at this point.
That was
I just bugged down. This is.
I don't even think you have to use the caveat of on bind. I think this was just maybe the best map that we've ever seen. Given the stakes for this, a spot in the first Champions Grand Final, I think I will go ahead and sign off on it. Best goddamn map of Valorant that I've ever seen. Everybody fighting tooth and nail, and even though KRU, they don't get it in the end, they played with such passion. You could tell how much they wanted this. You could tell how much this meant for them. And it's the same for Gambit. Obviously, I'm not trying to say it means less to them, but KRU, they really put their heart and souls into this. And I hope they hold their heads high, because this was a showing that nobody anticipated at all. The fact that they were able to do that, they took the world by storm. They shocked and inspired every single one of us.
An 18-16, I also love the wholesome aspect of this. They were hugging on stage. There's no trash talk. There's no toxicity. There's no kind of bravado. And we saw Redguard get quite emotional at the end as well. He said in the past in interviews that the best case scenario for him, whether win or lose, is to play the best map of Valorant ever, where everybody gives their all. And Ryan, today we got exactly that.
He did. Everybody did. Sure, you can look at the stats. You can sort of look at players like Nagset, who couldn't really find a form in the last map in comparison to the first, maybe. But you had to bring out insane plays, freakishly good plays from Gambit, like the Chronicle Ace. We saw Nats get a 4K. It's the fact that they matched up so well that we had to see these insane moments from either team in order to eke it out. Just that Chronicle Ace is going to live with me for the rest of my life. It is just ridiculous.
That whole string of events, I wrote down a flowchart. It's Chronicle Ace into a KRU Thrifty, into a Nats 4K, into overtime. You can't write a script better than what we just saw. It's just absolutely mind-melting gameplay the whole way through.
Look at the bottom. Look at the amount of rounds that are there. It's also the fact that KRU was able to push Gambit to that level. And this is the thing, people wanted to see KRU do tremendously well, but it wasn't cheap or cheesy Valorant. It wasn't this high-paced stuff. They were fundamentally outplaying some of the best teams in the world, and it had to rely on Gambit's composure, which has been their lifeline this whole tournament, in order to just bring it out in that case. I just want to see a rematch of those two. Ascend are going to be watching. I wonder what their reaction was, because they must be terrified of both teams at this point.
I mean, none of them left any regrets, they all gave their best. I'm glad you mentioned, both of you mentioned Chronicle's ace. Chronicle has been incredible in this tournament, and we have him, as you guys can see right behind me, in a post-match interview, standing by with Doug for the Verizon post-match interview even.
Thank you so much, Sue. Chronicle, you just played one of the best games of Valorant ever. Ever. Full stop. How do you feel right now?
Just mixed feelings, I think. At the same time, I'm so happy that we won that match, because that showed that we can come back from any score. We can just fight till the end. And I'm feeling in the Die For You song, I'm just sacrificing everything to be on the stage, to get to the finals. And that's a great feeling. And also it's pretty kind of sad, or I feel so... it's hard to say. I just say that I feel really sad for Q, because they played really great. They just showed that they're really great team, and they just so hard they improved till this year. And that's sad that we're losing them. It will be a really great final match if we will play with them in the finals.
Now that's actually a perfect segue, because I wanted to ask you, I know you guys had a moment on the stage, but is there anything you would like to say to KRU? Anything that you could say to KRU if they were still here at this moment?
I think you just need to stay the same roster that you're playing right now. You're so great players, and I think you have a great synergy between each other. So the next year will truly be yours if you'll just do the same thing and just practicing more and more.
Now, knowing what just went down right here a couple of moments ago, you'll be now facing Ascend on this stage in just a couple of hours. You guys have history together. You're from the same region. How are you feeling going into that series?
Feeling great. Actually, I think we right now don't have any pressure. We just will play our game because we proved to everyone that we can do anything. Even if we have maybe the hardest tournament we ever played. Like every player, every team had an eye on us, and we still showing great results and making to the finals. I think it's a great result to show to everyone that we are not the team for only one win tournament. Like we are not fluking.
Yeah, defending champions, and again, you're going to have the opportunity to do it again. Chronicle, last question for you. Is there anything you have to say to your fans at home, to the supporters of Gambit watching from around the globe?
First of all, I just want to say thank you to all my fans, all fans of our team who supported us, who still believing in us. Even we had the hardest days of this tournament. I think we will try to prove to everyone that we can take this trophy to us. And всем русским фанатам. Спасибо вам огромное за то, что вы поддерживаете нас, за то, что вы делаете всю ту любовь и заботу, которую проявляете к нам. Я просто невероятно сильно ценю это все, и я читаю каждое сообщение, каждый комментарий в Твиттере, в ВК и так далее. Спасибо вам огромное, и надеюсь, мы вас не подведем в финале.
Chronicle, you're a legend. Again, congratulations on the big win. We will see you tomorrow, and we are going to throw it back to Yinsu at the desk.
Thank you very much, Doug and Chronicle. We love you. Well, very well played today. You know, I don't think I've ever seen anyone in a winner's interview say that they're so sad because they had to beat their opponent. But it goes to show just the relationship these guys have and how sad we all are that KRU are being knocked out.
It's funny to the point that Gambit almost wanted KRU to win. It almost feels like they were so lovable that even Gambit playing against them was like, I'm kind of wanting KRU to win a little bit. But it's just the fact that these are two youngest squads. Like there's so much to go. I agree with Chronicle. Like other NA teams or whatever, leave KRU alone. Don't try and bring any of these players to your roster. Like I want to see this KRU go into 2022 because there's a lot more that we can see from them. I have no doubt. So leave them alone.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do. That was, like we said, the greatest map of Valorant we have ever seen, and it's time for Bala to break some of that down.
What an absolute roller coaster of emotions, of feelings, of rounds, and we have so much to talk about. Actually, a lot of really fun stuff. So let's start with a round here from Gambit on Ascent. And the reason I want to show this is because I think that this team is one of the hardest teams to go against on a defensive round because of all the different layers that they have. So starting off, we're going to show literally every single POV. Instantly, he recognizes that there's going to be a hit here. He puts his wall down, but he rotates actually through the lane instead of going back through the boathouse and potentially getting caught off of with a jet dash or something like that. Then he stops here by the stairs and Nagzet smokes him off, but Shados wants to peek in this with a flash from Sky all the way from spawn. He's going to do that, but he actually gets a golden opportunity here to stay inside of the smoke and pick off two. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is going to rejoin him, and we'll see how the rest of it goes down. Here's the flash I was talking about from Defo over top of everything, and that's when both Redgar and Shados continue to push forward. That is good teamwork right there, and he throws another one on top just to make sure if anybody peeks out the smoke at the right time, it's going to blind them. They're going to have a good advantage here. Chronicle also plays fantastic. The first thing he does is make sure that this angle's covered so that Shados has time to recover and fall back into a better position so he can push out with the flash. Breaks Lorena Lear. Jet dashes out. He has to give up the angle at this point. He already used his dart, but instantly as the lane happens, he knows his teammates are going to buy time on the mini-map right here. He knows that they're pushing out inside of the boathouse area and inside the main area, so he has time to drone. Finds the tag, and that actually is able to swing, and his teammates are following up behind. This is an interesting thing because I want to point out the timing for Redgar. He doesn't swing right with the flash. He waits for a second, waits, then Shados pushes out, and that's the good timing because even, I know obviously Sova here is blind, but even if he wasn't, he's going to be looking at Shados instead of the spawn side. So just all of these different layers makes it so hard to fight against Gambit, but KRU really did a good job. So I'm going to pull up another clip right here of the pistol round on Bind because this one is fantastic. fantastic. You must see this. This is so cool from Viper and KRU entirely. I actually saw this one time from G2 way back when. They popped the smoke, Mitchman called it out, a flash comes in, and that's actually so perfect against Gambit. That doesn't get the information that they're there, and look at what Shados is actually intending to do. He flashes through, doesn't get the info because they're in the smoke, right? So nothing happens. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get through here, and I'm gonna dog. But he gets hit with a dink, and instantly he wants to teleport with the rest of his teammates because he thinks he's unsafe. But the plan was for them to actually push and pinch bathroom. So they're caught in the middle of two different things here, and you can see on the map that I show right now, they clean up the area outside the teleporter, and the rest of the kills come very, very fast. The really nice thing is the synergy on the site. That's obviously very important. Keznet also clearing out Hookah. The timing for him important here as well. He doesn't just full out brawl out outside of Hookah double satcheling or anything like that. He waits for his team. So now look at this positioning from the Viper, and then Keznet's here inside of the tube as well. They're waiting for this. He's gonna swing. He gets a kill with the nade, but the way that they ping pong off of each other, he lets the jet go past him. He knows that Keznet's there to help him, but if not, he's gonna have to deal with the Sova first, and then he can go to help him. This is so nice from KRU. Over and over, you can see the team play aspect happen there, and just in time, even if this player kills the Keznet right here, we're actually going to have Klaus trade that. So this ends up going all the way down to elbow, but I have one more clip to show you because this was so crazy from from Chronicle. This is, of course, the ace clip, but I do want to point out real quick, this was the round. Defo pushed long and got picked right off the bat, and you had on the other side Nagzet, who was opping so phenomenally. So look at the little tiny sliver that he's actually peeking through. Wrong zoom right here. Look at the tiny, tiny, tiny sliver. That is so nice for him, and he's really not giving up much time at all. So finds the angle. He knows they're hitting because of the time that we have right here at the top. 30 seconds left. Instantly is going to dart. That's going to force everybody to look up, and he's going to wait for a shot to happen as they come out along before he swings and gets the one, and the rest is obviously history. But the timing is so good for him to swing out of that smoke. That's the important part, and that's how you get Gambit back in the game. They were almost going out of this tournament completely, but we end up seeing them in the grand finals after some impressive form.
Thank you very much, Bala. I could watch this series over and over again.
How about that clip?
Yeah.
Could you watch that over and over again?
I could literally watch every single clip in this series over and over again. In fact, I might just go back and watch it. And I'm going to show you guys a clip now. Speaking of watching it over and over again, here's the HyperX Reflex. You guys are going to be pretty familiar with this. Ryan, you spoke about this already.
Yeah, it's just the fact that playing that forces people to look up, but he takes this timing of all the things, and it's really came down to some of those moments of just having to throw yourself out there. The fact that he flips around against Keznet here is just ridiculous, but everybody had those kind of plays, right? It's just Chronicle was the savior, I think, for Gambit.
Yeah, this round, it really just felt like it really took a bit of the wind out of the sails from the side of KRU. I mean, you know, they still were managing to fight back for the longest time, but if he doesn't have this moment, who knows what result we're looking at. This was literally just one of those butterfly effects things where it's like, if he doesn't get that ace right there in that round, KRU might have been the one celebrating on stage. It might have been, you know, Gambit going home in tears instead. But Chronicle, he's just absolutely incredible today.
Huge. Like I said, if they do go on to win it tomorrow, I don't see a world where he isn't the tournament MVP. He has to be, especially for the side of Gambit.
I think there's even an argument if that Ascent series is close, to be fair, like not to like Zeke has been incredible, Bone Cold and stuff, but it's just how often he bailed Gambit out from maybe an embarrassing early exit to this tournament. Like, not only has he had the composure in those moments, but it's also, I felt the rest of the team revitalized. Like, it's been another quiet series from Nats, but even he got a 4K after that. It's just, we've seen them all year, me and you, just how stoic these guys are. They don't show emotion. There's the memes of Nats gets a 4K. That is insane to watch them literally cry on stage.
Yeah.
Like, what an evolution for them overall, and just, it took everything to beat out KRU this tournament. It wasn't an overhype of the underdog. KRU were one of the top 3 teams in this tournament, for sure.
Yeah, again, like I said, I could watch this series over and over again. But, you know, we started with quite a few teams in this tournament, and we're down to just 2. The tournament bracket is looking pretty different. I would really rival anybody that would have guessed or predicted for it to be Gambit versus Ascend in the finals. Look at all the teams that didn't make it through. Liquid, Fnatic, Sentinels. I mean, all of NA, they fell, Ryan. This is crazy.
Yeah, if anybody predicted this, just tell me lottery numbers. Just throw them out there, because it's just crazy how it's come to this. And, you know, it's just a case of Team Secret being involved, X10, stuff like that. You couldn't have really asked for a better bracket to come in together. Sure, like, for us, EMEA Grand Final is great, but what it cost absolutely everything, I think. Like, Crew have won me over and a lot of others.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could have possibly predicted what was going to happen along the way. Even if you said Gambit Ascent could be in the grand final, it's the in-between stuff that was so impossible to predict.
Well, we had an exciting day already today, but tomorrow we have more excitement. That's right, we have an opening ceremony for you guys featuring Paris, Rez, Zed, and Gravis. Chronicle was referencing that, so I can't wait to see that song being played. Make sure you meet us back here tomorrow for 9 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. CET, and 2 a.m. JST for all of the action. I want to get your predictions, guys, for tomorrow, because sadly, I'm not going to get you guys on the desk with me. Who's taking the grand finals?
Don't make me choose between the
I'm
two.
making you two choose.
The mental of Gambit and just how dominant Ascend, how clean it has been from Ascend. We all win. I think I'm going to go for Ascend, because I think they have been underestimated a little bit in this tournament, and I think it's winnable for sure, especially in a best of 5.
Oh, this is not a... You know what?
Can't say Vision Strikers.
I went out of left field. I went against Ryan at the beginning of this, saying Crew, and you know, it's still an absolute treat of a series. But this time, I'll agree with him. I think that Ascend have got it. I think that they've gotten over their stage jitters. They look absolutely incredible, and I think that they're going to be able to take this.
It's going to be insane. It's going to be such an insane fight.
And even if we're wrong, who cares?
Honestly, we've had everything already. I just feel spoiled. We get a front row seat to one of the best tournaments ever. But thank you so much, you two, for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to the casters and the desk before as well. Like I said, we're going to be back for the grand finals of Valorant Champions tomorrow. You don't want to miss this. We'll see you then.
Hearts and minds are set on hoisting that Champions Trophy tomorrow. It's Team Liquid, it's Ascend stepping out onto that semifinal stage. Spirits look high on both sides. That's what you want to see as they promise what will be an epic bout. And we're hoping it goes the distance.
Okay. Spike down A. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. One enemy
Liquid's hot run, the undefeated run, has been crushed by Ascend, and they're going to go into that grand finals looking at that trophy, and they're going to feel it in their hands.
Well, Gambit has been the team that have ended so many underdog stories, X10 Vikings, but will they do that to Crew today?
You couldn't ask for a better matchup when it comes to where they are in the world and also their styles.
This is incredible. And they're not even watching. I think it was a Matt's turning to see it. Another headshot delivered.
No.
One shot is all that's needed for Chronicle. The 4K for him and ace for Kesnet. Ah!
There you go. Don't put my face on that one.
Nice! Oh, but he connects the both! The spray down is clean!
One enemy remaining.
Champions take it across the line. Gambit are going to the grand final.
Do you remember your first time seeing the impossible?
We have finally seen it all line up in the end. Oh, Swords! Oh, no!
It's a moment we've all been waiting for, an epic confrontation.
This is history in the making.